Inquiry to resume. Just before we start, just two announcements. First of all, if you could please make sure your mobile phones are all switched to silent, please, so they don't go off in the inquiry. And you probably heard the fire alarm go off at 9:15, so that's all. You know what that sounds like now, probably. But I just need to read the fire instructions just in case we hear it during the day. So if we hear the fire alarm, so it's going to be that continuous loud ringing sound we heard. Exit routes, there's one for the door you probably came through, and then there's another one out the back just behind Mr. Simons. One leads to a fire escape and the other to stairs opposite the lifts. That'll be that one. So you leave the buildings via the nearest safe exit and gather at the assembly point on the far side of the car park. And then please don't re-enter the building until you're advised it's safe to do so, and please don't use the lifts. So I'll ask, as I did yesterday, is everyone happy to use the stairs? Has anybody got any reason why they can't? Okay, right, thank you. Right, so day two, and we're going to hear the landscape evidence of Ms. Hearn. Yes?
Correct.
So I will leave you to introduce your witness, Mr. Pereira, please.
Thank you very much. You're Kate Ahern.
That's correct.
Good. And you've produced a proof of evidence, a summary, and a set of appendices. And in your appendices, at Appendix 1, you've set out your CV, or a version of your CV, that also goes through some of your and your practices experience. Is that right?
Yes, good morning, madam. Yes, I have.
Thank you. And you tell us you've got over 30 years experience, won numerous awards, been part of the Landscape Institute Rural Planning Working Group, sit on the Essex Design Panel, among other things. Is that all correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you just help the inspector with some of your specific experience in this locality, in Swale?
Yes, I put that in my proof. So I've been involved in Swale since just before 2018, and I was director of a team at LUC, commissioned by the council to undertake a borough-wide sensitivity study, and that's at CD 18.29. And that study was part of the evidence for the preparation of the local plan review, and looked at residential employment extension around settlements, Swale Main settlements. I went on to do some work. I've been doing some work on local landscape designations, important countryside gaps, and we've been involved in this project since an early stage, looking at the call for sites and providing a landscape opinion on the site as it came forward and subsequent changes to the site.
Thank you. And you also provided responses on the specific applications, didn't you?
Yes, we've been involved in reviewing the landscape and visual impact assessment as part of a wider project on ES reviews.
Thank you. And I know everyone, or most people will know this, but just to be clear, Katie Miller will be giving evidence in relation to the specific national landscape issues. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, good. Mum, I was going to ask Miss Ahern to read through her summary, partly because of the public and the video, and partly to settle her in, but then that's also a matter for you if you want it to be read.
Certainly, we need to, or they, obviously I do because I've read it, but everyone needs to understand the gist of the case that you're putting forward. So if that's the easiest way of doing it,
that's okay,
fine.
yes. And then I've got some additional points to run through with her, but I think as a start, that's a good place to start. So if you could turn up, please, your summary. You don't need to read your introductory paragraph, and I may from time to time say you can skip over bits, but start at start at 1.2, please, and just read through.
Okay, so 1.2 starts at explaining the baseline for the northern site. So the northern site is located on shallow, sloping topography at the base of the North Downs dip slope where it meets the coastal marshes to the north. It's primarily under arable and commercial orchards, and it's cut east-west by the routes of the A2 and the railway line. Topography is variable, including a more gently rolling area of chalk to the west of Tenham, and an area of higher scenic quality is identified around Tong Mill to the east. The landscape character area of most interest for this development is LCA 31, which is a Tenham fruit belt. The baseline in the landscape character assessment includes, sorry, I was going to, do I need to go through the landscape sensitivity? There's two smaller landscape sensitivity areas. Yes, there's a map in my appendix which shows the LCAs and then shows a smaller landscape sensitivity assessments. That's the following map, which is SE1 and TM1. SE1, which is the area around Tong, south of the railway. In this area, it's identified as being of higher sensitivity due to its smaller scale, higher scenic quality, and the greater prevalence of valued historic and natural features.
Thank you. And I want to dip into some of the detail after we've read the summary, if that's okay, Madam. Thank you.
And other landscape receptors are the 3 rural lanes that cross this area, and they're also shown on the summary map as recognised in the local plan, and the public rights of way. So in my summary, I deal with public rights of way in terms of the people, the visual receptors using them, and I provide a fuller assessment in my main text. And views and visual receptors. The key visual receptors are summarised as local residents living on the adjacent network of roads and lanes, people walking on the public rights of way, and the recreational receptors at Tong Country Park. And these are footpaths ZR 189, ZR 190, ZR 191, ZR 192, 193, 195, 256 and 257. Looking at the effects, I agree with the applicants that following receptors would remain significant and adverse at year 15, and those significant effects are the landscape pattern, the land use, the land cover and management of the site, landscape sensitivity unit TM2 Tenham, and users of public rights of way ZR 192, 195 and 256, although in terms of significance, I think there's a greater level of effect, but I agree they are significant. Residents of Frognall Lane and residents on the A2, I agree with those. It's also my opinion that effects would remain significant and adverse in year 15 for the following landscape receptors. Landscape features of the site, the hedgerows, trees, woodland, grassland, ponds, watercourses, LCA 31, the Tenham Fruit Belt, and the Landscape Sensitivity Unit, SE1. I also judge that effects would remain significant adverse for one of the rural lanes, Hempstead Rural Lane, which will be crossed by the Northern Relief Road, and I agree that effects on other rural lanes will reduce to minor by year 15. I identify significant effects for visual receptors on all public rights of way on the site.
Yeah, and you've listed them there.
I've listed them, and visitors to Tong Country Park. So they'd either be affected by the Northern Relief Road to the west or routed through housing development to the east. So the reasons for these differences in professional opinion is due, in my opinion, to an underestimation of their sensitivity, particularly for use of the public rights of way. It's also due to an underestimation of the magnitude of change from the construction and operation of the Northern Relief Road, particularly where it passes through the most sensitive parts of the landscape. And I agree with the illustrative master plan, which include proposals for planting as parts of the parkland and at Tong Country Park. And I agree that this is beneficial. This landscape infrastructure would be beneficial over time, albeit it would remain severed by the Northern Relief Road. I do not agree that it would be sufficient to render effects as not significant by year 15 for key landscape and visual receptors at the LCA and local site level.
Thank you. So that's your summary of your larger piece of evidence in relation to the northern site, and then if you can pass on to the southern site, please.
So the southern site is located on the chalk dip slope of the North Downs as it descends towards the fruit belt and the marshes to the north. It's a gently undulating to rolling landscape cut by dry valleys. It has a strong rural character with small villages and isolated farms and houses, and in places a strong sense of remoteness. In landscape, the development extends into the Kent Downs National Landscape, with the M2 junction proposed within the national landscape south of the M2. The land north of the M2 has a visual and landscape continuity with the national landscape as part of the dip slope and integrity as part of its setting. The southern relief road cuts across the Rodmersham, Milstead and Highsted dry valleys areas of high landscape value, and this local landscape designation covers the distinctive dry chalk valleys which extend north of the national landscape. The development crosses 3 of the borough LCAs, and these are LCA 29, the Rodmersham mixed farmlands, LCA 40, Rodmersham and Milstead dry valleys, and LCA 42, Tunstall farmlands. It's also within the Mid-Kent Downs Bicknell LCA, identified for the Kent Downs National Landscapes. The 5 roads identified as rural lanes in the local plan within the site. The visual receptors of most concern to the LPA are people using rights of way within and close to the site.
Okay, and you've named them there. I don't think you
Yep.
need to read the list, but they're there.
Thank you. People using the rights of way and local roads within the national landscape. Local residents on Dully Road, Church Street, Rodmersham, Doves Crofts, Highsted Road, Stockers Hill, Ruins Barn Road, Bexon Lane, and in the west of Highsted Village. And people using local roads within and close to the site, both as pedestrians and motorists. And these are the A2, Primrose Lane, Church Street, Rodmersham, Dully Lane, Highsted Road, Stockers Hill, and Deans Hill. And in my evidence, I focus on selected visual receptors to illustrate the extent of significant adverse effects. I note that there may be further receptors, including rights of ways that are crossed by the SSSR, that would be also adversely impacted by the development. And just can I clarify what
Sure.
I meant there? I haven't done a complete and full landscape and visual impact assessment as part of my evidence, so I might not have covered every receptor. But I've tried to cover the main ones where there are impacts that I want to demonstrate. So going on to where the effects are, I agree with the applicants that there would be a long-term and significant effect for visual receptors, pedestrians, walkers and local residents at Bexon Lane, which is Viewpoint 30. This is in the Kent Downs National Landscape, and it's at the closest point. It's within 10 metres of the proposed M2 junction and the overbridge. In my evidence, I show that the southern site development would have significant adverse effects at construction, year 1, and continuing beyond year 15 for a much greater range of landscape and visual receptors. In my opinion, this is a more appropriate finding for a development of this size and scale, which includes locally and nationally designated and valued landscapes. I identify significant residual effects on landscapes for the Kent Downs National Landscape and for the area of high landscape value. For all 4 of the local character areas, which contain parts of the proposed development. I also identify significant residual effects for all the rural lanes, which would become dominated in parts by major new transport infrastructure or encapsulated within residential areas, such as they could no longer be described as rural. For visual receptors, I judge that significant adverse effects would remain for people using the many public rights of way in and around this large site. They would frequently be channelled through development areas or on routes required to cross the Southern Relief Road or have reviews to development, albeit partially screened. I also identify significant adverse effects for residents within and surrounding the site, whose current rural outlook would change to one dominated by the road or residential development with linear buffer screening. The reasons for these differences in professional opinion is as a result of the applicant's underestimation of sensitivity for some receptors But more importantly, I see an underestimation of the magnitude of change, including an over-ambitious interpretation of the benefits and effects of screening vegetation to hide the development. The approach often appears to be assessing subsequent years against a baseline of the development already being present, rather than the actual landscape or visual receptor baseline, which is not the method advocated in Glivia 3. The reduction in magnitude of change because receptors will be screened from development by new development in the foreground and is also an inappropriate interpretation of the principles of landscape and visual impact assessment. Other issues include the emphasis on localised effects and identification of a wide range of magnitudes of effects, which makes it difficult to interpret the findings of the LVIA. I show my evidence that the assessment doesn't always take a realistic view of the scheme and relies very heavily on the proposals in the illustrated master plan to provide mitigation by screening the development. Thank
you. And you then express your overall conclusions. So 1.17?
Yes, so combined effect on valued landscapes. I judge there to be a significant adverse residual effect on the Kent Downs national landscape. I don't agree that the maturation of planting would be sufficient to reduce the effects of the motorway junction and overbridges, plus significant commercial and residential development in the setting, which would be visually prominent from the Kent Downs at some distance. I do not agree with the reasoning and rationale that the effects are localised, and since the development only affects a small part of the national landscape, changes to large parts of the Kent Downs A and B due to the development will be negligible. And that's a quote from the assessment. In my opinion, harm to the special qualities and character of the national landscape occurs even if the effect is over a relatively small geographic area. I draw a similar conclusion for the locally designated Rodmersham, Milstead and Highsted Dry Valley, AHLV, Area of High Landscape Value. The AHLV would be crossed by the route of the SSR at Highsted Stockers Hill, elevated across the Dry Valley with associated junctions and slip road. It continues north, cutting into the topography on embankment, across the Western Valley crest towards Sittingbourne. And also in the evidence, we also see commercial and housing development as well within the AHLV, though I haven't noted it here. In my opinion, the effects would remain significant. The applicants state that large parts of the AHLV would be unaffected. In my opinion, the AHLV is designated as a whole, and loss or negative change to parts would mean it would unlikely that remaining parts, isolated parts not affected, would still be designated. For nationally and locally designated landscapes, the southern scheme is contrary to MPPF Para 187A, which refers to protecting and enhancing valued landscapes. It also conflicts with the aim of the SBC adopted local plan policy DM24. Moving on to landscape character, my assessment concludes that the combined scheme would have significant adverse residual effects on 4 of the SBC level landscape character areas and the character area within the national landscape. The applicant's LVIA focuses on the fact that change would be localised to the vicinity of the site within each LCA and would be assimilated by green infrastructure, mainly in the form of linear planting belts around the edges. And it makes the point that planting will screen and control views at year 15. However, this implies that the development is not located within the character area and can only be seen from it and can be screened from it. And in my opinion, as highlighted in the LVIA, planting would not be able to screen all the views. And I judge that linear planting belts in themselves would be incongruous and themselves have adverse effects on character. And again, the applicant's reasoning that only a small geographic area of the national landscape, the valued landscape and the LCAs would be affected and is not significant is also flawed. The assessment should focus on the changes to character and qualities and not just rely on the geographic extent of change. The effects on 5 landscape character areas conflicts with MPPF Para 187B conserving and enhancing the natural environment, which states that planning policies and decisions should contribute and enhance the natural and local environment by recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. It also conflicts with NPPF in 135 in achieving well-designed places.
Thank you. And you then list development plan policies as well, DM24, ST1, ST3 and DM14, I think. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to move on to 1.23?
Yes, 1.23 covers the green infrastructure. So the outline landscape scheme is shown on the illustrative master plan. The maturation of planting is used to justify the low level of residual significant effects recorded in the LVIA, particularly for the southern site. My review of the proposals against the principles in the Natural England Green Infrastructure Framework concludes that it doesn't represent good practice for green infrastructure and is not a landscape-led scheme. And these proposals conflict with NPPF para 1.35, achieving well-designed places, and SPC adopted local plan policy CP7.
Thank you. And again, you've talked there about policy breaches. In summary, you say strong conditions required to secure appropriate mitigation. Can you move on to rural lanes next, please?
Yes, 1.24. I conclude that the combined scheme would have significant adverse residual effects on the character and amenity of 5 rural lanes. I do not agree with the applicant that effects would be moderated by mitigation. It is an ambitious assertion that planting would create a sylvan character to these roads, which are either routed through development areas, contain primary and secondary access routes into development, or include major transport infrastructure, including new junctions or crossed by the relief road. And the development would conflict with SBC local plan policy DM26.
Thank you. Then woodland, trees and hedges.
The LVIAs identify the beneficial effects of the introduction of new planting by year 15, and I agree that the landscape would have more trees, which would be under management. Despite this, the southern scheme does not comply with the objectives of SBC adopted local plan policy DM29, which relates to avoiding loss or deterioration of irreplaceable habitats, including ancient woodlands, old orchards or hedges, or loss of trees that make a contribution to amenity, historic landscape value of the site or surrounding area.
And then people using rights of way.
People using rights of way. My evidence shows the combined schemes would affect visual receptors, people using numerous rights of way covering at least 13 kilometres. The visual experience of receptors would not be just a change in the view from a specific viewpoint assessed in the LVIA, but a change in the entire visual experience for people as they access and use rights of way on and around the sites. Many rights of way would cross development, go through development, or cross the proposed relief roads. Existing rural rights of way would form linear greenways or run alongside access roads through the new development areas. The LVIAs described the maturing of landscape along the footpaths would screen some parts of development. This is described as a beneficial change from year 1, but does not sufficiently express a change from the open rural baseline with often panoramic countryside views to one that is enclosed and channeled through development, albeit with associated vegetation. Reference is also made in the LVIAs to long views being maintained, for example, along access roads within development, but while arguably long, these would be an entirely different type of view. The proposed development will have long-term significant adverse effects on people using rights of way in and around the site, covering the public rights of way network south and east of Sittingbourne.
Thank you. And then you've mentioned there the policies that tie in with that assessment. Is that correct? So local residents next.
There would be a significant residual effect on local residents at Frognall Lane, along parts of the A2, Dully Road, Doves Cross, Primrose Lane, Highsted, Stockers Hill, Ruins Barn Road, Bexton Lane and parts of Bapchard. The applicant's LVIA for the southern scheme only identifies one long-term significant residual effect for local residents at Bexton Lane who would be within metres of the proposed M2 junction and overbridge. The judgment of no significant offence for other local residents who would be directly affected by the scheme is an unusual conclusion for development of this size and scale. For the northern scheme, the applicants identify significant effects for some residents on the A2 and at Frognall Lane and Frognall Farm, and I agree with this assessment, although I note that the combined scheme would also have greater effects along the A2, for residents along the A2.
Thank you. And then the last two paragraphs, please.
In my opinion, the scheme would not create an accessible and coherent landscape. It is a linear development along a main road which severs coherence and accessibility. It's not located on unconstrained white land and includes areas designated at the national and the local level for their high landscape value. It does not put landscape and environmental improvement as the first step. The combined effect of the proposed developments would result in an almost continuous urban area along main roads extending from the fruit belt landscape at the edge of the Thames estuary and up and into the Kent Downs national landscape. It creates an unusual linear pattern of development from Tenham, with the new development at Tenham West continuing towards Baptard on the A2, and settlement extending several kilometres up the dip slope to the M2, with two major new settlements associated with the new relief road at Oakwood and Highsted, and major commercial and housing development in the immediate setting of the national landscape. It's not consistent with the landscape character, pattern and grain of Swale. It would fill in the gaps and sense of separation between existing settlements and be close to, but entirely unrelated to, Sittingbourne. The combined development would have significant adverse residual effects on landscape and visual receptors over a large geographical area. The scheme conflicts with policies in the MPPF and the SPC adopted local plan. It also does not conform with the aspiration for a landscape-led approach in the Thames Gateway.
Thank you very much. Take a sip of water.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Now, your evidence is taken as read and you're going to be cross-examined, and the inspector can also ask questions she has. So don't feel that you have to repeat your case whenever I ask you a question. That's not necessary. But I want to take you to some matters and really divide the rest of your oral evidence in two. One is the first part is to deal with some kind of high-level matters, and the second part is to deal with some specific impacts. Okay?
Yes.
If we please just turn up your proof. Just to look at the contents, we can see how you've structured it. You've set out the base, the policy, the baseline. You then deal with the northern site. You then deal with the southern site. You've got a section on landscape strategy mitigation, section on combined issues, and then your summary and conclusion. So that's where we'll find things if we need to. I want to start, please, with the question of landscape constraints and opportunities for growth. It's the same place that Ms. Brockhurst starts with. And can we actually just turn up her evidence, please, just to put this in context? So it's CD 37.3.3 is her appendix.
Oh.
37.3.3, and there's a plan at page 8, I think it's LP3.
Yes, I have
Yeah,
that.
and the reason I'm taking you here is because this is, I think, a plan that's based on work that LUC have done. Is that right?
That's right.
Thank you. And we can see the outline of the site there, and then there are these different areas identified with different levels of constraint. And what I want to do is just take you, please, to the origin of that, which is in CD 18. CD 18, and it's 18.29, which is your original report.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, all of us. I'm reading from my notes, but that doesn't mean that I'm actually got the right thing on the screen in front of me. 18.21. 18.29, sorry. It's the Swale Landscape Sensitivity Assessment by LUC 2019. Yeah. That's 29A. Tell me when has it opened yet?
Has everyone else managed to open it?
No.
Yeah.
Pre-download. Yeah.
Should have. Thinks it worked perfectly all right at home. Quick as anything. I think I'll have to download them at some stage. Oh, okay, got it. Thank you.
The next challenge is turning to page 33. It's electronic page 33. It's internal page 28. Yes. Okay, thank you. Now, we can orientate ourselves relatively easily, can't we? Because we know where Sittingbourne is, we know where the A2 is, we know where the M2 is, and we have there on page 33 a plan that refers to overall landscape sensitivity to residential development. And we can see the categorization there. And then on the next page, we have a plan that's overall landscape sensitivity to employment development. Yeah. And I just would like you, please, to help the inspector to contextualize this work, because you were in charge of the work, as I understand it. Is that right?
Yes.
You're nodding. Yes.
Yes.
So just some factual questions, really. What was the purpose of it, first of all?
So it was a Swale district-wide study, and the purpose is set out in chapter 1 of the report. To summarise, it's a landscape sensitivity assessment, a strategic landscape assessment for the land surrounding the main urban areas and larger villages within the borough. I think it goes land out to about 1.5 kilometres, 2 kilometres from the main settlements. And the purpose of the study is to provide a robust and up-to-date evidence base, an assessment to inform the appropriate scale, form and location of future development to minimise harm to landscape and setting of settlements. And it maps the relative sensitivity of different landscapes around the settlements and provides a tool. It doesn't give the answer, but it provides a tool for informing future landscape change.
Okay, and so when we see white land here, what does that mean?
Well, the white land means that it wasn't covered in this study, because this study was particularly about land around settlements.
Thank you. And then what observation do you have about the sensitivity of the Swale area as a whole, first of all?
Well, Swale area as a whole, as we saw yesterday, it is constrained. It has the Thames and the important estuary to the north, and it has the Kent Downs to the south. within that, there are areas of more and less relatively constrained areas of land. I think on this map, you can see very clearly the land that comes down the dip slope, the SE3 and the parcels from there being more highly constrained. That's the darker colours and the darker red colours.
Thank you. And so what observations do you have about the relationship between the location of these schemes and the sensitivity of the landscape, in summary?
In summary, this scheme, as we can see from the outline on Plan LP3, it is largely on an area of high sensitivity, partially on the area of SE3, which is identified as high sensitivity. The assessment used a range of criteria such as topography, sense of remoteness, to define these categories. And then also on SE4, there's a smaller area of moderate around BR1, but for there, when we say it's moderate, we say that's only for a very small amount of residential development in that area. So that, I'm looking at the residential map here.
Yeah.
So I would say this is a highly sensitive area.
You're at 3.1, are you, on page 33?
I'm looking at the residential.
Yeah, that's figure 3.1.
3.1.
So we've got north of the A2 and a little bit south on TM2, we've got the moderate, but the rest of it is red or brown, if that's the
Yes.
colour.
Oh, yes. Sorry, north of the A2, which is the northern side, that's in moderate sensitivity.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Daigan is going to deal with, as I understand it, the context of the PBA reports and that process. Have I got that right?
Yes, I don't cover planning policy.
Thank you. That there has been a reference both in Ms. Brockhurst's evidence and in opening to land proposed for landscape designation. Are you aware of the references?
Yes, I am aware of that reference.
Can you say something about what happened? Can you contextualise that proposal and say what happened to it?
Yes, I think it's important for you to understand this. So there is a diagram which I only became aware of when I read Ms. Brockhurst's evidence, which has, and it came up on the screen yesterday, it's, as part of the PBA, where it has dotted land, which is shown as area proposed for a local landscape designation. Now, this area was proposed by the council, and it's a map that's been around for a long time. I'm not certain of the origin of the maps. We did a local landscape designation study, and we identified areas. Much of that area of proposed land didn't meet the criteria for local landscape designation. However, the landscape sensitivity study, which is a completely different study, the first version of that, and it's the one that's on the council's website, has the dotted proposed local designations included as a baseline. It doesn't affect sensitivity because we didn't include that in our assessment of sensitivity because we'd already agreed that they weren't sensitive areas.
To get to the gist of it.
Yes, sorry.
No, that's all right. Is there a proposal to designate further land that's being taken forward or not?
No, there's no proposal to designate that land.
Thank you.
Although it's shown in that map that there's 18.29A has the correct map in it.
So, sorry, where can we see that says
It's in 18.29. It's a sensitivity assessment.
the one that I'm in already?
Yes.
Yes. So go there first, and then if you can go to the inspector said when she was taking up the documents, not 18.29A. So once you've gone to 18.29, can you go to 29A so we can see?
Is that what 29A?
You want 29 first, I think. Yep.
No, can I just? It will take me a moment to find it.
That's all right. If anyone else has found it, they can say out loud. Mr.
So if we went to figure 1.1 in that map,
Page number?
PDF page 10.
I'm so sorry to be slow. How can we tell, this is a stupid question, if we're in 29 or 29A? Is there an obvious They look very similar.
They probably are. And
File name.
it's just the file name. I
It's
think.
just the file name, so there's no. Okay, sorry.
Yes, so you see that that's a proposed local landscape designation. These were proposed, they were never implemented, and the local landscape designations are the AHLV in the local plan. 1.1, it has, well, in this map it's shown as the hatched area, proposed local landscape designations. Oh, I see.
So it's hatched right to left to right.
Okay, so that covers all.
Yeah.
It's an unfortunate map. It was corrected at the time, but I noticed that it was the original version was still on Swell's website. I noticed that.
So this is the 18.29 document, figure 1.1. There's a in 18.29a there's an equivalent figure, and I think what you're saying is it doesn't have the proposed landscape designation
Yes,
anymore.
they were proposed at one time in the past, but they've never been designated.
Right, and the reason for that is, sorry I'm leading, but I'm trying to unpick what you're saying. The reason for that is because whatever was thought about in the 18.29 map, the proposal wasn't furthered. Yeah, so
Just say, sorry to interrupt. It might just be worth at some point checking that these documents are the right one online, because the one that I think the 1829 and 29A, I'm trying to download. They do seem to be literally identical. The ones I can see, and the 1829A does have on it an identical figure. I'm not taking a point on it because it doesn't matter, but I'm just saying if there is another version that doesn't have that figure on, it might not be the one on the website.
sure. Well, we can sort out the documents. Your evidence is that whatever may have been proposed isn't, and what isn't proposed anymore.
Yes, I haven't uploaded any of those documents, but
I'm not suggesting you have for one moment. I'm just noting it for us to come back to.
So can I just make sure I understand this then? So this figure 1.1 was a proposal by the council to extend the blue area, which is the high landscape value, which is one of the chalk valleys in the site, as I understand it. Is that right?
Well, yes. So,
That you're going
Mr. Hearn, was there ever a proposal by the council, first of all, to do this?
there was it was a map that emerged, and I think it was from public consultation. There was a map that was emerged that these areas need to be reviewed as potential local landscape designations.
Right, okay. So the council, so this map is in your report then, isn't it?
Yes.
You might need to turn your mic back
But
on.
it was never, but you didn't think it was,
No, a study has a separate.
Can you turn your microphone on, please?
Oh, sorry. A separate study has looked at local landscape designations, and some, but not all of these areas were taken forward. However, none of them have been moved forward into policy as part of the local plan. None of the proposals, recommendations.
And is there a live proposal to designate further AHL?
No, we are with the ones, the AHLVs in the local plan.
okay.
Thank you. Next, please, landscape character areas.
Sorry, Can I
Yes.
just-
No, please, it's important.
sorry,
You're-
yeah.
you're straight.
The proposed landscape designation was that it would be an area of high landscape value, is that right? Or didn't it even get that far?
Didn't get that far.
What it was to
It
be
was
called?
a proposal.
For a higher designation
Yeah,
than what it's got.
to be reviewed for designation.
I see. All right, thank you very much.
Okay. Right, next, landscape character areas. Now, if we go to your, we know from your written evidence you've summarised the main areas. I want to turn up a plan that you have. It's on, I think if we start at page 18 of your proof.
Yes. Yes.
I need to get there, so give me a second.
That plan might be easier to look at on my appendix 2 figures, where I've got it at scale.
Okay, appendix 2, even better. That's page 7, I think. Good. Good. So we can see here at a good scale the various landscape character areas. We've got in the core documents the reports setting out their characteristics at length, and you've summarised these also in your main proof of evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What I want to ask you about, please, is the relationship between these character areas and the existing road infrastructure, the A2 in the north and the M2 in the south, please.
So, if we, sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah. There's a theme in the applicant's evidence, particularly when it comes to the southern area, that the M2 is a kind of boundary of some kind, or and so I want to just ask you about what the landscape character assessments tell us about the relationship between landscape character and the existing road infrastructure, please.
Well, I think we can clearly see from this map that in terms of landscape character, landscape is a continuum. I think if we start from the west, area 42, Tunstall Farmwoods, we can see that that extends across to Bexon and flows under the M2. The 40, which is the Dry Valley are a characteristic of the national landscape, and this continues. You can see this very clear as you come down Bottom Pond Road as part of a site visit. The character continues through down the slope towards Sittingbourne. We also see the same with area 38. And if we move to the north, there's slightly more of a boundary to the north because you're dropping from the dip slope down to the marshes. But again, there's a continuum across 29. For example, crosses the A2, and that area there has a very distinct, undulating, chalky character. When I looked at this map, I thought, well, that's strange to have a block just extending north. But when you actually go and walk in the landscape, you can see why that block of yellow block of 29 extends north of the A2 there.
Thank you. And if we can just go back in your proof again on this theme, and can we go to what is on the hard copy, page 14 of your proof? In the electronic copy, it's page 16.
Yes.
Yeah, we've got a map extract 4.3 here.
Yes.
And then we've got your text at 4.8, and it refers to the applicant's LVIA for the northern site, assessing the scheme in relation to the smaller scale landscape sensitivity units, and then you've illustrated that in the extract in relation to SE1. Yeah?
Yes.
Can you just help the inspector, please, with any observations you have about the northern scheme in relation to this smaller package of units, SE1, and
Yes.
there's a bit of TM2 as well.
Yes, the main one is SE1, and then you'd have to go back to the landscape sensitivity assessment, which shows the criteria we've used to assess this and why we've drawn the conclusions. So SE1 is identified as moderate sensitivity to development. But Yes, that's 18.29, and is the CD reference,
Yeah.
and
Page.
PDF page is 38. It's in the appendix A1.4.
Thank you.
The conclusions, overall we say it's moderate. We go through a criteria assessment to get to that judgment, so it's very clear how it's laid out. But conclusions say spatial variations in sensitivity within this area. And the area south of the railway, which is the area within our site, around Tong, has higher sensitivity due to its smaller scale, higher scenic quality and greater prevalence of valued historic and natural features. So this is the area within the north site that is the route of the Northern Relief Road. We include guidance that suggests any new development should follow a landscape-led approach, conserve and enhance rural qualities of the rural lane, including Hempstead Lane, maintain the rural approach to Citizenbourne, and the undeveloped gap.
Thank you. Just again, staying with this theme, if we go on further in your proof.
Sorry, I didn't mention TM2. Did
Yeah,
I?
go on then.
TM2, which is page 174 of 18.29, PDF page 174. And this is the part of the northern scheme, which is north of the A2. And the guidance here says it's moderate sensitivity, but it has a role as a rural setting to Tenham, maintaining distinction from Sittingbourne. Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
what I want to say. Guidance is to maintain the sense of Tenham as a distinct rural village and avoid extensive linear development along the A2.
That's mainly, isn't that the area that's already been, that sort of curved area,
Yes,
part that's
this
been
part
developed
there,
as an
yeah.
access into the
Yes,
next door site?
yes.
Okay, and then if we move on, still staying with this theme of particular characteristics and areas, if we go on to 416 to 420 in your proof, you deal with the character of the southern site.
Yes.
And there's this term that comes up a lot in this case of dry valleys and dip slopes. And I wonder, can you take the inspector to some material that can just illustrate or demonstrate what's meant when we talk about it?
Yes. There was a really good map that was put on the screen yesterday, but if we went to, it's in the applicant's figures, which is CD 9.2.27, and it's a map of the topography.
That's the Southern Environmental Statement.
Sorry, it's a Southern Environmental Statement figures.
Yeah, just slow down because we all need to get there.
9.2.
Point 27.
So that's Environmental Statement Volume 2,
Yep.
Appendix 10.14. 9.2.27, Environmental Statement Volume 2, Appendix 10.14.
Yep.
It's PDF page 6.
PDF page 6. It's the brown contour map.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Now just what I'd like you to do, please, using this map then, is just explain to the inspector the key valley areas, the dip slope, those large-scale landscape features that come up time and time again in the evidence, please.
Yes. So the dip slope and dry valleys, these are geographers' terms. They relate to chalk landscapes.
Slow down a little bit, because
Sorry.
that's all right. I know it's your passion, but the rest of us need to
Okay.
take notes and so on.
Yes, there's something I talk about every day, so I just... Right. Kent Downs has a very steep escarpment which runs east-west to the south, and that's the boundary to the south. Steep escarpment, And then you have a plateau area at the top. I'll have to try and show it. And then you've got a plateau and a long, gentle slope.
Do you want to hold up the map plan and just show it?
Well, it hasn't got that bit on, but the escarpment's down here.
Yep.
Down, I mean, but you've got a long, gentle, you've got a plateau, you've got a long, gentle slope, quite high, and it dips down. That's why it's called the dip slope. So what you see, and I mean, I can hold up this plan. What you see here, the darker land, is higher land going to the lighter land, which is the lower land, and you've got the plateau and dip slope here, which is within the Kent Downs AONB, and you've got the land dropping away. You've got dropping away towards the coastal, towards the marshes, the Swale estuary and the Thames estuary. So that's the configuration of the sort of scarp and dip slope, and the dip slope that we always refer to. So this sits on the dip slope. I think what you can, so the chalk's porous and it's cut by dry valleys. They're dry because the water isn't always there. They're ephemeral water courses. And there's a really good example on this map, and you can see it very clearly visually, which is the lighter land that comes in, cuts through the dark land within the OMB, continues down, it crosses under the motorway. As I said, that's at Bottom Pond Road. It continues around, wrapping around the science park, and remains a distinctive feature as it goes on towards Sittingbourne. There's a sub branch of that dip slope that comes around to the west of the science park.
Thank you. And there's a photograph in your, we don't need to turn it up, but there's a photograph in your evidence of the motorway bridge crossing over. Yes. And that's what we can see there on the eastern side, can't we?
So that's the main dry valley. Also, it's quite interesting that in LCA 29, to turn back to the other map, but we've also got another, it talks about having a rolling landscape and subsidiary smaller dry valleys, and you can see a good example on this map. It shows really nicely on the topography running through the area under the bold heading north. You've got a white bit of land there, and you can see where that drops down. It doesn't extend up to the AONB, but it's the same type of landscape. It's the same landscape feature.
Thank you. Can we go back to your proof again, please? And we were in 4.16 to 4.20, and one of the things you mention in relation to LCA 40 and 42 and the national landscape are long views, remoteness and sense of isolation. You've got in your appendices, and I'm referring to figures 4 and 5, which is on PDF pages 9 and 11. Perhaps we can turn that up. You've got some plans with viewpoints on, so...
Yes.
There's a series of plans. PDF page 9's figure 2, which has various features on it in relation to the site. Page 10 has footpaths, and then page 11 has viewpoints.
These
Yes?
are my figures 4 and 5 you're referring
Yeah,
to.
exactly.
Yep.
And the inspector said yesterday that there'd be plenty of opportunity for her to visit the site and so on. So I just want you, please, can you help her by just identifying some places she might go to experience what you refer to as these long views, sense of isolation and so on?
Yes, I will. I will take the first one, which if you were on the A2, I don't know if you have an OS map to hand, but it's... So I'll start in the north here. So I'll start at Bapchild, just east of Sittingbourne. And there's two roads. There's Church Street, which is on the western side of Bapchild, and Pantenny Lane, which is on the eastern side. So if you went up those roads, and then there's Church Street on the other side of Baptard. So both of those roads come up from the A2. It's quite a developed area, and then you come round and you come onto Church Street, which takes us up to Rodmersham and Rodmersham Green. I would start there. There isn't a viewpoint I can directly refer you to. Yeah. I say that's a place where you would be.
Unfortunately, there are a lot of orchards, and unless you get looking down a line, you can't.
I would say if you stopped before the orchards, before you get to the orchards around Ashgore's house, you get a real sense of a long rural view coming back down the dip slope where down there there's a smaller dry valley where Little Dully and Dully Road is. You get the sense of that long view. You can also look up towards there's woodland at Scuttington Manor. You can see that on the horizon. You just get a sense of a long views, rural countryside, and I think viewpoint 15, if we wanted to look at that now, in the assessment, gives us an idea of those views, which is just a bit further to the south of that point, just further to the south, near Rodmersham House.
Right.
That's in the southern?
That's in the southern.
Yes, we've got two sets of viewpoints, haven't we, on Figure 5 that there's a purple set of numbers and there's a kind of khaki set of numbers. So can we just be clear where you're referring to when?
Oh, sorry, it's viewpoint 15 for the southern site.
Which from ZR199?
Yes, that's it.
I mean, I have to say that trying to work out where the viewpoints are taken from on the maps was really quite tricky, because there's so much information on those maps, and the scale is so small that it would have been helpful to have a plan without all that stuff on, just showing where the viewpoints were. But anyway, I did actually ask and was directed just to the map I'd already. I'm perfectly aware what I had, but it wasn't very easy for me to see. But anyway, never mind.
Well, I was going to say, I mean,
Well, I did ask.
that is something that I didn't know that you'd asked, but there's no difficulty, obviously, in preparing a map exactly like the thing that you've just said.
I mean, if you, the one that actually is provided
just to check which
I think you'll find, is it this one? In figure 10.7.
Yeah.
And if you look at that, the visualisations are okay, just about, although it doesn't show where they're
Figure 10.7, yeah.
But I mean, if you can pick out where those, without a microscope, you've got better.
Well, we could produce a sort of blown up and simplified. I mean, does it need all the topo lines on as well? Because that makes it quite difficult.
Well, I don't even know what those dark wormy things are. What are
they?
they?
Oh, apparently it's the extent of the study area. I mean, we could obviously produce a much simpler plan than that, without the topo lines and without all the other lines. And
I mean, I've been to some of the viewpoints, but I can't say I've been to all of them.
No. Well, would that sounds like that might actually help?
Yes,
all right,
please.
then we'll do it.
Thank you very much.
I did find that difficult, so I did reproduce a map with the rights of way on
your
Figure
map,
5 to try
I used that.
orientate
Quite useful.
to the views, although this has got the north and the south on, so it'd probably be better to separate that as two separate maps if it was going to be used on site.
I've sort of written on my plan now, so I think I've identified most of the rights of way, I think, on the plan this plan that the applicants and the council came up with. Sorry, I'm interrupting you, but...
No, the whole purpose of us being here is for you.
Indeed.
Interrupt me.
Well, it's just a bit my way, sorry. So yes, where the viewpoints are will be handy.
We'll do that, absolutely.
And if it could have the footpaths a bit more clearly shown on there,
Okay.
it's also helpful. Thank you. Anyway.
That's all right. So your task, Mr. Hearn, was just to identify some viewpoints.
Yes, I've done. So I said 1.
15, you said?
Yes, the viewpoint is 15, but I wouldn't just rely on the viewpoints. I'd just travel up Church Street up towards Ashton Gores and look out from there, as well as the viewpoints in the assessment, because you get a good view just from that road, the change from the A2. 15 is the nearest viewpoint in the assessment to that.
So walking up Church Street,
Yes.
you saying?
Yes, before you get to the orchards, which are part of the character of the area, but perhaps you don't
Okay.
necessarily see the long views through them.
Okay.
So that's my first one. My second one is, yes, let's stay to the south. It's if you take the footpath, which is ZR199, and there's viewpoints 36, 35 and 34 at that point.
199. Right, so that... did I go on that one?
So ZR, that runs between Rodmersham and Linstead, I think it is. It's a footpath that runs
So
across.
between Dolly Road and
Yes.
Church Street, Church Road, Church Street. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
So it's outside the site.
It's
apart from-
outside the site and on the boundaries of the site, but I
Yeah.
think it's a good one because it's out. I think it's good because it's outside the site. There's a good visualisation to look at, which is Vis 02, which is in CD 9.2.30. I don't know whether we need to turn that up now, but it's a good example to walk along that footpath. You get a real sense of the rural landscape. You get a sense of, you can see the landscape rising up behind you, as I said, as part of the dip slope. And then I talked about that smaller dry valley that cuts through LCA 29. This is probably just at the top of that dry valley, so you can see that extending away to you, that dip in the landscape extending away to you to the north.
Okay.
Another place I've looked at that, if you don't like walking across all the footpaths, is you've got Green Lane between Woodmersham and Green up to Hill Farm, and it goes across to Dully Lane, and that's quite a way outside of the site, or quite a way. It's
Sorry, from Rodmersh and Green.
Yeah, Green Lane, and it goes across to Hill Farm, to Dully Lane.
Prefer the footpaths.
Sorry?
I prefer the footpaths. Some of the lanes are quite difficult to
Yes.
walk along.
It's, yes, I think we'll stick to
Hardly.
199. It's just driving that, you also get, although you're outside the site, you get the sense of, you can see where the site would begin, you get the sense of that landscape dropping away to you, a very rural landscape.
Okay.
I've got another one which is looking at, go to Highsted Village, and you've got ZR 159 as you come out of Highsted Village.
Hold on. 159. Oh, yes. Yeah, I've been right across that.
Yes. So then
Done that one.
good long views, and then coming into on the top, which is quite characteristic of the dry valleys, long open views within them. Get to the top, you get woodland blocks. So that's woodland along the valley crests there.
Yes.
You've asked about remoteness as well. Shall I give?
Yeah, just the aim of my questions is to leave the inspector with the information she needs, so when she goes on the site, she can test and see whether
Yes.
she agrees with what you're saying.
Well, so I think you said you've already done this, but you come down from Bexon Lane, you drop down into the dry valley, you
Yeah.
follow it along Bottom Pond Road. You can see that continuity with
Yeah.
the national landscape and the sense of the dry valley continuing.
Yeah.
I thought this is quite, I found this quite a surprising one, which is ZU30 as you come out from
30.
Sittingbourne.
Are we going? We're not Bottom Pond Road anymore.
Oh, sorry, no, I've moved on quite
We've
quickly.
moved on, right? Yes. So where are we now?
So it's ZU31 and ZU30. So if you move up to Sittingbourne, it's
Yeah.
Swantree Avenue.
You're on figure
Um,
4.
yes, Swantree Avenue.
Second T of Sittingbourne.
Oh, yeah, ZU30, I've got that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, haven't done that one.
I think that's a very interesting footpath, and I think we have to recognise that there's an area of committed development there off Swantree Avenue that has gone through on an appeal, which is in the area of high landscape value. But as you come out from that footpath, you get the sense of the very quick transition from Sittingbourne into a very rural landscape, and the importance of the valley as it is in providing that rural character and separation, which is it's a good one to walk down. You go up to Oast Cottages, and then you can come back down to Rodmersham on there, but then you get a real sense of the valley, and then moving out of the valley again.
So that goes down to Highsted Road, doesn't it?
Actually, it goes from Oast Cottages down to Church Street. Is the one where I'm
not
thinking.
ZU30 then.
Oh, ZU30, and sorry, I think a better one is ZU31.
Is that the one that goes south,
Cuts
southeast?
across,
Slightly?
yes, southeast.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then that joins up with ZR209, doesn't
yes. But that's ZU31. You get some really good long open views up and down the valley as you come down that area.
it? Okay.
I think with the fact that there's committed development on the first bit of that footpath, to me, it seems it's even more important to maintain what we've got left there. So when you asked about remoteness, I just wanted to point out that you don't have to have access to have a sense of remoteness. There won't always be footpaths going through that you can experience it. And there's quite a few areas, just by looking at the map, where you can't access this landscape. I haven't been to those parts of the landscape, but one example where you don't have access is Broad Oak Road at the Kent Science Park. I think a good, if you looked at the science park on the map and looked at the location of the main junction there,
You can walk along that road.
you can walk along that road, and I think the views down towards Highsted Farmhouse, there isn't access there, but you can see the sense of that valley as you go between the quarries and Highsted Wood. That's
Broadstead Road doesn't go up to the quarries though, does it?
no, but the view from Broad Oak Road,
Right.
you get a view down the valley from
I see.
that point. It was making the point that there are places where there is a sense of remoteness, but you don't have to have a public right of way, or you don't have to. There'll be places you can't get to, where where there will be a sense of remoteness will still exist.
If you can't get to them, I don't understand how you can experience them.
Well, remoteness still exists as part
Yeah, it does
of the
exist,
character.
but how can you experience it if you can't get to it?
No, but that's true. But it's a sense of remoteness is still there, and you don't need to have an experience of it from a right of way to understand that the sense of remoteness is within these areas. So I think my question was to point out places where you can experience remoteness, but I can't point out all those areas because we can't access them.
Do you mean that you can see the remote areas even if you can't be in the remote areas?
No, I don't mean that. I mean there are places in this landscape where we can't experience because there's not a public access to them. And I was just trying to point out that's an example from Broad Oak Road. You can see down that valley, but there's no access into the valley from that point. As an example.
And while we're on this, if we're still in your appendices, if we just go back to electronic page 8, which is figure 2.
Yes.
Sorry. areas of great high landscape value.
Yes, we can see the location of the AHLV there. And for your note, Mum, that there are references to this and its qualities at paragraph 4.22 of your main proof. I'm going to ask you to turn that up and maybe talk about panoramas and views, sunken lanes and so on. Before we move on, are there any other places that you'd like to identify for the inspector or viewpoints which are specific to the AHLV that you haven't already mentioned?
No.
Thank you. All right. Next high-level point, please. Can we go back to your evidence, the main proof? Paper page 48, electronic page 60. Okay, and here at paragraph 615, you give an overview of your criticisms or the issues you take with the assessment of the southern scheme. There are 8 points that you make, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to ask you about one of these, which is point 5, overemphasis on localised effects.
Yes.
Can you take the inspector to just say one example so that she can see what you mean in the assessment material?
I think yours.
Oh, I need to turn my microphone on. Goodness gracious. I'll turn it off now because Sorry.
You can keep it on if you want to, as long as you don't.
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Yes, the point I was making here is that just because a smaller area of something is affected doesn't mean it doesn't matter. And I can't think of really very few developments that could affect a whole national landscape or even a whole character area. And I think the clarifications, which is our document 18.3, make some good points on that.
Do we need to turn that out? Is there a reference you'd like to give?
Yes, it's 18.3 and it's point 3.3.
Okay, just
Hold on.
slow down.
Sorry.
CD 18.
CD
18.3.
18.3. So this is the Landscape Institute's notes and clarifications on Glivia 3.
Hold on. Whereabouts in this?
I think it's 3.3, but I need to find it now. Sorry. I just need to... it's the point about geographic extent.
If you go to printed page 7 or electronic page 9, there's there are two 3.3s there, but the second one has the words geographical extent. I don't know if that's the place you...
Oh, yes, sorry. It was 3. I thought it was 3.3. And there it says the bottom part of this paragraph is when taken into account geographic extent and duration, care should be taken to ensure that resulting magnitude of effect judgment is not understated. The focus should be on what would be affected and where, and not restricted to the proportion of the landscape character area or designated area affected.
Thank you.
To take you to one example, I think it would be good to go, because we've covered it already, to go to the area of high landscape value.
Where are you looking?
I'm just going to find that for you.
Yeah, but what in?
Oh, sorry. I'm looking at my
Proof?
of evidence, and I'm looking at my printed page 61, paragraph 6.50.
Okay.
Printed page.
61. And I think it would also be useful to look at the applicant's table. Can I just spend a moment finding the applicant's table?
This is Mrs. Brockenhurst's proof.
So it's the assessment table, which is 9.2.26.
Oh, is that the?
So this is in the
Yes, yes.
Southern Environmental Statement.
Yeah.
Actually, we won't go to that because there's multiple tables that we'd need to look at.
Okay.
It would be more difficult to find.
That's all right. Well, so if the inspector, and it may be that in cross-examination one or other party goes there, but the kind of base material for this is in the environmental statement assessment tables, isn't it? But you've helpfully summarised your differences
Yes.
in your proof there, paper page 61.
So I think this is, I mean, this happens for all of the character areas, and for, I've chosen this as it's the area of high landscape value, and it says that despite the fact that there's commercial development, there's large areas of residential development, there's a road, it says that there'll be areas which are not affected between those areas, and therefore there is no effect. Although there's a higher effect, we recognise that there's a major substantial effect in construction and at operation, which to me suggests there's quite a lot of things going on within that area. And they will still be there by year 15. The housing, the commercial development, the road will still be there. The only thing that will have changed is more trees and mitigation. But then when we look at year 15, and that's in my table, the effect reduces, the magnitude of effect reduces right down to low to negligible.
That's in the applicant's ES and assessment.
In the applicant's ES, and the effect becomes slight, adverse to negligible. But the things that are happening within the AHLV, the developments that are happening at different points within it, are still there. So the AHLV still has those changes within it. And I think so to say, and then again, I haven't got the point. I need to go to if we went to the tables, we'd see it says that the main parts of it remain unchanged, I think is what the wording is. Therefore, there is no effect on that dry valley AHLV. And my point is, if you're affecting key qualities, values and character and the reasons for designation, however small a part of an area that is, even though it might be a relatively small geographic area, if you are affecting those things, you affect the whole.
Thank you. And in respect to the AHLV, would you characterise the area as a relatively small area of the AHLV?
Oh, yes, in that it's a slightly larger area for that, but I think a better area perhaps is we took something like, area 29. I mean, still got substantial housing in, but then it says the bigger character area. I'll take you to the point in the.
I suppose the national landscape is another one, isn't it?
The national landscape. I didn't want to take it away
right.
from my colleague Katie.
I think we've got the point, and it will be explored, no doubt, by.
Yes.
Okay.
I think if we look at any of the character areas, and the natural landscape, you can see that point that it's a relatively small part of a bigger area.
Thank you. Good. I'm just looking at the time. I'm aware that I gave an estimate of about 90 minutes, which
I
I'm...
don't believe estimates.
Well, I make the mistake of believing them and then getting a
Constantly
little bit irritated
disappointed.
with myself or other people when I don't meet them. So those are the high-level points. I do have some specific,
How long do you think you...
probably about another half hour. So I was wondering if you wanted to take a
I
break.
think we will take a
Are you
break.
going to believe that estimate, though? Half hour.
Probably,
not.
probably about.
About.
If you're moving on to a different subject or a different sort of part of the evidence, I think we'll have a break now then.
Yeah.
So we will have a break for 20 minutes and we will come back at 11:15. Thank you very much.
It's all right.
Mr. Ahern, you know you can't talk to your... I'd rather you didn't talk to your team while you're giving evidence, yeah? Okay, thank you. Everybody? So it's now 11:15, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. And if you'd like to carry on, Mr. Pereira, thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to move on now to some matters of detail. Okay. Let's turn my microphone on. Bearing in mind, of course, that things are set out in your written evidence, but I want to dip into certain matters. One of the things that you speak about in your proof is that there isn't in the applicant's assessment, in your view, a full recognition of the scale of the engineering requirements for the relief road. For example, in the southern scheme, you make this point at 6.15.8. That's paper page 49. Electronic page 51. Just taking that as a reference. And so what I'd like to do, please, through you, is just help the inspector understand what it is you're referring to when you talk about acknowledging the full extent of the engineering.
Okay, sorry, the point in my proof is
Yeah.
page, could you just remind me of that again?
Yeah, it's just one reference is at 6.15.8.
Okay. Well, what I would like to do here is just run through the transport assessment and look at the landscape impacts as we follow the route. That would be helpful.
Yeah. I think it's for the southern scheme, it's CD 7.31.6, is it, the engineering?
Well, I am starting with CD 11.8.
Okay.
And I have another one, which is the 1.19.6.
Okay, so let's write some references down, and then you take us. So you've got CD
11.8 is where I'm going to start with.
11.8.
Can I put away the landscape sensitivity
Yes.
Yes.
assessment and the other things we've got open before we break? Can free up some. Okay, just a minute. Right. So 11.8 is the first one we're going to.
Yeah, CD 11.8, CD 7.31.6.
Okay, just a minute.
Are we starting at 11.8 though?
No, we're starting at CD 7.31.6 and
Okay.
then
Hold on then.
flipping towards them.
Which one are we starting? 7.31.6.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is Transport Assessment Volume 6, Highways Infrastructure.
Yep.
So I'm going to start on PDF page 44.
Are you there, madam?
Yeah, it's pretty small, isn't it? I think I might have to enlarge that. Just a minute. Sorry, bear with me. Right, page 44, did you say?
Yes, that's the overview of the southern scheme. We can come on to the northern one next afterwards.
Okay. Oh. Hold on.
I can see my time estimate's going to be
Yeah, probably
out
wasn't my
straight
fault,
away. No, it's
but
not your fault. These things do
don't
take
worry
time.
about that. Let's just make sure we get the documents. 44.
Electronic 44. It's the overview route of the
Is it a plan?
Southern Relief Road. Yes.
Oh, right. Now, hang on a minute. To reduce the size of it now. Sorry. Okay.
I wonder if in due course, Mum, there might be certain documents or things that you want printed.
I might be a bit quicker.
One doesn't know until one
Well,
explores
the trouble
them.
is, it's sort of, we go from one to another, don't we? So, right, anyway, I'm there.
So you've got the overview map of the southern scheme.
Yep.
So I am a landscape planner. I'm not going to talk about a highways infrastructure. Well, I'm going to talk about highways infrastructure. I'm going to talk about it. The things that I would look for if I was assessing impact. So obviously I've done a lot of work on infrastructure schemes such as HS2, such as other rail routes. And so I just want to point out the things that I would need to take into account if I was assessing the impacts. So on this scheme here, this just gives an overview of the scheme. I think just the things to point out here is the road, it connects onto the A2 to the north and the Northern Relief Road, and it connects to the M2 in the south at the new junctions, and they're the starting points for the scheme, and then it has to get past and provide access to the Kent Science Park. So we have the other main junction at that point. So that's just an overview of the scheme, and I would say that it is a road-led scheme because the road comes first, those 3 points comes first, and then everything is dictated around it. I would go on to the next page, which is page 45 of that document, which I'm going to just start at the north, do a journey along the road to the south.
We're starting on the south because this
Sorry,
page 45 is.
sorry, I'm starting on the south.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just
Yes.
clarifying. Page 45 is the junction, and you were going to take us to 11.8.
Yes.
People don't need to turn up 11.8, but 11.8 has a diagram of the junction as now proposed, and it's missing that kind of what looks like a bird's head with a little beak to the north of the to the north of the M2. That
Yes.
junction isn't there anymore, is it?
Yeah, I was just going to point out that this has this page 45. This has been superseded, and I will talk to the correct version of the scheme, which is CD 11.8. PDF pages 38 and 39. Just as you say, the main difference is that little new roundabout to the north has been.
Will you just bear with me then? 'Cause I need to get the other plan out, don't I? Do I? 11.8.
Can you give your evidence by reference to where we are in CD 7.31?
I can.
If we just bear in mind that northern element's not there anymore.
We just bear in mind that the little mini roundabout and the slip road to the north of the scheme isn't there. I can talk to this plan.
Just tell me, sorry, so I've got it for my reference, which page on 11.8 I'm meant to be looking at?
38 and 39. That's the new design for that junction.
But you don't need me to turn it up at the moment, right? Okay, fine.
So what I'd like you to give to the inspector, please, is the essence of the scale of the works that you say should inform her assessment. That's
Yes.
okay.
Okay, I shall do that. So if we look at this plan, and I will talk to the plan that you're looking at rather than the revised plan, if we start to the...
Well, do you think we could go to the revised plan?
We can go to the
Okay.
revised plan.
I think it's
Yes.
really easier that we
Okay, let's do
talk
that.
to the right one, isn't it? So we're going to 11.8, page 38.
That's right.
I've got that now.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, yes, I see. I've got page 38 here. Okay.
So this is the applicant's response to the National Highways update, so it's the revised junction.
So this is the one that's current,
Yes,
right?
I understand this is the one that counts. So we'll start at the west. The first thing to note is Ruins Barn Road, which is a rural lane. That is relocated, and the diagram shows that it is on an embankment here. We have slip roads that come off on the south side of the existing M2 that come to this new junction, and the overbridge. Now, the drawings here suggest that this, well, first thing to point is you can see Bexon Lane to the south, and you can see the junction, and you can see how very close it is to the Bexon Lane, which will limit the amount of mitigation planting you need to do. I know we were told yesterday that the slip roads aren't elevated, but you will have to go on slip roads. You will have to move up from the existing M2, which is in Cutting. You will have to move up and over to get onto the overbridge. So the points I just want to take is it is a large piece of infrastructure here. The land will need to be raised up over the motorway, and it's a big piece of engineering work that we need to consider the impacts of. And just to you can see to the east, there's a right-of-way. It's marked public right-of-way, Kent County Council, ZR185, that goes through here. So obviously that is going to be moved because it'll be moved. I think that it's unspecified where it will be moved to. I think it says in the LVIA, well, not I think, I know it says in the LVIA that impacts at year 15, they won't be present because the right-of-way isn't present anymore. But, I think the fact that the right-of-way is stopped up and people have to access a new route, that's a point to take into account. So shall we go back? We're going to move to the north. Shall we go back to our CD 7.31.6, which...
Okay, you'll need...
The first one.
Yes, because this is the only exception. This diagram is the only exception.
Okay, got that. Where are we going now?
Page 46 would be a good place to start here. So this is the next...
This is electronic page 46. And this takes us to...
PDF page 46, I have it as well.
Yeah, PDF page 46. This takes us to one of the junctions, the one just south of the science park, or on the southern edge of the science park. Is that right?
So page 46, yes.
Page 46, it's sheet 2 in the top right-hand corner. Yeah.
So we'll travel briefly through all these sheets. So we're on sheet 2 here.
Where does it say sheet?
Top right-hand
corner.
General arrangement, sheet 2 of 8.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
You can see in the top right-hand corner the sheet plan kind of mapping out the route of the...
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So this is a new junction. It's just to the south of the Kent Science Park. Key things here is you can see hatched in green. That's the ancient woodlands. That's Bexwood. And you can see that the scheme snips the edge of the ancient woodland at this point. Again, I would say that's not a landscape scheme. Well, loss of ancient woodlands is irreversible.
So how far does that go then, that bit of ancient woodland? Because it doesn't show, it just shows, looks as if it goes around the outside of it.
It's the hatched green striped areas.
Yeah, but you said it snipped it.
The road snips it to the south, the corner of the south, the road.
So where could I find where the ancient woodland was before the road?
Oh, that is it. That is the road.
It doesn't change it then, does it?
Well, the environmental assessment says that it takes off the small part of that woodland. Okay. I assume it's in the construction of those carriageways, which again I wanted to point out in the LVIA, where we see the road, we just see it as a line, a narrow green line on the map. And actually, it's a big piece of infrastructure, and we could look at any of the sections, and we could just take GG, which you can see, which is the top section there. You can see the contours that the road is raised up to the west, at least 5 metres above the...
Just a moment, sorry.
So,
I'm sorry, but it's such... I'm just having to enlarge it to see it. Right. Okay, so GG is up there, and is that? Yeah. Okay, got that. Carry on, sorry. Yep.
Yes, just to point out that it is a large scheme. You can see from that it's raised up. You can see from the shading and the contours on the map that it's on an embankment at this point. It's at least 5 metres above the ground level, looking at section GG. And the top of the width is at least 7 metres wide. So you can see it's dual carriageway at this point.
Sorry, so you've got 7.3 metres on one side, 2 lanes, 7.3 in the other, and 5, just over 5 for the central reservation. Is that right?
Yes, yes. It's quite difficult to read these, but I don't want to give the exact number because I just want to point out that it's a wide
Sure.
scheme and it's high and it's elevated, and these are all things that need to be taken into account when you're looking at landscape impacts. We move to the next page, 47, which is number 3.
And this is the junction just to the north of the science
It's
park.
the north of the science park. And in fact, Broad Oak Road, that was the point that I was saying you could look down the valley at this point. And it's quite an intact valley view. So this is the major junction at this point.
And Broad Oak Road we can see running into the new junction.
Yeah, Broad Oak Road, it's labelled on the diagram on the left-hand side, and you can see that the Broad Oak Road is overtaken by this junction. The junction sits on top of that existing Broad Oak Road. We heard again, I would point to the sections. You can see, you can just see by the sections the amount of raising up and embankments and the width of the carriageway of the road. We heard a lot yesterday that this was a green bridge, and I can't.
Just on the green bridge, what is the green bridge? There's a whole junction here. What's the green?
Well, I think the whole junction is shown as a green bridge with trees on it, but I think it's one of the carriageways across. It's not entirely clear which is the green bridge, but I've seen the pictures of which the whole junction has got trees on it. We've got a number of core documents on green bridges from Landscape Institute, and 18.25 is Scotney Castle. So LUC produced the green bridge at Scotney Castle, Lamberhurst A21. LUC is my company. We did the design for that. We did the creation of that scheme. That was one that was given us on a slide yesterday. And I would say that it has very different to this. It was a green bridge for a specific purpose. It was to reinstate a historic route into the National Trust property. We worked with National Trust and the Highway Agency to do something specific. And it's been very successful. But to me, this green bridge is it's for people, it's for wildlife, it's for vehicles, it's everything. So I think, and what does it connect in terms of green bridge? It connects an arable field and the Kent Science Park. It's not, to me, this isn't a green bridge. It's a bridge with trees on. I can see from the diagrams I've seen, people would have to cross the green bridge. They would have to get onto these loops and carriageways to go across it.
So just
the one you were talking about, is there a picture of that one?
Yes, it's CD 18.25, that's Scotney Castle.
Okay, I'll just make the reference, that's all. Thank you.
and again we can see here the carriageways raised, and then there's
Yes.
part of the junction going underneath, and the embankments and so on. And as we had previously, we've got sections showing the
I wasn't going to point out every single section, but
That's
just
all right.
to make the general point that you can see that from the diagrams that they are.
That's fine. But
Right.
while we're here, we need to just help the inspector with what,
Yes.
what the information is on the plan.
So where's the section taken from? This section?
Well, there's a section.
There's HH, which is just south of the
I can't.
main bit of the junction.
So I can't actually read it when it's printed now, where the
I
HH
think you are going to
is.
need these things printed out, aren't you, on a readable format, because, yes.
Yes, section HH, which is to the south. Sorry, I can't read the section to the. There's another section to the north of the junction.
The green, is that the green of the sections? Oh no, they're not. I'm not, sorry. Oh, I see, there's a section there. Right here. And then the other one. Don't know where that is. Oh yes, maybe it's there. Okay.
So, yes, my point, if you're going to do a green bridge, you need to think about who it's for, what it's for, and design accordingly. You can't just put trees onto a carriageway and say it's a green bridge. So I think this needs more thinking about as a green bridge. I wanted to move on to the next one, which is page 48, which is number 4.
So this is the next junction along
Yes.
after we've left the science park,
Just the Highsted.
near
Valley.
Highsted, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just a minute.
Have you got that?
Well,
One.
I'm just trying to get it all on one page. Difficulty, but anyway. Yeah, I think I've got that. I mean, I've got that. Are you focusing in on the junction?
Well, I was just going to one point to the west, as you can see that the road. We have Highsted Quarries, which is a local wildlife trust site to the north. We have Highsted Wood, which is an ancient woodland to the south. And then we have Cromer's Wood, not on this diagram. And so that is a really important green infrastructure, green link between those. So the road severs this link between Highsted Quarries and Highsted Wood at this point. But I will talk more. I will mainly talk about the junction. This is in the heart of the Dry Valley, as in fact was the last junction. You can see major scheme, lots of slip roads to get you from existing roads at Stockers Hill and Cromer's Road to get you up and onto the junction. We've got at least 4 lanes of traffic from what I can see here. We've got a sustainable movement corridor which is in addition and seems to flow underneath the junction. We also have the Dry Valley flow paths, which were mentioned yesterday, and to maintain those, the road here is elevated by 4 metres above ground level. And I'd also refer perhaps to the visualisations for this. They're set out in my appendix, but visualisations for Viewpoint 18. And I don't think the visualisations really recognise the extent of landscape change that happens at this location.
Which visualisation are we looking at?
It's I'll have to get it up. It's
Oh, I see. Yes, 2.
it's Viewpoint 18.
2, is it? Junction of Highsted Road
Yes.
and Stockers Hill. Yeah.
Yes. So if you can see, you have just a thin green line running along at construction year 1. And then when you get to year 15, well, you can't see anything because it's all trees at that point. But I think it is our responsibility to understand the extent of change and reflect those in our conclusions.
Sorry, I can't see where the viewpoint at year 15 is.
It's Viz 3 actually, Viewpoint 18.
Oh, it's not on there then. Not on this, on your appendices.
But
Oh.
are you going to? So let's go to my appendices. I was looking at the applicants. Viz.
Well, I don't mind. We'll look at whatever you.
Have you got the applicants? It's at CD.
Yeah, I've got that.
2.13. This is better actually because they're a bigger scale.
So which one is it? Visualisation.
Visualisation 3 and it's Viewpoint 18.
Gold angle.
Visualisation 3.
What's the reference?
Oh, I see, yeah. So, okay, so we're looking at the ones that look as if the big blocks.
Well, that's year 15, so
Page.
we won't see it because of the blocks of trees in
So is that meant to be trees, the big
Yes.
blocks? Right, okay.
And then if you look at the year 1,
Yes, that's the one above, is it?
yes,
I
the one
don't have
above
page
should be
13
as
in my
it is
9.2.
now. Actually, I didn't print out the year 1, but I can remember it very clearly.
Hang on a minute.
It's got the green line running across where the house was.
Oh, the house goes.
The house goes, and you've got a thin green line
Oh, yes, I see that.
indicating the route of the road at that point.
Right.
I just wanted to be aware by showing this line, I wanted us to be aware of what that green line represents in reality, the height, extent, width, and the amount of change. Sorry, my microphone's gone off.
Oh, I see. So in fact, that all that bit of green below the green line, that's all embankment, is it?
Well, I
Year 1.
assume, but it's not very it's not clear, and I don't think it's been. My opinion is it hasn't been fully reflected in the assessments at that point.
What do you mean? You mean it's not?
Well, I don't think the scale of the scheme and the impacts of the scheme have been reflected.
I see.
I think
What at year 1? You mean?
at year 1 and at year 15. Year 15 is another point about the extent that the trees will screen everything.
Well, they will if they look like that, I think, won't they? I mean, they're enormous.
I mean, there's another point we can come to about whether it's appropriate when you've got a valley which is recognised for its topography and its views down the valley and its distinctiveness, openness, and trees along the tops, whether it's right to have so much screening filling up inside the valley, but that's a different point. So we'll stick with the route. We'll move on to the next page, which is...
So just to pause, we'll be back in 7.
Yes, sorry, I'm just moving up. I'm just travelling up the road. Up
Right, let's put that one away.
to...
We're now back in 7:31.6.
Yes.
Yep. So.
We're on sheet 4.
I'm on to...
49 now?
Yes. Yep. Very quickly here, just to see as you move east from the junction, you travel along the valley. You can see in the top right-hand corner just the scale and the extent of the engineering at this point to create the carriageway for the road.
So that's the same junction.
So it's the same junction, and we're just moving along the road further to the east. Or further to the, further to the north.
That you're pointing out is sort of the top right hand
Yes.
corner, if you like.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can see, I think it's LL, you can see that you can see the amount of land raising, you can see the existing ground profile, and you can see the proposed ground profile.
So LL is there are two sections on top of each other on the right hand side. LL is the
Top one or the bottom?
top one.
Right.
And the section line is in the right hand, towards the right hand corner of the plan.
So the road is narrow at this point, is it?
Well, the road is shown as yes, it's not a dual carriageway at this point, but that doesn't mean that you can see that although the road is narrow, the amount of work around the road to create that platform for the road is very wide and substantial change.
So the change will be to the western, northwestern side,
Yes,
but not so much to the other side.
not so much, but still some.
Oh, I see. So it was cutting away there. Is that what the
Yes.
dotted line is?
Yes,
Right.
There's a bus gateway lanes to the left of the main carriageway in the section, isn't there?
yes. Yes, the bus lanes there and an additional lane. The fact it needs to get under the junction, but I think we covered that one.
Bus guideway,
What is that? Is that shown in that section?
yeah, in the
bus
section
lane?
on the left-hand side, the two grey 6-metre carriageway, bus guideway.
One minute. I could just enlarge it a bit. Oh, I see. But all right, okay, I've got it. Okay.
Are you happy to move on to the next one? And in fact, we can skip the next one. This is just the same, showing the road travelling on embankment and cutting as a single carriageway with the additional active transport corridor. I don't want to repeat what I'm saying there, but we'll just move to the last one, which is PDF page 51, number 7, but it's the penultimate one. Yes, you can see, again, you can see the very substantial change in ground levels here.
So if we look at the sections, there's a section NN, which is kind of
That's a section directly above it, so it shows,
yeah, so section NN is in the about halfway along the bit of carriageway that connects to the junction, moving from the left, and then the sections directly above it. There's a dotted line, existing ground profile, and then that beige represents the raising, does it? Ms. Ahern?
yes.
Yep.
Yes. The junction here, this actually, looking at this is a point that I was saying was a good place to experience a long view. This is just below, I think it's Ashgorge House, just as you come on Church Street, as you come up towards Rodmersham. So this is a major new junction. Church Street is a rural lane, and it is stopped up at this point. I think it's hard to see how it could continue to be a rural lane when you've got this junction in the middle of it and the lane stopped up. The first bit of it, I guess, I'm not sure what the first bit will become. The second bit providing access to the houses, so it doesn't function as a rural lane anymore. And you have another major transport junction and interchange at this point.
Church Street is this? Yeah.
Church Street, it's the one that we talked about earlier that comes from Pantenny Lane at Bapchild up to Rodmersham. I was saying as you go up Church Street, you can get some long views out across the slopes at this
So it would
point.
just be stopped up. There wouldn't be an access onto the new road.
No, there isn't an access. But you would need to act, you would, if you were going to go to Rodmersham, if you were living in Rodmersham and going to go to Rodmersham, you would need to come along this and come off at the junction to get onto the bit of Church Street that remains.
So there will be an access onto it. Oh, it doesn't really matter. We can talk about that in highways anyway.
There will be an access onto Church Street from the Southern Relief Road, from the onto the existing rural lane from the new Relief Road at that roundabout.
And are you able to say how high the road indicatively is raised here?
Well, it's hard to say, isn't it? If you look at the, if you look at section N.
Which one's that? The right or left?
It's the one to the left.
Okay.
And you look at the, I mean, I can only do this by looking at the scaling on that, about what a 2 metre verge looks like, what a 7.3 metre carriageway looks like. I don't know. Looks well over 7 metres, but I can't give you that. I think that has to be for a highways person to give the definitive answers on that. But it's substantially raised. Shall we just move to the last one on the South scheme?
Sure.
PDF page 52, which is number 8.
It'll be coming up to the A2 junction.
Yes, not shown on this diagram, but coming to the junction. So there's...
Isn't the left-hand one the junction?
Oh, yes, sorry. I was only looking at this. Yes, it is shown here. Yes, that is the...
Presumably that spur is going up to the Northern Relief Road.
Yes, yes.
Okie dokes.
So things to point out here, Dully Road, which you can see running to the centre, that again is another rural lane, so that is completely stopped up.
Yeah.
The LVIA says that by year 15 that road has a sylvan character because of the planting alongside it, so it remains as a rural lane. I don't agree with that. I think having this main transport infrastructure going over the Dully Road means that it won't remain as a rural lane, despite having planting alongside it. And it becomes part of new access into the Oakwood estate. There's another roundabout junction. This runs down the sort of mini dry valley to the south, not designated as an area of high landscape value, but recognised in the character assessment for area 29. I think there's a green infrastructure, and oh yes, I heard this yesterday. Is that this here at this point, where as part of the blue infrastructure, rather than keeping it in the dry valley, it's being moved out further to the east.
Sorry, what is?
The blue infrastructure. The dry valley. This was part of the presentation yesterday, where the dry valleys are flow routes for water. They're not always filled with streams, but they provide flow routes for watercourses. And as part of the blue grid, the road runs through the dry valley at this point, and the watercourse is moved over to the east. The rest of this document is chainage diagrams. I'm not going to take you to any of those. I think they need to be dealt with by highways engineers, but they do show some very, very big landform differences, land raising, land cutting.
Okay, that's a tour of the Southern Relief Road. Is there any material you want to go to in relation to the north? When you started out this section of your evidence, you said we'll come on to the north. So.
I would like to cover the north. I seem to have lost my document.
Where are we going now?
Yes, I found my document. So we go to the Transport Assessment Volume 6, and it's 1.19.6, and this is for the north side.
Okay, so CD 1.19.6.
Have we finished with that? Oh, I'll leave that.
Yeah, I think have we finished with that?
We've finished
The
with
southern.
We probably need it again. 119.6.
So I'm starting at PDF page 27. I'm only looking at 2 pages, PDF 27 and 28.
Just a sec, still opening on the phone. 27 and 28. Right, I have it, thank you.
So 27 shows you the scheme as a whole, as it moves from the junction with the Southern Relief Road on the A2. In fact, it might be better to look at page 28, because it shows a bit more clearly. And it then moves to the junction, and then moves down to north to meet the Eurolink.
Okay.
But on page PDF page 28, shall I carry on?
Yeah,
This,
carry on.
yes, so just a couple of things to point out here on the route. Hempstead Lane, which you can see in the centre of the diagram, that's another rural lane, and that will be overflown by the Northern Relief Road. Then as we move west of Hempstead Lane, we come into Tong Conservation Area. The road passes through the middle of that one, which has been identified as high scenic value, high sensitivity. Then is a culvert structure and a bridging required to cross over the Thomas à Becket Spring, which runs down to the mill at the conservation area.
Is that the blue
Yes.
dotted line?
Yes. Sorry, that isn't my last plan. I am going to quickly just look at 29 and 30 very briefly.
So that goes into, so how is that, is there a bridge or what is there?
There's a bridge over the stream at that point.
And are there any drawings of what that might look like?
I don't have those drawings.
Okay.
It's shown on the composite master plan.
Okay.
Just to say, so I'm not just to give you a reference while we're here. Obviously, it's not my time to actually be talking, but
Yep.
just to give you a reference for later, CD 2.22 would be the place to go.
For the picture of the bridge? Okay, thank you very much. Yep, carry on.
We move to page 29.
Okay.
We point out all the public rights of way on the southern side, of which there are many which are severed by the road and you need to cross the road. But just on this one, it's quite easily to see them. You can see right of way ZR 192 and ZR 191.
Oh, yeah.
It's interesting here that the composite master plan shows a crossing for one and the other one dog-legging along the road to meet the same crossing point. I know that's a point of detail for the detailed design, but just I think generally crossing roads, it's good to avoid dog legs along carriageways and public rights of way as a matter of good So I'm looking at the, according to the diagram, we get to the roundabout, and then the road goes south back to Sittingbourne, then north back to the Eurolink. And I think this section, you can see a section DD, just at the edge of the diagram
Is that the top one or the bottom?
top one,
Yeah.
and that's at the top of the road. And there you can see the road is raised up onto embankment at this point, and that's to facilitate the road crossing over the railway line.
So would it go over a bridge, presumably?
Over the bridge. And just finally, just to complete the journey where it joins with the existing Eurolink, it's on page 30. I don't have any more points on them all.
And we can see there that illustrated the bridge over the railway line, can't we, on
So I'll just put that away, so
CD on page 30, I think.
Mhm.
yes.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
So that little tour came from your point that you've made in your evidence that you considered that the scale of the infrastructure hadn't been fully
Yes, that's
acknowledged
correct.
in the assessment, and so that's the purpose for that. I want to take you to one other matter, please, on detail, and if we can go back to your proof. Go back to your proof, and if you can, sorry, I'm just getting the documents myself. If you can go back to your 6.15, so paper page 48, electronic page 50.
Yes.
Points 1 and 2 that you make there, you talk about over-ambitious interpretation of benefits and effects of screening vegetation. That's your point 1, and point 2, the related point about underestimation of magnitude of change at year 1 and year 15. And the inspector will see that often what happens, as you've illustrated in your tables, is that you're not too far apart in the early year assessment, but when it comes to the year 15 assessment, there are quite significant differences sometimes between you and the applicants in broad terms.
Yes.
I want to just ask you specifically about something in Ms. Brockhurst's evidence, please, having set the context for it. If we can just turn up her proof. Please, it's CD 37.3.2. And there is a...
Miss Brockhurst's proof, para.
Yeah, I'll give you the page.
Oh.
It's page 26, and that's electronic page 26 too.
Thank you.
There's a table summary of significance, and then there's some text that follows at 4.9 to 4.17, where she sets out some reasoning relating to her conclusions about year 15. And if we look at 417, she says she's of the opinion that year 15 and beyond, the residual effects are not significant and adverse. Indeed, I consider the new placemaking and substantial green infrastructure which is delivered by the southern site proposal will be neutral, transitioning to significantly beneficial by year 15 and beyond. This is the first 5 lines of para 4.17. Do you see that?
Yes, I've got that. Thank you.
And then at 418, she says, while the landscape and settlement pattern will be different compared to the baseline situation, the reasons I conclude the nature and effect is neutral, transitioning to significant beneficial in year 15, as outlined above, are, and then she gives some reasons, 419 to 422, and at 422 she says, over time people adapt, embrace, celebrate. I think that's probably new rather than now, new places, particularly where they have a high level of connection through presence, accessibility and movement. This level of engagement with the environment brings wider benefit through the sense of belonging and ownership. Now, obviously I will ask her questions about this, but we do have here a piece of evidence that's saying that the outcomes will be beneficial for the reasons that are given. So I did want, please, your comment on that, and particularly the idea that the placemaking in time, as appreciated by future residents, if you like, transforms the impacts into beneficial ones. I'm summarising, I hope fairly, the gist of the point.
Well, I think the main or the sole purpose of landscape and visual impact assessment is to give a clear understanding and judgment of what is there, what is going to be lost, and what will change. And I think change may be beneficial, but I think, well, I know that they're two different things, and you have to show, you can't mesh everything together and say, well, you lose this and you gain this, and therefore everything just ends up as neutral. You have to clearly show, and it is our responsibility to show to the decision maker what is important, what is character, what is value, what is lost, and also what has changed. But we can't mesh it all into a neutral transition into beneficial. We have to show those two judgments. And I did note under 4.17 that there is a quote from the guidance which says...
This is Ms Brockhurst 4.7.
Oh, sorry, Ms Brockhurst
Yep.
evidence 4.17. It says, any judgment on the categorisation of the effect, positive, negative, neutral, should be clearly justified with transparent reference to the factors being taken into account. It doesn't say judgments, it says you have to categorise what is negative, what is neutral, what is positive. You don't categorise them all as one judgment. So I don't think this assessment does provide that robust assessment. And it says positive or negative at the first part of the quote, or neutral quantities are independent of each other. So they don't all happen together, they happen individually. So we have to show those, and then the decision maker can take that information. You asked me another point about looking at the settlement in the future.
Yeah, I did, and just to be specific, if you just look at what's written at 420 to 422, so it's the notion that the high quality environment and the appreciation that people will have for this is relevant in the judgment of the landscape effect. That's what I want your view on, please.
Yes, one would hope it would be a high quality environment. The assessment is not looking, as in 4.19, it's not looking at it in 100 years' time. It's looking at what the baseline is now, what the change are to that. We don't look at it in the context of what it will be in 100 years' time. The other point here is the point about connection, presence, accessibility, movement, engagement, belonging and ownership in 4.22. Of course we want new places to give those, but that is not what we measure in a landscape and visual impact assessment. We don't measure those benefits.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions actually that I had for you. If you'd like to wait there, there'll be some questions.
Right. How long do you think your cross-examination
It's going to be. It's quite. We've got a few hours,
Yep.
sort of thing. So it's.
Yep.
It's. But we should. We were thinking. I mean, optimistically maybe, but we were thinking that the plan might be to get through return today in
If we can.
full in if we can. So I'd be happy, given that. I mean, it's 12:10. I'm happy to just make a.
make a start, definitely. If you
see
could
where
just
we
keep
go.
going till about 1 o'clock or
Yeah,
so
and then
thereabouts.
find a spot.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just going to re.
I might interrupt if I don't understand things.
You're more, as Mr. Pereira said, I think
welcome.
yesterday. It's your inquiry. You interrupt as much as you want. Right, Mr. Hearn. Good afternoon. Is this angle all right for you? Just before we start, in terms
Yes,
of
I'll try and make sure I can
yeah.
see you
If
both.
if you want, obviously, if you feel more comfortable over there, that's. I mean, I'm happy. But you're happy there, then we can just get
I think I've
cracking.
got so much stuff, it's going to
Okay. All right then.
too long to move.
Okay.
That's okay.
Oh, right. So the things that I want to ask you about, just to give a flavour for what the next sort of period of time is going to be, just a few questions on what the scope is of your evidence, what the scope is of the disagreement between you and Mrs. Brockhurst, which actually has been trailed by Mr. Pereira already, so the inspector's got a flavour of that. It's a lot of it's to do with this year 15 and on situation. The second thing is about change and the way that Glivia, the framework and other documents talk about managing change. The third is I do want to look, although you didn't do it in chief, I want to look at the landscape evidence base that the council's reviewed in respect of this site and this proposal over the last sort of 6 or 7 years, and what the council's consultants, including LUC, have had to say about this site before now. And then lastly, this idea of landscape-led, which was something that we started to get into a bit yesterday. We've not talked about it so much so far today, but I want to ask you some questions because you give lots of evidence about it in your proof. Okay, so if we could start, there'll be all sorts of documents. So each time you tell me, you know, if you're struggling to find them. If we start just to sort of set the overall scene with the scope of your evidence, scope of agreement and disagreement between you and Mrs. Brockhurst, let's take out the overall statement of common ground, which is core document 34.1. This is the main one. And then also there's a landscape one that we'll go to in a moment.
I've got a lot printed, but
I know,
not everything
it's one of
printed,
those.
So I just need to find
Of course. Now, each time, you let me know when you've got it, whatever it is.
Could you just remind me of the reference?
Of course, 34.1.
Yes, I have that.
Good. To page 26 of it, there's a section of things that are agreed to do with landscape and visual matters.
Yes,
Do you have that?
I do.
Lovely.
Page 26, yes.
Yeah, and just in case it's not obvious to people who are following along, table 7.1 has a load of agreed matters, and we know for the northern site, and then a few pages on, page 30 has a number of agreed matters, but all of those are for the southern site. That's the way it's structured. Yeah? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, I've got that.
So to cut a long story short, I mean, we can obviously go through this in detail, but there might not be any need. We agree, don't we, that the inspector and indeed the Secretary of State have an adequate evidence base before them on which to judge the acceptability of the scheme in terms of its impacts on the landscape and visual receptors.
Yes, we agree that there's a landscape and visual impact assessment that complies with the broad requirements of GLVI A3, but throughout our assessment we said there were differences in professional opinion.
Exactly.
And
that's you've taken the exact. That's what I was going to. So to be clear, that I mean this might sound blindingly obvious, but just to start at the beginning, we're agreed that there is a technically acceptable LVIA that forms the basis upon which judgments can be taken, but there are differences throughout of professional judgment, as it were, on matters of nature and degree between yourself and Mrs. Brockhurst on those landscape receptors and visual receptors, basically.
Yes.
Okay.
Although, just to clarify, it's not between myself and Brockhurst. The LVIA was done by another consultant.
Yes, I was using, that's a fair point, I was using Mrs. Brockhurst as a proxy for the landscape evidence coming forwards from the applicant, but yes, but there's a disagreement between you and Mrs. Brockhurst plus the people who wrote the LVIA as well. If we just go into a little bit more detail in the landscape statement of common ground. So there's a specific landscape one, which is got the reference core document 34.9.
Yes.
Have you got that one?
I have that.
A 34.9. This is one I think that you signed, Mr. Hearn.
Yes.
Back in January, and there are a number of matters agreed on paginated page 2 of it, and then there's a number of matters not agreed on paginated page 3, PDF page 4 of it. Do you see part 2 matters not agreed?
Yes.
Which is nice and succinct in terms of a sort of summary of what the issues are. And just so to be clear then, in terms of the delineation of responsibility between you and Ms Miller, who we'll come to tomorrow, 3.1 on that list of matters not agreed is all to do with special qualities of the national landscape. Do you see?
Just getting to it, yes.
Of course. Have you got it?
Could you just give me the paragraph reference?
Of course, sorry, yeah. So it's the more, do you know what? Yeah, it looks like the paragraph references maybe a bit awry. If you
I've got it, 3.1 under part 2.
Under part 2, there is actually another 3.1.
There's two 3.1s.
There's two 3.1s,
yeah.
It's classic. Part 2, matters not agreed. So under there, the first of those, I think 4 or 5, five issues relate to the special qualities of the national landscape, do you see? And the final one is also about impacts on the national landscape as well. Do you see?
Yes.
So just to be absolutely clear, I'm not really going to ask you about those two things. I know you do say certain things about the national landscape, but I'm just going to leave that for tomorrow because obviously there's a specific witness about them. But I will ask you about all of the ones in the middle, which is to do with the degree to which change would occur, the overall effects on the area. I'm summarising what they say, obviously, the extent to which mitigation will moderate effects. You see?
Yes.
All right. But I wonder, actually, having said all of that, whether it might actually be that fourth one that's the biggest thing that separates us. I'll ask you about all of them, but that fourth one, the extent to which mitigation will moderate effects, when we get our fingernails under the extent of disagreement, it seems to be that one, every time, that separates us. If you turn, just for instance, to, let's say, just within this document, there's paginated page 8, it's PDF page 9. We're into the tables that summarise the different views that are set out.
Yes.
And it doesn't really matter which receptor we take, because the story is the same. It's the same sort of story, regardless of the receptor. But if we take the 4 from the bottom on page 8, there's the AHLV. The area of high landscape value, 4 from the bottom on page 8. Do you see, in terms of landscape receptors?
Well, sorry, my page 8 isn't 4 from the bottom on, but I will be able to find it.
Oh, that's worrying. It's got, my one's got pagination at the bottom right hand corner that says 8.
Hold on, let me just. No, I've got it. It's
Electronic
electronic page 9. Yes, I've got it.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry
you.
about that. I'll give both references. Do you see, this is just as an example, but you see the AHLV DU4 from the
Yes.
bottom, and you went into this a bit in your evidence in chief, but just to sort of set the scene, and we're not going to do all of these landscape receptors, but where the ES is, as is explained, is when it comes to the AHLV, we've got major substantial adverse to moderate adverse at the beginning under construction, you see?
Yes.
And then that steps down to substantial to moderate adverse at year 1, you see?
Yes.
And then down to slight adverse to negligible from year 15 and obviously and beyond. Yeah?
Yes.
And your comment in response in this document is not agreed, significant at year 15.
Yes.
And that really is that's one example, obviously, but that is the nub of it. We see this in your proof of evidence explained in just a little bit more detail. Just trying to find where you do it. The AHLV, yeah, there it is. The AHLV in your proof of evidence is on page 61. You can put the proof of evidence of Mr. Hearn. Page 61 of the paginate. I think you've all got hard copies. Does everybody have that? That we should have the table that for the AHLV, I'm hoping. In Mr. Hearn's proof.
Yeah. Conclusion.
Page 61, there's a table towards the top, receptor and
That's what we should have. Is that Mrs. Brockhurst's proof by any chance? Not at all. Not at all. So here, this is an unpacked version. I'll just let the inspector find it. But this not at all. This is an unpacked version of the more summary table that we find in the statement of common ground, where your assessments is sort of is got a bit more description to it. And we see what the ES says summarised in the first row. Then the second row is your summary of your conclusions.
Yes.
And you go from major substantial adverse at construction. You've got substantial adverse at year 1, yeah?
Yes.
And you've got substantial adverse at year 15.
Yes.
And so from your assessment, there's no overall change in the extent or nature of effect between year 1 and year 15.
Yes, although there's a broad category.
Of
so
course.
there could be an improvement within the
Yeah.
substantial within that broad category. It's
Sure.
not saying there's no change. It's
Okay.
saying that level of effect remains.
So there's some change, but the level of effect stays. It's
Yes.
substantial at year 1 and it's substantial at year 15, whereas what the applicant's saying is it can be, will be, substantial to moderate adverse at year 1, going down quite a lot to slight to negligible at year 15.
Yes, it goes down a lot.
Yeah, and so we've got this on the applicant's case, this stepping down almost every time, and on your case, the broad categorisation of effect, nature and extent of effect basically remains the same between year 1 and year 15. And we see that, I'm using this as an example because we see it played out, 100 times plus for the landscape of receptors and for the visual receptors as well. There's this difference in approach. Isn't there?
There is.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem with this table is that we have effects in construction year 1, which are on applicant CS that go from major substantial adverse to moderate adverse. So that we don't know where it sits. Is it significant? Does it breach that threshold? Does it not breach that threshold? And that happens in year 1. Happens at construction.
Yeah.
And we get the very big variation. So I'm trying to come to a
pin it
point
down.
and point of what that is,
Yeah.
and recognising that there'll be improvement between year, there'll be planting growth between year
You
1
put
and year
you put that in air quotes.
well,
for
because I
some
think it was
reason,
wrong. I
improvements,
think it was
isn't
wrong for me to put in workers, but I think there'll be planting.
Why did you put it in air quotes? Was it
Because planting isn't always an improvement.
no?
Planting is not always an improvement.
No. Okay. So, but you think there'll be some improvements some of the time, but in any event, this is really just to illustrate what the big divide is between us.
Not to breach those
Not to breach those overall thresholds. It'll still be very, very bad on your case. At
Not
year
all
15
very
and
bad,
beyond.
but this one in particular, yes.
This one, okay. Righto. So, the main disagreement then, as far as we see it, seems to be between us on how acceptably or not the landscape receptors and the visual receptors too will be able to accommodate this change over time. Because what we're seeing is time and time again, the ES assessments is that the change will be acceptably accommodated, such that we end up with stepped down effects. And you don't think so. So what I want to ask you about...
We're just talking about landscape.
No, visual as well. You see the same, if we look at, just to... Again, it's I don't want to sort of get... It's the same pattern time and time again, but if you take out back the landscape statement of common ground, which is where we were just a moment ago, which is called document 34.9. And if you turn in it to page 10 and 11... Again, in summary, you see hopefully lots of pink boxes on the right-hand side of the table. What's happening more or less every time, some of them are agreed, but the vast majority, what's happening is that we all agree at year one there's going to be significant effects on the visual receptors. But what's happening is that the applicant's assessment at year 15 generally is saying that those effects turn into not significant effects, and the council's position is that that's wrong, and at year 15 they will remain significant adverse effects. To summarise. That's a pretty fair summary, Mr. Hearn, isn't it?
Yes.
So, that being the disagreement between us, what I want to ask you about is your approach as a landscape architect to change. And I want to do it first with reference to the MPPF, appreciating obviously that you're not a planning witness. We'll come to that later in the inquiry. But you do refer to bits of the MPPF in your proof of evidence. The MPPF is called document 16.1. If you've
Yes.
have you got that one?
Yes.
And if you could turn in it, please, to when you've got there to page 39, which is section 12 on achieving well-designed places.
Yes.
This is the chapter that you quote from, excuse me, in your evidence. We were told paragraph 131 that the creation of high quality, beautiful and sustainable places is fundamental to what the planning and development process should achieve, right?
Yes.
We're told at 135 that planning policies, but also decisions as well, which is why we're looking at it, should ensure that developments do then there's A through to F on the following page.
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
So they should function well. This is A. They should function well and add to the quality of an area, not just for the short term, of course, but over the lifetime of the development.
Yes.
So there's the framework telling us to have an eye not just on what's happening at year one, but much further down the line. Yeah.
Yes.
B, they've got to be visually attractive as a result of good architecture, layout, and appropriate and effective landscaping. Do you see?
Yes.
So we've heard about some of this stuff yesterday, obviously. But it's interesting, isn't it, that the government's picking out landscaping as one of these key features as to how new places can add to the quality of an area.
So where is it? Which landscaping reference is it?
I'm so sorry. I was trying to read from 135B.
I just want a particular reference to landscaping.
It was in 130. Do you see 135B says are visually attractive as a result of good architecture,
Yes.
layout,
Yes. I've
and
got that,
appropriate
yes.
and effective landscaping.
Yeah.
Do you see?
Yes.
So what I was suggesting was the government aren't they, obviously, picking out appropriate and effective landscaping as a particularly important thing to make sure that developments are doing.
Yes.
Okay. And the third thing, I'm not going to read them all out, obviously, but the third thing on C at the top of the next page,
Do you want me to give a response on landscaping? Or
I'm going to ask you
come on to
all
that?
about
Yes,
landscaping.
okay.
Don't worry. All about it. Loads of questions. You'll have lots of chances to respond
Okay.
about landscaping. The third thing is that they are sympathetic to local character and history. Are you with me at C?
Yes.
Including the surrounding built environment and landscape setting. Do you
Yes.
see?
Yes.
You quote this sentence in your proof of evidence. It's on page 7.
I do.
That's why I'm asking you about it.
Yes.
But when I read it through, it struck me that you hadn't quoted all of it. And maybe that was just an oversight, or maybe you can't quote the whole MPPF, obviously, when you're doing a proof of evidence. But at 3.2 on your page 7, you did quote this particular subparagraph, and you stopped at the word setting. Was that on purpose? We've got to read it all, haven't we, obviously? We've got to read it
Yes.
all together.
Yes,
So it doesn't stop at setting, obviously.
No, I have put ...
You did put the ...
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yes. But yes,
So-
I agree. It continues.
It continues.
Yes.
And but it's really interesting, the bit that you missed out. the bit that the bit where the government tell us you've got to do all those things. You've got to be sympathetic to local character and history. You've got to, including the surrounding built environment and the landscape setting. But the government says you're not to prevent or discourage appropriate innovation or change. Right?
Yes.
The framework doesn't resist change if change is appropriate. In fact, appropriate change can be part of what improves the quality of areas under 135A.
Yes.
Thank you. That's the framework. But the National Design Guide says something very similar. We've got the National Design Guide in the documents at 16.2. It'll just be a moment, a fleeting reference to it, but if you could just take it out, I'm sure you know it very, very well. 16.2 is the National Design Guide. I hope so, or else we're in trouble.
No, it is. It is.
It is
I've got that one's come up for
16.2,
me.
yes.
This is the national.
This is the
Design Guide.
national one, exactly, yeah. It's just, is it, oh, you've got it, great. The introduction is on page 3 of it, or paginated page 3, PDF page 7.
Yes.
And we're told at paragraph 6 that the framework, this is in the middle column, sets out that achieving high quality places and buildings is fundamental to the planning and development process. We'll pause, we've just seen exactly where that comes from. And it goes on to say it also leads by that we're talking about the achieving of high quality places and buildings. It also leads to improvements in the quality of existing environments. Do you see?
So I haven't got the improvements, but I'm going to.
Have you not?
Is it paragraph?
It was just the same bit I was reading. Paragraph 6. So sorry.
Yes, yes. Sorry, no, I've got it.
You've got it. So national policy and national design guidance too are forward-looking, aren't they? They know and they accept and expect that placemaking, when it's done well, can and should lead to beneficial impacts on the local environment.
Yes.
Because they know that change is not the same as harm?
I don't think they say change is not the same as harm anywhere specifically.
Yeah, I'm with you, but they don't have to, do they? We can read what they've said. They know that change, when it is appropriate, when it is well done, leads to the improvements in the quality of existing environments.
Yes, not all change.
Not
Some
all
change.
change.
The right types of change.
The right change. So change can, and indeed the government thinks should, when it's done well, lead to beneficial impacts on the local environment. Right?
Yes.
And therefore, we know, and we all agree, I'm sure, from what you're saying, that change is not the same thing as harm. I don't think it's a trick question. I thought it was an obvious question, but you don't think change is the same as harm, do you, as a landscape architect?
No, I don't think change is the same as harm.
No, good. Well, what does Glivia think? Because I think Glivia would agree with you on that, which would be a relief. You'd have thought. Glivia is core document 18.41. What does Glivia tell us about the right response to change? The starting point, if we just find it, it's the purple book, which everybody seems to have hard copies. If you could turn into Glivia, please, on page 14. You've got that?
I have got
a well-thumbed book, I'm sure, which starts with the heading, "What does landscape mean?" which is a topic that's clearly close, well, to your heart and also to those of LUC, because they're quoted in the inset quote that we'll come to in a moment. At 2.2, we're told about the European Landscape Convention, or ELC definition.
Yes.
Landscape's an area as perceived by people whose character is the result of action and interaction of natural and or human factors. I'm so sorry, 2.2? 2.2, and I've just read out the first sort of sentence or so. Do you see that, Mr. Hearn?
I've got that.
And that's sort of expanded on by the LUC definition in the inset text. It's described by Glivia in the sentence that introduces the inset text as the inclusive nature of landscape. You see?
Yes.
It's inclusive. It's about, LUC tell us, the relationship between people and place. It's the setting for our day-to-day lives. It doesn't just mean special or designated landscapes, and it doesn't apply only to the countryside. It can be as much a small patch of urban wasteland as much as a mountain range, an urban park, or indeed a number of other things as well that it goes on to talk about. Do you see?
I can see that, yes.
At 2.4, Glivia tells us about why that's important. That's important because this definition is important because it moves beyond the idea that landscape is just a matter of aesthetics and visual amenity. Instead, it encourages us to focus on the landscape as a resource in its own right. You see?
Yes.
And it explains over the page, on page 16, one moment. Over the page on page 16 of Glivia, it sets out in the bullet points at the top of page 16 some of the different things that the definition, i.e. the definition of landscape, the definition of landscape applies to. It applies to, in the bullet points, all types of rural landscape, from your high mountains and wild countryside to your urban fringe farmland, brackets rural landscapes. It applies to seascapes. It also applies to the landscapes of villages, of towns and of cities, of townscapes as well. See?
Yes.
So just important to note, when we're talking about landscape, we're talking about all of these different things, aren't we?
We are. We're talking about all landscape. It's it's all of those.
It is.
They're not all valued the same. They're not all equal. It doesn't
Yes.
say there's a mountain range, and I do need to come back to the national park,
Sure.
an urban park, a mountain range, going back to 2.2.
Of course.
It doesn't say you can replace a mountain range with an area of wasteland, which is also a landscape, and
No.
it doesn't say that. It doesn't say
No.
they're all of equal value and all.
No.
They're all landscape.
They're all landscape. It doesn't suggest they're all of equal value,
No.
you say. Now, that's an interesting point, but it's also right to say, isn't it, nor does it suggest that there's an intrinsic hierarchy between them. It doesn't, when it sets out these bullet points, it doesn't say, and always remember, you've got to put rural landscapes, put them top of the tree, and make sure townscapes aren't valued as highly, or whatever. I mean, I'm paraphrasing.
I think that's our role as professional landscape architects, is to make those judgments. And if is you're implying, I mean, this document would have to end at after paragraph 2.6.
Would it?
Because change doesn't matter.
Oh, no. Oh, dear, no. Certainly didn't mean to. I think you're reading in quite a lot to my questions. No. If I just take it one question at a time.
I'll just answer.
No, absolutely. Answer however you'd like. But I certainly wouldn't want to cut down Glivia to just the first page or whatever. My question, and do we agree or not, that Glivia, which is, just to be clear, that this is the guidance document that governs your professional institute and the way you go about your activities, your assessments. It does not, does it, in its definition of landscape, set out a hierarchy of value for the different components of what landscape includes?
No, that's not the purpose of this document. That's
Good.
other documents that
Righto.
do this. And that's the purpose. This document gives us a framework and principles
Yes.
to work to as professionals. It doesn't give us what we must say and what it doesn't give us the answers.
No, absolutely not. So I think we're agreed on that one. Nor then, because it's not giving you the answers, does Glivia assume that change from one kind of landscape to another kind of landscape is inherently a bad thing.
No.
And in fact, not only that, just like the MPPF, just like the National Design Guide, of course Glivia preceded both of them as it happens, but it doesn't matter because they're all singing from the same hymn sheet. This is a document which embraces change, which accepts it. We see this from, if we turn on to page 18.
Yes.
Page 18, the final heading on page 18 is Landscape Change and Sustainable Development. Do you see?
Yes.
And at 2.13, Glivia tells us landscape is not unchanging. Many different pressures have progressively altered familiar landscapes over time, and they'll continue to do so in the future, creating new landscapes. And today, many of these drivers of change arise from the requirement for development to meet the needs of a growing and changing population and economy. Do you see all of that?
I do.
And at just before we leave that one, when it talks about creating new landscapes in that second sentence, creating new landscapes, do you see? We know, because we know what definition Glivia uses of landscape, we know that means creating new townscapes too, because townscapes are a component of what landscapes mean in the LUC inclusive approach.
Yes, so I would add that this is landscape, as people, perception and place.
Yes.
Not values. It's not
Yes,
values.
it's not values.
Not what's valued, not what importance.
No.
It's an inclusive definition of landscape.
Absolutely, which includes townscape. And so when Glivia is recognising that changes in landscape lead to the creation of new landscapes, might be again a statement of the obvious, but that includes all kinds of landscapes. It might include parkland or whatever. It also includes townscapes too.
Yes.
And at 2.14 on the next page, at 2.14 on the next page, on page 19, Glivia expands on this theme. It tells us that in the last 30 years, there's been a growing emphasis on the need to accommodate such change and development in ways that are sustainable. And it goes on to introduce the definition of sustainable from the Brundtland report as meaning development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And it's broadly agreed that it involves finding an appropriate balance between economic, social and environmental matters, and that protecting and enhancing the natural, built and historic environment is an important part of this. You see?
Yes, I can see that.
The focus of Glivia here isn't about resisting change, not for its own sake. It's about accommodating, see that first sentence, end of line 1 in 2.14, yes. Accommodating change in a sustainable way. Right?
Well, that's not the focus of the whole of Glivia. That's that's I agree. That's what this line says here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And that means Glivia tells us finding an appropriate balance with a number of other matters, including socio-economic matters that fall outside the scope of your evidence. Right?
Yes.
And all of that is completely consistent with the MPPF and the paragraphs in the framework that I took you to 135.
Well, I can't answer yes to that question
You can't.
because it's appropriate with that paragraph you took me to, but then
Sure.
we have to go to other paragraphs,
Oh,
such
yeah.
as 187,
No.
which talks about recognising the different values of landscape,
For sure.
the national to the locally valued, and
But-
recognising those. So I
Of
can't say
course.
that this supports what's the it's part of the MPF, but we need to look at the whole. Don't
We do. It would be a mistake, just as you're quite right. We don't want to just pick bits of the MPPF and not look at the whole thing. I'm with you on that. But if you read 2.14 as a whole, which we should, obviously, it's got it all. It's talking about providing an appropriate balance between all these different factors. Protecting and enhancing natural, built and historic environment is an important part of this, all with an aim to accommodating sustainable change. It's consistent with the approach, you'd expect it to be. It's consistent with the approach taken in national policy.
This is, although
Yeah.
if we look on through this document, there's no point does it say we don't need to understand the change from the baseline.
No, of
as
course.
well as we can't, as I said in
course.
my examination chief, because they don't just balance out and it's a neutral effect, a beneficial. We do need to understand what's being lost as well as what is being
Ms. Hearn,
gained.
please don't. It's almost like you're thinking I might be answering a question, asking a question that I'm not. Nowhere in our case are we going to be suggesting that it's not important to
I'm
understand
just trying to understand
change.
the point about 2-point footing, because it has to
Yes.
be taken in context.
Got to read it in context. Got
Yes.
to understand the nature of change. Totally, and that's basically what it says. But this word about accommodation of such change in a way that's sustainable is consistent with the framework. Because we know change is happening. 2.13 tells us landscape's not unchanging. Change is inevitable. The emphasis, in the language of Glivia at 2.14, the emphasis is not on resisting it, it's on accommodating it in a way that is sustainable.
Yes, you paraphrased that. Yeah.
Which means that just like the MPPF and just like the NDG, the National Design Guide, just like those, Glivia also does not equate change with harm.
That's correct.
Far from it. 2.15, which is the next sentence, next paragraph on the same page. As a technical process, LVIA has an important contribution to make to the achievement of sustainable development. It takes place in a context where over time landscapes evolve and society's needs and individual and community attitudes, that word again, change. This can make professional judgments about the significance of effects identified through LVIA and whether they're positive or negative particularly challenging. Do you see?
Yes.
So this is Glivia accepting that given all these pressures, given all this change, the evolution of, as it says, evolution of landscapes over time, evolution of society's needs, attitudes changing, all the rest of it, that change, even significant change, can be positive in nature.
Yes.
And it expands on that and says something very similar when we get into the detail of Glivia. If you turn right into it at page 60, that's 60, we're into a section that deals with mitigation measures now, so we're right into the thick of section 4 of Glivia. But it tells us just before 4.27 starts, so in the end of 4.26 on page 60, it reminds us that it should also be remembered. Do you see? It should also be remembered, 3 lines down from the end of that paragraph, that well-designed new development can make a positive contribution to the landscape and need not always be hidden or screened. Do you see?
I see that. I see it says well-designed
Yes,
development.
that's right. Now, whether or not it's well-designed is obviously something that we're going to return to,
Yes.
because you don't think it is, and I'm going to ask you about the reasons you don't think it is later, because you've got a section in your evidence on that.
But then the second point says about needn't always be hidden. But we heard
Yes.
a lot yesterday about all the buffering and screening, so
Mm-hmm.
you can't see it from the surroundings.
Yeah, right.
Which suggests to me that perhaps it isn't well designed because it has to be buffered and screened.
Do you think there's too much buffering? Is that your criticism of the scheme? Too much?
I read that from yesterday, is that we have to
Yeah.
screen it from view. We
Yeah.
have to screen it. We have to put big
Yeah.
something here and something here, and you can't see it from here. And you can't.
So
see
just to be clear, is your criticism then of the scheme that we've got too much buffering and too much planting to screen views? You'd prefer it, would you, if you'd be better designed in your view if there was less planting to open up those views of the new scheme?
No, I just say
No.
that the emphasis on that we had yesterday on the amount of buffering
Sure.
and screening suggests that
Yeah. So
why does it need to be hidden?
could you just tell us then? I mean, I know it's a point of maybe detail, and I didn't want to get drawn into the detailed design critique just yet, but you've made that point about buffering. Is your criticism of the scheme from a buffering point of view that there's too much buffering or that there's not enough buffering? Do you think there should be, how would it be improved in your view, by more planting than is offered or by less planting?
Well, I suppose I can't give an answer whether it's
can't.
more or less. It has to be well designed
Yeah,
buffering if it's going to happen. It
Yeah.
can't just be there so that I mean, I think the
No.
reasons we were giving is so you can't see it from
Right.
certain areas. You can't see it from this area. You can't see it from that.
okay.
But the screening has to have more of a purpose by that.
I get it, but if you were to, I mean, here we are at the inquiry, right? You're the only witness who deals with landscaping and the quality of the landscape. Hang on,
Yes,
hang on.
landscape.
No, I appreciate that, but you also you give evidence on landscaping on green infrastructure. That's your section 7,
Yes.
the landscape strategy. And you're the only person from the council that I get to ask for the next 3 or 4 months about this. We've been told by you now that we've not designed a very good scheme, and
Well,
part of
I haven't
hang
said
on.
this.
Well, I'm paraphrasing.
This moment.
Part of the reason why is that we've got our approach to planting wrong, to buffering wrong. But what I'm trying to understand, just at a very basic level, is whether or not you think that the scheme would be improved if there were more buffer planting or less buffer planting. And I think at the moment your answer is, well, I can't say.
No, I think it would be. It's not more or less. It's better.
It's better.
It's better because.
Right.
And I'm sure we'll come on to this when we look at the detail.
So it's neither more nor less. Okay.
Well, firstly, there's been a lot of emphasis, and we see it in the applicant's LVIA at the end of their chapter 10, the fact that you can't see the development by year 15 and it will be largely screened, which suggests there is something to hide. So that's my first point.
Mm-hmm.
My second point is, and we perhaps could look at the composite master plan or the green space structuring plan, just to look at what I'm explaining. So the composite master plan is 8.31.
Mm-hmm.
The green. I'm looking at the composites.
The composite, so both of them together.
Would they be in our plans book?
They probably will be.
In the plans book?
I don't have the plan on the book.
The green space.
Where am I going to find it?
You could
easiest?
core doc.
Okay.
If we did,
8.31.
hang on, 8.31. Let me just make sure that's
CD 8.31.
Let me make sure. Yes,
Wait a minute,
that would
please.
do it. That would do it. Yes.
Just a sec.
And I'm also looking
I
at.
haven't got
Hang
it.
on.
Oh, sorry.
One plan at a time.
Right.
I know it's time. Stop it here, I think. I think it was 8 point.
2.4.
The other
Oh,
one.
sorry. That's 8.31. is the
8.31.
master plan.
That's the overall composite master plan,
Okay,
illustrative.
got
Right, far away. So sorry, you were saying.
The other core document I have to hand is 8.18, which is the green space structuring
Right.
plan for the south scheme.
that. Well, this master plan you've taken me to is just the south scheme.
Yes, it is. That is just the south scheme. The composite one is in the documents, but I don't know whether it matters for the.
I think we can illustrate the point.
Which is the other one you're...
Oh yes, of course.
8.18 is the green space structuring plan.
Again, just for the south, but which is
Oh.
fine by us.
Point. Hang on a minute.
Okay.
Okay, yep.
8.18.
So I've got these plans up, and you were going to say in terms of the GI.
Well, the answer was your question. You asked me to give you an answer, which is, do I want more or do I want less
Yes.
planting, which is a very difficult question for me to answer.
Is it?
Because I think I want, well, I would like to see, in my opinion, I'd like to see better planting. Here we have some very thin, a lot of the planting is pushed to the edges. A lot of the planting is for
Right.
mitigation, and we have a lot of planting as thin linear strips. That's not a characteristic of this landscape. These thin linear sort of buffer strips which
So
surround settlements.
just pausing on those thin linear strips.
I'm sorry.
Of course. No. I don't want to stop you. I just don't want to talk about those thin linear strips. We'll come back to them.
Can you? Thank you.
Yeah, for example, if you wanted to give me an example, and this is something that I mentioned yesterday, is to the east of the scheme, east of Oakwood Village. I think Master Plan said this will be fully screened by buffer planting, so you won't be able to see that from the surroundings.
Yeah.
We've got a thin linear belt here. I think when I say better, the main area where we have planting is around the junction of the motorway to the south. And we've got, the rest is mainly linear,
Okay.
linear belts, isn't it? We haven't got any new woodlands, we haven't got a big area of new woodlands linking the ancient woodlands together. We've got linear,
Okay. So.
linear strips.
Got it. I'm definitely going to, I mean, it's lunchtime, so I'll come back to the linear strips after lunch. That's absolutely fine. But just to take Oakwood Village as an example, just we are going to go into this in much more detail, obviously. But that you mentioned when you are trying to answer the inspector's question, I think you said it was that the strip of planting that's to the east of Oakwood Village, right, on the edge. Is that right? And that was the example that you gave. And you said it's linear. And I think you said it was thin. Was that the word?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
it's not a woodland shape or a woodland,
Okay.
a woodland character. It is it's a straight linear strip.
Okay, so just to sort of try and engage with what I was asking you earlier on, that would be an example, this strip of Oakwood Village, where I think what you're saying is we want more screening or more planting. If your criticism is that it's thin and linear, the answer to that would be, your design prescription would be, well, we need more of it. We need more of it in a different shape.
A good design
Right. Well-
Better design planting than in lines of planting surrounding the development.
It's the problem is with this better is that it you know, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I'm trying to pin down exactly what you mean, and maybe, given it's 1 o'clock, I'm just going to stop. But let me we'll come back to linear features. This is something that we need to get into after lunch. But could I just ask one thing just before we stop, which is, given what we've looked at together, two things actually. First thing is, given that what we've looked at together so far in terms of the MPPF, and in terms of Glivia and all of the guidance that we agree on, could you just turn up Mrs. Brockhurst's proof of evidence? Sorry, it's pile of paper territory at this point. Yeah, lunch will be a good opportunity to clear the decks. At page 13 of Mrs. 1.3 of Mrs. Brockhurst's proof of evidence.
Yes.
She's still in her introductory section. Just let me inspect to find it. Page 1.3, and there's a section called professional judgment.
Yes.
You see, and she says at 1.36 that the landscape profession doesn't shy away from or take an in-principle objection to the provision of new housing. It's supportive of development on the basis that it should respond to its context and become a positive component of the evolving landscape. And she talks about also at 1.37, Glivia 3 does not contain the word harm. The guidance recognises landscapes not unchanging, many different pressures, and we've just read out the bits that she is referring to there together. And she goes on in the next paragraph to talk about at 1.38, the paper that she co-authored for the Institute about the power of landscape to create good housing. Have you read all of that stuff?
I have read it.
What she says at 1.36 is correct, isn't it? And is consistent with all of the stuff that we've been looking at so far.
Yes, we don't take an in-principle objection to new housing.
Good.
No.
I'm going to come back to more Glivia stuff after lunch, but just one more thing, and it's a slight side tangent, but I just want to put it to bed, and it should only take a moment. You say in your proof repeatedly, and you said briefly in your evidence in chief, that the scheme conflicts, you say, with DM24, which is a local plan policy about landscape.
Yes.
Right? So very briefly, last thing before lunch, just quickly have a look at that policy. It is in the plan, which is to say core document 13.1. Have you any luck? It's local
Well, it's
plan.
just loading.
Oh, I'm
but
sorry.
I think I have it in my proof.
Oh, do you? Do you have the whole
as well.
thing? Oh, you may well. In that
I'm
case,
just going to quickly get
No,
that as well.
it in the plan. It's paginated page 266. On my one, it's PDF page 271. Policy DM space 24.
Oh, it's all upside sideways on.
Oh, mine's. Oh dear, that's not good.
271.
It's PDF 271, paginated 266, policy DM 24. You might have it, Mr. Hearn, in your in proof of evidence. Let me just see. I'm sorry if you do. Oh, I hope I might
So
be.
this is
274, did you say?
I hope I've not got the right. Thank you. No, I've had this before, and I sometimes end up with the wrong version of the local plan, which is a bit concerning.
We should have should I have a hard copy of the
Local plan you should, and we will print one for you.
Do you think? Thank you.
Do you have that policy though, madam, just
I
for
have
now?
got it, yeah.
Yeah, have you got that as well, Mr. Hearn? It's
I've got the page number. It's
Good.
271.
oh
Is
dear,
that
I
which-
think I might have sent people down a
You've-
rabbit hole or
Have
whatever.
you taken me to page 271 of the PDF?
274.
274.
Thank you.
Yes, I have it. Yes.
Policy GM24,
Yes, yes, yes.
that's the one. That's
Yeah.
the one. And there's a it's got part A, part B, part C. Do you see?
Yes.
And the one for designated landscapes is in part A,
Yes.
and it's got lots of sub bits going on here. It's got the AOMB bit in A1,
Yes.
you see, and then over the page it's got the AHLV bit in
Yes.
part 2.
Yes.
Okay. And then it's got also non-designated landscapes as well, all of which are in part B. Mm-hmm. And this is just very briefly just try and identify the key elements of what this policy's got in it. If we look, for instance, at the bit that deals with AHLVs, that's in A2, and it's
Yes.
got for AHLVs, you grant permission subject to, and the first thing is you conserve and enhance. Do you see?
Yes.
And the second thing is you avoid, minimise or mitigate adverse landscape impacts as appropriate. And where significant adverse impacts remain, the social and or economic benefits of the proposal significantly demonstrably outweigh harm to Kent or Swale level landscape value of the designation concerned. Do you see?
Well, that's correct, but my role is to do the first part of that.
Exactly.
It's not to do the weighing of the benefits.
This is good. You're answering all the questions before I ask them, and you're answering them correctly. And it's the same, isn't it, for Part B as well? But B is non-designated landscapes, and it's B1.1 talks about minimise and mitigate, and then there's B1.2, which
Yes.
is the same sort of, it's slightly different, but it's the same sort of idea, which is there's a sort of balance going on
Yes,
between
that's a balance.
social and economic benefits. And so you're not the planning witness. As you say, you don't purport to, obviously, conduct any sort of balance of any of these social and economic benefits. It's not your job, as you say. Right? Right?
No, I want to clearly set out my judgments so they can be brought into that balance.
And this might just be like a lawyer dancing on the head of a pin kind of thing, but therefore, you don't know whether or not we accord with DM24 or not. It can't be part of your evidence, because we can't know whether we accord with DM24 until we've been through that whole exercise, not just the first bit.
Well, DM24 is about landscapes, about conserving landscapes. So
Yeah.
I think it's otherwise there's no landscape policy if we don't.
No. Just don't, again, just listen to the question.
I'm
Not
listening.
suggesting there's no
I'm listening.
landscape policy. We've obviously got to deal with DM24 in lots of detail. All I'm suggesting is you don't give us anything like enough evidence to decide whether or not DM24 is accorded with or whether it's breached. Because all of these balances that are inherent to DM24 and whether it's accorded with or breached is something you say nothing about at all. So you can't be the one giving evidence on whether DM24 is accorded with or not. That's got to be your planning witness in July.
But I must give my planning witness, I must give them a really clear understanding of where the impacts are, what the
Sure.
impacts are, to bring it into that balance.
Are you hearing my question? I'll just get one more
Yes.
time because it is 1 o'clock or 1:10 now. Oh dear. Yeah, I know all of that. Did you hear me suggest that you weren't supposed to give a clear understanding of the effects? Didn't say that. That is your job, to give a clear understanding of the effects. It's absolutely not your job to decide whether DM24 is accorded with, though, is it?
It's not, yes, I agree, I don't
Thank you.
accord with the parts on the weighing of those effects against benefits.
Thank you very much.
That's not part of my evidence, and I don't include that in my evidence.
No, but you do, nonetheless, purport to say that DM24 is breached. Thank you very much, madam. That's a good moment. Sorry, it's past 1 o'clock.
That's right. Good. All right then. So we will have a adjournment now till 2:10. Thank you very much. How's it going then? Right. Okay. Don't. Say you can't. You're in the middle of cross-examination now, so no conferring with your team.
I know
please.
that.
You know that. I'm sure
Yes.
you do.
My guys didn't know that yesterday.
So, no, I won't be.
Just before we start, just to remind you actually that today is one of the days where we have to unfortunately clear the chamber.
Yes.
So everyone's got to be out of the building basically by 5:30.
Yes.
So I suggest, and you've got to box up your stuff and take it back to your room.
Yes.
Okay. So I suggest that we stop about 5:45.
Yes. Noted.
Okay. So that should give people plenty of time to do whatever's necessary.
Thank you.
Okay. Right then, Mr. Simons,
Thank
would you
you.
like to carry on?
Certainly, yes.
Good show.
And good afternoon again, Mr. Hearn. Right, we're still on this idea about change, the assessment of change, what Glivia tells us, NPPF, National Design Guide. And we've talked about the overall approach to accommodating change, but there's something else that Glivia says about change. If you've got Glivia again, the purple book at core document 18.41, and if you could turn into page 86.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. On page 86 in Glivia, there's a section that's called Reporting the Baseline Situation. Have you got that?
I have.
And it tells you what you've got to do in the bullet points, all the different things you've got to do to report the baseline. And then underneath the bullet points, it says the aim should be to describe the landscape as it is at the time, but also to consider what it may be like in the future in the absence of the proposal. This means projecting forward any trends in change and considering how they may affect the landscape over time, accepting that this involves a degree of speculation and uncertainty. Are you with me?
I am.
So when we're assessing baseline situation for the purposes of an LVIA, we're looking at the way things are now, but we've also, haven't we, got to think about these so-called trends in change, haven't we?
Yes.
And just explain where in your proof of evidence do you do that?
I don't cover trends and change. I had to keep fairly succinct.
Yeah.
I don't think it's covered in the LVIA either, the future trends in change.
Let me be more specific. Did you, for instance, on this idea of trends in change, did you take any advice, accepting, of course, you're a landscape architect, not a highways engineer or anything else, as you've said, but did you take any advice from anyone who would have known about, for instance, highways or air quality, on the trends in change for this landscape flowing from congestion on the A2? Was that something that you did?
No.
Did you know at the time that you wrote your evidence that, I'm just going to read it properly so that I don't get it wrong, that the Highways Authority, Kent County Council, were of the view that the Northern Relief Road's beneficial and necessary, and that the Southern Relief Road is a clear need and commitment to the delivery of a strategic connection between the M2 and the A2. I'm reading from their opening statement from yesterday. Did you know about all of that?
I'm aware of that, but I would like to qualify my answer with referring to GLVIA.
Sure, of course. Qualify.
And I'm aware of those. I'd like to refer to the it's 18.3, which are the clarifications.
Do you mean core document 18?
Core document 18.3,
Sure,
which is the clarification document.
Yes.
It supports this document.
Yes.
And I would go to PDF page. Well, it's 1.2.
1.2 is on PDF page 5, paginated page 3.
Paginated page 3, PDF 5.
Just the bit about link between LVIA and policy?
Yes.
Sorry.
So, PDF 5, which introduction, where are we going?
So we're going to the point 1.2, link between LVIA and policy.
Right.
And I just wanted I was aware of those points you pointed out. But this says, the assessment process and judgments operate independently of policy.
Absolutely.
Policies will indicate how much weight could, should, or may be attached to certain findings. So that becomes part of the decision-making rather than part of my assessment.
Absolutely, and that actually takes us back to something I was asking about before lunch, because you've got to be very careful, haven't you, as a landscape architect, to go further than just assessing effects and start setting out judgments about accordance with policies, which is something that you might have fallen into a bit in your proof of evidence.
I don't think I do fall into
No.
it.
All right. Well, I've asked you about that. However, thank you for that. But that's not what I was asking you about at the moment. What I'm asking about at the moment is this idea in Glivia about what Glivia calls trends in change at 5.33. Obviously, you've explained that it's not something you've looked at in writing. You didn't take any advice from anyone in respect of the highways and air quality side, if you like, of congestion, how that might lead to trends in change. But what about accepting, obviously, that you're not yourself a planner? What about on the planning side? Did you take advice when you were preparing your evidence from planners at Swale or elsewhere on the trends in change for this landscape that come from the need to plan for the extent of housing required around Sittingbourne?
No, I didn't take advice because that wasn't part. I had my job was to look at the change of this particular site on the baseline. I wasn't trying to look at any comparative sites or trends across Swale.
No, not quite right. But I wasn't asking you about alternative sites. I was actually just asking about this site and the baseline, because as I understand it, you've not sought to inform yourself as to what trends in change. Forget about our scheme, we get granted or we don't get granted. There are still trends in change that have, as Glivia says, an effect on the landscape over time in the absence of our proposal. And they could emerge from all sorts of things, from highways pressures, air quality pressures, planning pressures for things like housing or anything else. And those are, that Glivia tells us, to be described as part of the baseline.
Well, it doesn't. I shouldn't be straying into things like into highways pressures. I should look at highways in terms of the impact, scale, and how that affects the landscape. I shouldn't be looking at highways. I shouldn't be looking at air quality. I must stick to what I am, my professional area of expertise is, and all of that falls to the balance, the decision makers, balancing of those.
Okay, fine. That's your understanding of the guidance. Obviously, I'll ask Ms. Brockhurst about what she thinks trends in change means, and methodologically what landscape architects are to do faced with this advice from your institute. The effect of you not looking at trends in change, as you've explained that you haven't, is that you look at a baseline site as it is, the site as it is, and your baseline is static. You look at the site as it is at the moment, without reference to the trends in change. Correct?
I look at the baseline as it is at the moment.
And that's what I've sort of summarised as a static baseline. When what Glivia is telling us is that, as we've seen multiple paragraphs together already, change is happening. Evolution of these landscapes is going on, and we've got to, when we're describing the baseline, consider those trends in change to consider the baseline properly.
But I have to make a judgment there, and I have to put a stop. For example, we have the new environmental improvement plan. We have the new duties on protected landscapes. There's big positive environmental changes that I could have taken into account. So I'd have to make a decision on what changes I take into account. There could be a much greater. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. There could be a much greater emphasis through the environmental improvement plan, through the new emphasis on protected landscapes, through looking at impacts on setting of protected landscapes, through looking at conserving, enhancing our valued landscapes, those are also trends. So I have to, I have to take a balance. I have to, there's all sorts of different
But rather
trends.
than balancing them, you've decided not to do it at all,
Well,
as we've explained.
Well, I've taken the baseline as it is now.
Exactly.
There's a lot of positive trends in the future.
Okay.
We've got new FIPL, we've got new environmental land management initiatives coming through. So there's, there's. I could go any way, couldn't I? The assessment could look at all of that. It could look at all pressures, all positive trends. We have to set it a baseline.
Well,
And the
we'll never know.
baseline is as it is now.
That's what you say. As I say, that's you're very clear on. That's your case. You've
Yes.
reported on the baseline as it is now. And I'll ask Mrs. Brockhurst about this idea about trends in change. Now, on change, you start with the baseline as it is now, as you've explained in your assessment. You then consider the changes on offer through this scheme. In your evidence in chief, you said, and we've agreed again, as we've gone on through the cross-examination, you said that change can be beneficial. Can't it? I mean, yeah, that's your position.
Yes.
As a matter of principle, maybe. But however, when it comes to the assessment of this scheme in real life, when it comes to what you've actually done, there's many, many changes, hundreds of changes that you have assessed through your work. And in the end, every time, change is synonymous with net harm. That's what you find.
I find significant adverse effects, and I've only concentrated where I've found significant adverse effects. That's
No, I know.
where I've concentrated on.
I know.
I haven't said every effect. I've tried to focus what I've covered.
I'm
so
with
we
you.
can see where those differences are. So what you see in my proof of evidence is where I find there's significant adverse effects.
Exactly. And every change on offer through this development in net terms, so once you've there are some small things I think that you do give us as being beneficial, but overall in the end everything is harmful.
Well, I just need to clarify that again, that point please, is that
Clarify away, please.
I have
It's your
only
evidence.
looked
Oh, I wanted to, very much so.
I have only in my evidence considered where I think there is adverse change. I haven't taken every single view. I haven't taken every single footpath. So there are. So when you say that everything I see is harm,
Right.
that's not correct. I've concentrated in my evidence on those. So everything in my evidence is, but not everything.
I see. Sorry, but that
So
was my
I just wanted
misunderstanding.
to clarify that point, that I don't see harm everywhere, and there are points where I agree, and I've set those out in my appendix to the statement of common ground where I agree.
You agree on what? So are there points when? So I obviously genuinely don't want to mischaracterise your evidence, and if I've oversimplified it there, then we need to know.
Well, the point is,
hang on, just question. The question is it correct then that there are changes that you see through this scheme as being net beneficial? So in the end, the net impact of whatever the change is in fact of beneficial character.
I've only concentrated in my evidence where
No, I
there's
know.
adverse effects, so I haven't looked at every other
But you've
effect.
said that there are others that are out. Sorry, which is do answer the question.
I am trying to answer your question that I've concentrated in my evidence. So where you're correct to characterise my evidence as only showing adverse effects, because that is where I have concentrated on showing the difference. There are other points where I say I agree with the applicant's assessment, and I haven't covered those in detail.
So I just want to ask it one more time. You haven't, with respect, answered the question. Are there or are there not? I don't care whether they're in your proof or not at the moment. I just want to know, in your view, are there or are there not impacts from this scheme that, in net terms, so looking at the scheme as a whole, changes that you would characterise as positive, and which ones are they, if there are any?
No, I haven't got the evidence before me
Right.
to give you that answer because I've concentrated on showing. I don't see beneficial effects of this scheme to answer your question.
Thank you. That was the answer. So there are changes. There are hundreds of changes that you consider. Are any of them beneficial? In the end, no. That's your take.
But I think it's fair to say that the applicant's LVIA doesn't identify beneficial changes. I think there's out of 74 viewpoint assessments, and you can do a search on beneficial positive effects in that table that we looked at earlier. I think you might find three.
Three that are thought of being as positives.
As beneficial.
Could we take a couple of examples? Take out your proof of evidence. I just want the inspector to get a flavour for while I'm going on about all of this change. There are, of course, loads of examples we could pick. If we just take page 31, the proof, sorry, Mr. Hearn's proof of evidence. We're in the landscape section. We're in the northern site at the moment, in the landscape section. And I think it's the first receptor of landscape that gets considered is LCA 31, which is the fruit belt. Have you got that one?
I have that.
And this is a structure that you use for each of them. You set out the ES conclusions, you set out your own conclusions, and you explain the reason for the difference.
Yes.
And at 5.15, you set out the reasons, and right at the end of that paragraph, you say the rural fruit belt character would be permanently changed.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
And just so we're all clear, and I think you couldn't have been clearer now, to be fair, when you use the word change there, you say change, I suppose is maybe a neutral word, you mean harm, don't you?
No, I don't think you can infer that I always mean harm.
No, not always. I'm asking you, well, it's not far off always, to be fair, but here at 5.15, you use the word change and you mean harm.
I mean that there'd be an adverse change to the character of the rural.
So is that a beneficial change?
Area. It's not a beneficial change.
So is it a harmful change?
It is a significant and adverse change.
Okay.
I don't go into harm when I look at. I don't go into harm when I look at these judgments.
Okay.
Sorry, in the northern site, moderate adverse is harmful, isn't it?
Moderate adverse is harmful for the northern site. There's a difference between. There's a higher threshold for the
No, I
southern site.
realised that. I was going to ask someone about that, but let's not diverge at the moment.
But could I come? I would like to clarify this point about beneficial impacts or beneficial effects, because in Ms. Brockhurst's proof it talks, and in your examination of me you talk a lot about beneficial, and that is a leap from what the LVIA is telling us. The LVIA doesn't tell us there's lots of beneficial impacts. The applicant's own LVIA, I think. I've done many searches of that enormous long table, CD 9.2.26, and there's a beneficial impact for trees. Yes, there's more trees. There's a beneficial impact for viewpoints, and I'm saying this from memory, 38, 60-something, and 74. The actual evidence from the applicant doesn't say that this is a beneficial scheme.
But you've read Mrs. Brockhurst's proof, haven't you?
But that proof must be based on evidence, unless this proof has an LVIA with it. How do we get the judgments that it's beneficial?
Okay.
Because we have to rely on the applicant's judgments to get us to that point.
We do, and no doubt she'll be explaining it tomorrow. Will it be tomorrow? No, not tomorrow. Whenever it is, Friday or even next week or whatever, and she can be asked about it. But and we know what she thinks because she's written it down. She thinks there's a number of beneficial effects.
But that's different
at the moment,
my evidence before.
It's different to your evidence, I know, and that's one.
And the applicant's evidence.
Well, at the moment, I'm asking questions of you, trying to understand your approach as a professional landscape architect, and I'd understood and I don't think this was a difficult one, but it might be, that when you use the word change at the end of 5.15, that was to be understood as a harmful change rather than a neutral or a beneficial change.
That is, but I do have to keep clarifying that there aren't beneficial changes from this scheme. By applicant doesn't find beneficial changes.
We do.
Why should I go beyond the applicant's own assessment and find beneficial changes?
All right. I get the sense at the moment that you're wanting to ask questions of me, and unfortunately, that's not the way it goes.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not asking questions. I'm just trying. What I'm trying to do is clarify what you're asking me to answer.
Oh, good. Okay.
Is the point that in the LVIA that what you're saying is that there are very few references to beneficial impacts,
4 or 5,
regardless of what Mrs. Brockhurst's evidence says, and maybe there's a disconnect, in which case she'll be asked about it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm saying so. I'm not being. The questions about where I find beneficial outcomes. I'm not going to leap across the applicant's own evidence to find positive changes.
No. Okay. Well, that's good to know. You're very clear. So let's go on and see whether or not you identify anything positive in respect of anything at all in relation to this scheme whatsoever. I mean, at 5.20 on a couple of pages on, more change. This is landscape features on 5 points, page 33, within the site boundary, hedgerows, trees, woodland, grassland, ponds, watercourses, and agricultural land. Do you see? Now, again, the table's set out in the same kind of way. And then we get reasons for difference. And the reasons for difference at 5.20 are that the proposals would introduce residential commercial development and a new road, green space country park, which is currently in agricultural use, farmland and the pattern of arable fields and commercial orchards would be permanently lost, including the boundary hedgerows. There's no certainty from the ES on how this pattern would be enhanced. Boundary hedgerows may be retained and boundaries are likely to be enhanced. Now, this is the bit where you set out your opinion. In my opinion, such judgment should be made on a worst-case scenario, and that's certainly what you do. The sports area, community gardens, and semi-natural green space also change the current arable pattern of farmland to a more managed landscape. See? Do you see where I'm at?
I see that, yes.
This is our idea of change again. Your premise is that the nature of a change from an arable pattern to a sports area, community gardens and semi-natural green space, that's an adverse change on your case, isn't it?
That is an adverse change because the pattern of that area, as we covered this morning, is an open arable orchard farmland landscape.
Yeah, and that pattern is assuming a static baseline. So if we just go there, look at what's there at the moment and assume that we're supposed to preserve it as is, then changing to a sports area, community gardens and semi-natural green space is a change which is harmful.
Yes, and to be fair, the applicant again says it's minor adverse. So I'm just 1 point difference to the applicant there. The applicant doesn't say it's beneficial. It doesn't say, I'm a point different. I say moderate adverse, they say minor adverse.
That's true. That's true.
So I'm.
And when you go on at 5.21 to say that in the second sentence at 5.21 you're talking about planting. At year 15 you say new planting would have matured but would not compensate for the change in pattern and land use involving the loss of arable farmland, hedgerows and orchards. You see?
Yes.
And the reason that you use that language, I know this might sound blindingly obvious, but I'm just trying to sort of work through so we're clear on your approach. The reason you're using that language about compensation through planting, compensating for change, is because in your view, change here is something that requires, state the obvious, but compensation. Changes on your approach harmful, even when it's to sports pitches and community gardens and semi-natural green space. And so you might be able to compensate for it through planting, but in your view, the planting, it won't be matured enough, essentially.
Well, it's because in this particular case, the receptor that we were asked to look at is the landscape features, one of which is agricultural land.
Just before you say because, could you just answer the question? Have I understood your approach correctly? And then you can obviously justify your approach. Is it right that, was my paraphrase in the question correct, which is to say the reason you've used the language of compensate for change is because the nature of this change that you've identified you consider to equal harm, and therefore planting might, quote unquote, compensate, but it's not going to compensate enough, if you see what I mean. Is that a fair understanding of the logic of your evidence?
It's an understanding of the logic of the evidence if you take the point that the receptor that we're measuring here, the landscape receptor that we're looking at, is agricultural land. And so the agricultural land will not exist anymore. So that's where that's the logic behind my answer.
Yes, that's what I thought. So I've understood it, I think, correctly. And we've got to understand that position as being your approach, even though the new green spaces are going to be publicly accessible in the way that the farm fields aren't, even though the new green infrastructure is designed to respond to a range of communal and social needs, even though it would form, in the language of Glivia, a new landscape. Even though all of that stuff, we have to understand this change methodologically as being harmful and requiring compensation through planting.
Well,
I think.
It isn't only the new country park that we're dealing with here under the landscape receptor that we're looking at. We're also looking at the Northern Relief Road, and we've already seen the impacts of that. We're also looking at a significant amount of new housing.
Yeah.
We're looking at sports pitches. So if you were asking me only about the country park, my answer might be different. But in this, we're looking at a receptor, which is the agricultural pattern of land use.
Right.
And we're looking at a lot of changes, not just a country park.
Okay. So the community gardens, might those be all right? Don't know.
It's a community. I can't say which is okay and which isn't. Sports areas, community gardens, they're not going to. It's a different character to what we've been asked to look at as our receptor. It's just the agricultural land. So
So we can't disentangle it to work out which bits might be okay, but overall it's negative.
Yes, and negative as identified by the applicant. There's a very small difference here.
Yes, but this is the point, and this is the pattern, because we just don't have time, go through every single one of these tables in this proof of evidence. It's not a criticism of you. There's a lot of different receptors to look at, obviously. But there are hundreds of changes that are looked at in the LVIA, in your proof, and in Mrs. Brockhurst's evidence, obviously. All sorts of changes that this scheme will bring with it on landscape visual receptors. And you consider that net, all of it, will be harmful when Glivia, the framework, and the National Design Guidance talk about the management of change to make things better. Have I understood everything correctly so far?
I think you've understood everything correctly.
Right,
I think I've understood everything correctly, but I think you're taking me away from the purpose of an LVIA, which is very clear in the applicant's LVIA, is they haven't found a lot of beneficial effects. If you look, we could go through every single table, but we'd find the same thing.
Yeah.
They've found an adverse effect, and I've found more of an adverse effect.
Look at page 42 of your proof. I mean, we don't have time to do all of these. It's the one that I'm on at the moment.
Yes.
We find beneficial at year 15, you find adverse. I mean, but we know why. This is the thing. I mean, we know what there's a difference here of approach. You look at change.
There isn't.
There is.
I must clarify. There isn't a there's a different in approach in what you're asking me, but not a different approach between me and the LVIA. We've followed the same approach.
But
and I'm not going to find I'm not going to find adverse effects in the LVIA, and well, unless I absolutely agree with them, I'm not going to leap to a beneficial effect.
You've done no leaping. There's a beneficial effect identified in the LVIA at the page that we're looking at. Yes,
there's a minor beneficial effect. And the reason I don't agree with that beneficial effect is set out in the following page, 5.45.
I know.
Because it says, I note the beneficial effects. I note the beneficial effects of strategic planting to integrate the road into the landscape. However, you have other things on this right-of-way. One is right next to the road. You also have the elevated bridge crossing over the railway. Mm-hmm. It's right, ZR 190. And I think that's ignored in the assessment, which is why I don't agree that the planting is enough to make it minor beneficial.
Don't get me wrong. I know that, and I'm not suggesting that you do think it's minor beneficial. You've set out your views each time, but that's why I'm trying to draw out the trend, because I've only got a few hours to ask you questions, which is that every single time, the whole thing is negative.
As the existing LVIA is
we're looking at the conclusions from the existing LVIA in your table. You didn't have Mrs. Brockhurst's proof at the time. Anyway, she can be asked about this next week. And inspector should note, or can note if she wants to, that when you're doing this exercise, you've not done a full LVIA as you've explained, but you've done your own exercise through this proof. Each time you have assumed what I've called a static baseline, which is to say you've looked at the land as it is now and not considered what Glivia talks about as trends in change.
But if you're clarifying, I'd like to clarify to the inspector too that I followed the approach in the existing LVIAs, which is the correct approach to look at the baseline as it is now.
I'm sorry, I was waiting for the inspector to finish writing. We will discuss. We will discuss with Mrs. Brockhurst what Glivia says about trends in change. But the good news is, might be thought to be good news, is that someone else has, other than Mrs. Brockhurst and other than you. There are others who have, for the council, considered what the trends in change look like, and whether or not changes on this site could be positively and acceptably accommodated. And I want to look at what some of those conclusions have said. Some of them, of course, have been fed into by your own firm. So let's have a look at what the evidence shows in relation to this site over the years. The starting point is the core document at 18.32, which is a report written by Peter Brett.
Hold on a minute. 18.32.
Yeah. It's 18.32.
So this, yes.
Let me know when you're all there. Let me know, Mr. Hearn, when you're there. Any joy?
I have got it. It's come out really large on my screen, so I
Oh,
might
dear.
take a bit of time to find
Sorry.
the points you're looking for.
Oh dear.
I'll just,
Sorry.
I'll see if I can reduce the scale of it.
Okay.
Okay.
All righty. If it should have the blue cover at the front page, it should say Swale Borough Council choices for growth.
Yes, I've got.
Okay. And just if we note, just on the second page, it was written by or prepared by someone called Andrew Clark, and it was reviewed by someone called Richard Pestel.
Yes.
And I mention that just because as we'll have to remember that name in about 2 months' time when we get to the economic evidence, because that's the witness who the councillor using for that side of the inquiry. But anyway,
18.32.
that's the one, 18.32.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Now-
this is, sorry, just to take us back, this is the first
This is the first one.
first PBA document after the council's
You got it.
prospectus.
We're going to look at one of the other ones as well that's at the end
Okay.
of the process. But you're right, this is the beginning that sets out the overall approach. Now, if we turn into page 13 of it.
Yes, I have page. Oops.
Page 13. 13.
Yes.
We've told what, just so that we understand what this is, the objectives of the report and some very important caveats. Have you got that?
Yes.
It's told it's a starting point for a longer term vision for how Swale might deal with choices about the type and location of growth, poses the question about Swale's future growth strategy. Should it continue to pursue a policy of incremental growth or consider type and location of housing growth based on a long-term view? Our objective is to provide preliminary work to understand the implications of different approaches, what's realistic and what benefits might flow. And then we're told in bold, none of this stuff represents an agreed position or policy. It's the consultant's views. Do you see?
Yes.
We're told over the page, on page 14, why it's needed. It was needed because the local plan inspector had concerns that the current plan might not be able to support sufficient homes. The government's consulting at the time on a new method for housing numbers and all of that, which we won't get into now, but we'll come back to later in the inquiry. But just to note, that's what was going on. If we turn to page 28.
Was this after the,
Oh dear, you're right.
was this after the adoption of the local plan?
Yes, it was. This document, let me just make sure. Yes. So this document was, although it doesn't actually say on the front, this document is a 2018 document. It was, you can see it was reviewed just before Christmas in 2017, but it was dated 2018. The local plan was adopted July 17. So if we just pick it up on page 28, and we don't need to go through the detail now. We will come back to this later in the inquiry, but just to understand what the big picture was, or is, but certainly was then. Have you got the big picture?
Yes.
Number one, disruptive social and economic change is likely to hit Swale over the coming decades. We can't be sure, number two, what changes will take place. But that longer term, there's a need to attract and retain highly skilled population, housing, great housing, superb environments linked to large labour markets. And then number three, places need to build ability to flex, and that word again, change, if they are to prosper over time. Do you see?
Yes.
There is then a couple of pages on, what could the Swale settlements of the future look like? There's references on page 31 and following to the concept of good growth. Do you see?
Yes.
And indeed on the next page after that, the institution of garden city or garden village principles as something that could be investigated. Do you see?
Yes.
And lots of images that go along with all of that, and I'll ask you about some of that later. But the real reason for turning to this document is because of its constraints analysis. Because if you turn on to page 45, page 45, there's a heading, there's a sort of bit, there's a title page in page 45 that's called Finding Suitable Locations for New Development.
Oh, well, sorry, I've just gone past it. Let me go back.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, take your time.
47, 46. Yep.
And that's the heading at
Yes,
45, Finding Suitable Locations. And on 47, it explains in a sort of graphical way what the process was that they were looking at. And obviously most of this stuff goes way outside landscape, so I won't be asking you about it, but just to understand what it is they were doing. There was a sweet spot, as we could see from that Venn diagram, between market appetite, efficient infrastructure provision, and, there's the relevant one, environmental constraints. Do you see?
Yes.
The first thing they look at is those constraints, and that's done from page 49.
Yes.
And on page 51, we are told that Swale is affected by a series of these development constraints, and they, which is to say Peter Brett, assume these will be similar in 2038, which is to say at the end of the local plan period. These policy constraints affect development in different ways, so it's important to understand the effects of each on our ability to plan for change. There are no blanket injunctions against development in certain locations in the English planning system. The system demands that benefits of development are large enough to outweigh the harms. In some instances, that can be a very high hurdle. It's hard to imagine a triple SI being granted permission for a housing estate. There'll be situations where the statutory position enjoyed by these and their settings will be a development showstopper. Do you see?
Yes.
It's important that idea of a showstopper, including for landscape, comes back later, so they're introducing that there. In other instances, there are barriers for development, but development's judged to be a net positive, brackets. It's very unusual to find a development that doesn't have some negative impacts on some environmental consideration. You see?
Yes.
So how do they do it? They on the right-hand side, they classify, if that's the right way of doing it, they categorise the different constraints into different categories. And obviously it's self-explanatory, and you've seen this before, but it's really just for the inspector who may or may not have seen it before. We've got AOMB and all the statutory ones, including flood zones 2 and 3, and ancient woodland also, and all I won't read them all out, but they're all there at the top on the right-hand side. Do you see?
Yes.
Those are very highly constrained. Then we've got highly constrained, which is the ones in the middle, which are generally, I think, ecological, although there is a landscape character with conserved status. Do you see?
Yes.
And then less constrained is all the other things, which include landscape character areas without, quote, conserved status, and also it includes AHLVs as well. You see?
I see that.
Now, so there's more detail on some of those designations in the coming pages, on pages 52 and 53. Don't need to go through all the detail because it's sort of a bit self-explanatory, but just explains what those definitions are. And then all of those are mapped. All of those are mapped. If we start at page 54.
Yes.
Page 54 maps the top category. So we see the triple SIs, SAC, SPA, all of the flood zones 2 and 3, all the stuff to the north of Sittingbourne. The AOMB, of course, is mapped. Ancient woodland is mapped. And those are the very highly constrained categories. You see?
Yes.
And then the next page is the ones in the middle, which is to say the local wildlife sites and other things. And the page 56 is the less constrained areas. Do you see?
Yes.
That's the less constrained. It's just to work through so that we know when we get to the final map what they've actually done. And then finally, page 57, there's a small area of a swale that is what they call unconstrained. That's on page 57.
Yes.
And those are some bits of, I think, is it Minster, Sittingbourne, basically, and Faversham, more or less. So it's all within built-up areas. Mm-hmm. So those bits are in the view of Peter Brett's unconstrained. That's the way they describe it. And then we get the synthesis of all of that exercise at page 58. It all comes together on one map. We're shown then borough-wide at this point, the areas that are very highly constrained, highly constrained, less constrained, and unconstrained. You see?
Yes, I see that.
And we're told on the left that we're proceeding, this is in the text on the left, on the basis that development could take place on the green areas on the map. These are the areas which would tend to have environmental constraints which could be mitigated. Clearly, developments in these areas would still require careful mitigation if they are to be successful.
Yes.
See?
May I clarify on that?
Of course, yeah.
I do note that the areas of high landscape value are down in a lower constraint on Peter Brett's analysis.
Yes, they are.
Rather than a higher constraint.
That's right. That's right. Yes, that's right. That was their method. That's why I wanted to work it through page by page. That's their approach, and on that basis, they've identified areas within which environmental constraints they think could be mitigated.
Okay.
Haven't they? I mean, you've seen this before, haven't you? This isn't the first time you've read this.
I have seen this before.
Okay.
Yes, they say, yes, these areas tend to have environmental constraints which could be mitigated.
Yes,
Could.
that's right.
Could, not
would. Absolutely. How would they know if they would in fact be mitigated? Because for that, we'd need to know what the scheme actually looks like, and that's what we're coming to, obviously. But we need to start with whether or not they could be in the first place.
And I also note that the green area, less constrained, is quite a substantial part of that map. It's not limited to our application sites.
That's true, isn't it? Yeah, that's true. There's other bits, which is why they don't just stop there. All they're doing at this stage is to consider environmental constraints. They go on to consider everything else, including locational sustainability. So are you anywhere near a big town? Which, of course, for most of that green area, the answer is going to be no, we're not. We're in the middle of the countryside. And is there a market appetite for development? Are there infrastructure constraints? All the rest of it. That's what then we get over the coming pages. The next section is market appetite for development from page 59. We're not going to go through this in detail, but just to let the inspector know that it's here. There's a viability analysis over several pages showing where it might be that new development could be viably delivered. And on page 65, there's a section on infrastructure also. I'm talking about how things will change. If we just have a look at page 68.
Yes.
Page 68, this is the bit all about infrastructure. We're told that transport and utilities infrastructure will change over time, and our spatial choices around new settlements could be very affected by possible A2, M2 link roads in particular. We're told at the bottom left of this page that in the bullet point, the most influential proposed pieces of infrastructure are the proposed A2, M2 link, the Sittingbourne Southern Relief Road and the Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road. A council resolution to pursue these schemes has been made, and this road could unlock development sites in the south and eastern side of Sittingbourne. In particular, the A2, M2 link with associated new Junction 5A could unlock possible development sites to the south and east of Sittingbourne. Do you see?
Yes, I have that.
Obviously, things have changed, or I suppose not changed in some way since then. We still haven't got the link. The council doesn't support it anymore, obviously. But these are the sorts of trends in change, aren't they, that the people who wrote Glivia are telling us to watch out for when we're describing a baseline. Because if we assume, as you have, that the baseline's completely static, we might miss something important.
No, Glivia isn't doing this. We have to be completely, and I pointed out the reference before, we have to be completely independent of policy we have to look at the baseline now. It's not telling us to look at all the reports that have been done over the last 10 years about possible future change to the landscape and economic and market conditions. It's not asking us to do that. And as landscape professionals, it's not our job to do that.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's your take. Just to be clear, no suggestion that you need to be looking at policies. That wasn't it at all. But anyway, we're told on the right-hand column after the bullet points that it's likely that this link, the A2M2 link in Junction 5A, would create a step change in our ability to unlock land for a new settlement. And so we've concentrated on this proposal here. There's a problem about funding. It's likely in bold that these highway and rail improvements would only prove affordable if housing development was used to help pay for them. Sorry, I haven't finished reading yet. Sorry, just hang on. Was only prove affordable if housing development was used to help pay for them in addition to major public subsidy. Do you see where I'm at?
Okay, the bottom of the page.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were trying to comment on it.
Asking where you were.
I'm really
To
sorry.
catch up with where you were reading from.
Totally my mistake. It was the bottom right-hand side of the page.
I have that.
Good. I've just read it out, so you can see it now. So these are changes that the council's consultants at this stage, which is to say in 2018, are identifying as being possible changes in the future.
Yes.
Okay.
This wasn't.
Yeah.
It's not a policy document.
No.
It's not. It's a piece of initial work by Peter Brett. I think, an LVIA cannot take into account all the reports that have been done over the last 10 years about any place. And as I said, there's all sorts of other positive, other changes, which we're not expected to take into account.
Okay, thank you.
Producing an assessment.
And just finally then, to round it off, we'll come on to see, obviously there's a bit more, another report where LUC feed in with Peter Brett to give a more detailed assessment. That's what we're about to get to, but just to leave this one, page 74, there's something called the big picture. And we'll come back to some bits of the big picture in the planning evidence in 3 months' time or whatever, but for now, we note under the big picture, in particular the first bit, development is likely to be most environmentally permissible in the band of unconstrained land, which runs from the east to the west through the centre of Swale. Do you see?
Yes, that large area of greenland.
That large area of greenland. And then it says, as if to anticipate what you've just said, it said that development is most market viable in the area to the south and southeast of Sittingbourne and Faversham. Okay. Thank you very much. Right, now, that was then.
I just wanted to make the point that we are going into very detailed information on planning balance, and I haven't covered
There's
that.
no planning balance at all.
In my proof.
I'm asking you about environmental constraints. I'm not asking you about the planning balance.
But this, Peter Brett, and all of these reports are covered in detail by my colleague Matt Dygan.
Well, he's not done his proof of evidence yet, so I don't know what's covered by Matt
But
Dygan.
but we'll come back to this.
Great. That's very good to know, and I'll remember to ask him about it in July.
It's just that I've been taken to things such as market viability, and that's not my area of expertise.
If I'm asking you any questions that you feel uncomfortable answering, then you should definitely say, but I'm hoping to have avoided asking you about the detail of market viability. Certainly the point of doing this, if we turn on to page 85, is to see that a number of scenarios are tested. There's this one, business as usual. You'll see that there's a dotted line on the showing an indicative alignment of the northern and southern relief roads on the map, and it's overlaid with the environmental constraints plan that we've just seen how that's been adduced. Do you see?
Yes.
So that was the business as usual scenario, but then a number of other scenarios are looked at, including, if you look onto page 89, as a scenario that at that stage was considering 2 new villages to the south and east of Sittingbourne along the Relief Road, each with around 5,000 homes. Do you see?
I see that.
So this is not about, I mean, obviously there's all sorts to ask about in terms of viability, planning, balance and all the rest of it, but you're quite right, none of that's for you. But what is for you is that on the basis of an environmental analysis of the constraints in Swale, and indeed, you know, Sittingbourne in particular, but Swale as a whole, which is holistic, which has regard not just to, you know, the AHLVs, but to, well, to everything really. The view of the council's own consultants at this stage, and there's more to come obviously, but at this stage, is that we, the application site, are in an area within which environmental impacts are mitigatable. Correct?
Well, the correct thing is it's that whole band of green land, and I've just been flicking. I think you're taking me to points in this document rightly that refer to the site that we're dealing with. But if I don't know this document inside out, but we can go through and look at all the other scenarios, and I can see different areas of lands, different scenarios 2, scenarios 2B, scenarios 3, and they're all. These are an east of Faversham. One up, one south of Faversham. I can see a lot of scenarios, so I can't, without knowing this report inside out, I can't say this report is leading us to explore only the site that we're looking at.
Have another listen to my question, because if you heard it, I wasn't suggesting that for a minute, and just try and answer it. What the question was, we know, don't we, on a full holistic analysis of all the environmental constraints, including landscape constraints in the area, that at this stage in the game, in 2018, the view of the council's own consultants was that this scheme's coming forward in an area where environmental constraints are capable of mitigation.
Yes.
Thank you.
This scheme and multiple other scenarios coming forward within that green band of less constrained land.
Lovely.
That's how I want to answer that question.
That's a perfectly fair way of answering it. Lovely. Thank you very much. Now. Let's move on to see what happens next. There's Peter Brett liaised extensively with you and with your firm LUC back and forth over the course of 2018 and 2019. And the final sum of your work together, as I understand it, if I've got the chronology right, is actually in October of 2019, and that's at core document 18.34.
I will find that, but I would like to clarify for the inspector that this wasn't a project that we worked on with Peter Brett Associates. We were working, our client here was Swale Borough Council, and they asked us to do a high-level assessment of 4 schemes. There was no working jointly with Peter Brett. Our client was Swale.
I didn't. That's perfectly fair.
We would have put a document into Swale. Swale would have reviewed it. Swale would have given it to Peter Brett, but we weren't part of that. LUC and my work wasn't part of that process.
Gotcha. Your work wasn't part of what process?
Well, we produced a report for Swale, what recommendations Swale took from it and how it was used by Peter Brett.
I see.
We weren't involved with. I stand by the conclusions in our reports, but our reports were focused on landscape sensitivity of 4 potential garden communities.
Got it. Thank you very much. Right then, let's see what you are recorded to have thought about all of this. Core document 18.34.
Hang on.
$18.34.
It's just loading at the moment.
Sure, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, I have it up.
Thank you. Just wait for the inspector.
Okay.
And this is the second PBA report?
Yeah, second or third, but I think it's the
Third.
last one.
I think it's the third.
It's the last one anyway. October of 2019, I think. Is that the one you've got? I'm hoping.
Yes.
Good. So I think this is the final word, as it were. Now,
What page?
if we start in the introduction, which is on page 5, it should just be note in passing. This was also reviewed and approved by Mr. Pestel, who's coming later in the inquiry.
So who's he?
He's the council's witness on economics, I think, socioeconomics. Oh, sorry, employment land. He's coming later. So, yeah, he's done this one as well. So page 5, introduction. Now, 1.3 in the introduction notes the first assessment identified critical issues where further work was required. Further work's been undertaken with the promoters, the council and its consultants. And just to be clear, you're one of those consultants who did further work that feeds into this report, aren't you, as we see later?
Yes, I wouldn't have been party to this report, but I assume they're taking on any consultants' work that the council commissioned.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have read this before, haven't you? And this
I'm
isn't
aware
you,
of
and
this.
you know that it.
I'm aware of this report. It isn't a part of my proof of
No,
evidence,
but it
I'm
refers to
aware.
LUC work.
Yes.
Okay, so fine. So LUC did work that is taken on board by the council. We'll come back and see what it says. 1.11 over the page. At this stage of the process, the council's undertaken additional technical due diligence into each proposal. There was a few proposals of which we were one. This is focused on the potential show-stopping technical issues that could delay schemes, increase costs, etc. You see?
Yes, I see that.
1.14, the council has undertaken additional landscape advice from their consultants. This work focuses on the potential landscape impacts of the proposals and their possible mitigation already being promoted, or whether consultants consider mitigation could be possible. This work was undertaken by you, the same firm who provided the local plan landscape evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's why I hope that you would know something about it, but I appreciate the way you've described your working relationship. Section 2, we don't need to go through, but I'll just note it in passing for now, come back to it in the planning evidence. Section 2 of this document explains how the sands are shifting so far as national planning policy goes. Local housing need to review plans, housing numbers going up and that kind of thing, but we don't need to go through that now. Section 3 on page 11
Yes.
is headed Changes Since First Assessment. Do you see?
Yes.
And we've got considerable work has taken place since the 4 garden communities were first proposed. The following table shows the changes that have been made, and it describes each of the 4 potential schemes at that point, and we're the top one.
Yes.
And it's got, well, obviously it's self-explanatory. It explains that there's been a stepping down from 11,500 homes to 8,000 homes, and well, that's the nature of the change that's described. Yeah, you see?
Yes, I can see that.
Page 12,
Yes.
3.3 at the end of this table. We get some commentary on the nature of that change. We're NS1. We've been significantly changed by reconsidering the effect on the landscape and by avoiding sensitive locations. You see?
I can see that.
Okay. Well, we're getting to the bit where LUC set out their view.
So NS1 is your
Correct.
proposal.
Yeah. The boundaries of NS1, just for your note, well, we'll get there now actually. Page, if we just turn to, NS1 begins on page 12, where we are at the moment. We'll get to a plan of it plan is on page 14. That shows you what the red line is of NS1.
Is that the same
The
as the present one?
I'm sorry?
Is that the same as this scheme?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
On page 13, sorry, if you turn to page, the plan is on page 14. The page 13, there's a heading changes.
Yes.
Changes. Considerable further work has been undertaken, this at 3.9, which has changed the scheme as follows. It's been reduced from 11,500 to 8,000 homes, with an additional 1,125 on the northern land, with an extended time frame for delivery. There's a revised master plan which changes the location of development to avoid ancient woodland and dry valleys, moves away from a necklace approach, focuses on less sensitive areas using, and we're going to come back to this obviously, a green grid.
But that's not correct,
Hang on,
is it? It
hang on.
doesn't avoid the
I've not
dry
finished
valley.
reading yet. A
Sorry.
green grid which seeks to preserve views and reduce access points along the new road. Sorry, you can. That's what it says. But you were
Yes.
going to say.
I would just want to say that it doesn't, in fact, avoid the dry valley. We saw in our evidence this morning there's a lot of development and the road through the whole of the dry valley, and it doesn't avoid the ancient woodland.
I'm going to come back to both of them. The
Yes.
ancient woodland I'm going to come back to when we get to our ecological evidence.
Yes.
And the dry valley I'm going to come back to with you, but not
Yes.
quite yet. But noted. The 3.10, these changes largely reflect, or there are other changes as well that I won't read out. 3.10, these changes largely reflect previous comments made by PBA and by the council on things like scale, and talks about the reduction in the number of homes. The reduction is possible in the final sentence because the cost of the junction's been reduced due to the reduction in the number of bridges crossing the M2. Now, we see a plan of this area on page 14, as I've just mentioned. But the key for the description of landscape issues with this scheme comes on page 28.
Can I just ask?
Oh yes, sorry.
It says about in 3.9, the second bullet.
Second bullet.
It says moves away from a necklace approach.
Mm-hmm.
That was used in the description.
I think it's the green grid. It's still, that's right. But it's the imposition of the green grid approach that we're going to come to later that I think is being noted.
It doesn't avoid a necklace approach, does it?
It doesn't completely avoid one, no. It was something that was described yesterday by the architect.
Yeah, exactly.
But what hadn't happened at this stage, but what we're going to come to later, is the approach to GI using a green grid that seeks to preserve views and reduces access points along the new road.
So what page do you want to go to?
The landscape section, which is on page 28.
Okay.
This is a section that, for NS1 called Boundary and Landscape Issues. Have you got that, Mr. Hearn?
I have.
And it says that the site's the largest we've assessed, and naturally, because of its size, overlaps a number of complex landscape types and character areas. Any development of this scale will have some impact on these areas.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm on page 27.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. Top of 28.
28, yes.
So I've just read out the first
Yes,
paragraph.
got it.
Second paragraph is 5.9. Landscape sensitivity has been assessed by you in your report. This considered the broad Sittingbourne wide impact, and also in detail sorry, I've not read it right, and also in detail specific to the site. The conclusions about the site from LUC are that it's a very challenging site for development of a road and residential development. In landscape terms, much of the area is highly sensitive, including part of the Kent Downs AONB in its immediate setting, and representing special qualities, brackets, dry valley, extending out from the AONB boundary. The assessment, brackets, and external and internal advice, brackets, concludes that the development may be acceptable on landscape grounds. The assessment finds that, quote, neither topography, national or local landscape designations, nor sensitivity to residential development precludes some development from appropriate parts of the site with appropriate mitigation. And then goes on to say that development is very unlikely to be acceptable in the dry valley and the slopes of this feature. Do you see?
I do. Would you like me to comment on that?
I would, but just before you do, that's a quote of LUC's assessment, right? That's what's happening here?
No, I don't know where that quote is from. It's not given. It says the assessment, in brackets, and external and internal advice.
It
concludes
says...
that. It doesn't say LUC's that. It says... It's confusing, isn't it? Because the paragraph 5.9 says the conclusion from LUC are that this is a very challenging site for the development of a road and residential development.
Yeah.
Landscape terms, much of the area is highly sensitive, including parts of the A and B, and its immediate setting, and the special qualities of dry valley extending out. So that I don't... I need to know who the external and internal advice are that concludes. Is this an assessment concluded by PBA?
No, okay. So because I was obviously going to ask you about this. So 5.9, what I've just read out, says landscape sensitivity has been assessed. It's been assessed by you, obviously. And then it says at 5.10 that the assessment and external and internal advice concludes that the development may be acceptable on landscape grounds. And then yet again it talks about the assessment, which finds that. And then it sets out that quotation. So just to sort of take this in stages, is it your position then that this assessment, and by this assessment I mean the bit that's in italics, is it your position that this is an assessment that was not undertaken by LUC?
It's my position, because I don't recognise that, and I recognise the points under 5.9, that this quote comes from the assessment and external and internal advice.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not clear where that quote comes from. It hasn't got a paragraph number, it hasn't got a source. Because again, this is a big leap to go to say this is a very challenging site, to say doesn't preclude. Obviously, there doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are parts in the site that are less sensitive, but it goes. I would just want clarification of where that quote comes from.
It puts us in a right old spot, because funnily enough I was going to ask for clarification from you, because I've got not the first clue. I've just got this document, and it's a document that says what it says. I suppose if we just take it in stages. You don't mention this assessment anywhere in your evidence, do you?
I mentioned the fact that we prepared landscape opinions.
I know, but to try and answer, honestly, it's going to be a long old afternoon if you don't answer the question. Listen, I answered. I know you talk about different work that LUC did.
Yes.
I know that, and we'll come to some of that later. But I've just asked you a very easy question. There's a particular assessment here. It's obviously completely at odds with everything that you're telling the inquiry. You don't mention it anywhere in your proof of evidence, do you?
I am trying to answer these questions
No, that's fine.
as clearly as possible.
Of course. No, I appreciate that.
This is, I do mention this because I say, and I need to find the exact reference for it. I do say under 1.3.
Yeah.
I've said under 1.6.
Yes, exactly. That was where I was looking for it as well. But what you talk about what you've done. You've reviewed the LVIA. You've produced an initial landscape opinion.
Yes.
But what you don't describe or talk about or mention or whatever, which was why I had to find it for myself, was what's set out here, which is the October 2019 opinion that, until your answer there, I've got to say I'd very much assumed was from was from your firm, because that's what it implies. But in any event, this assessment, by that I mean the one that's set out in italics, that's not something that you mention, is it?
No, because that assessment, I'm not aware of that assessment. That assessment,
Right.
there's a vagueness there, because I absolutely stand by, and this is what's mentioned in 5.9,
Yeah.
the report, the landscape opinion report, and those conclusions from that site. I
Right.
agree with those. I'm not clear about the assessment and internal and external advice concludes.
Okay. So just to sort of take it instead, because obviously if you didn't write it, you didn't write it, and there's only so much further I can take it then. But just to be clear then, your position is that notwithstanding what Peter Brett may or may not have thought, who knows, because they're not here and we can't ask them, but at 5.10, that stuff in italics, that's not from LUC. That's your position. Is that correct or incorrect?
As far as I can say, I do not recognise those conclusions in 5.10,
Okay.
and I have no reports that says that I've been consistent that it's a challenging site for development.
Yeah.
And I think, and I've just been looking through this 5, it's helpful looking at 5, but we can go down to...
Yeah, we'll
Can
go
we-
through more of it, but just to be clear then, so before we leave this paragraph for the last time, your take is, we don't know where it comes from, basically.
I'm not trying to not answer the question. I'm not
No,
trying to...
that could be the answer. I mean, is the answer, I don't know where this paragraph
I
comes
don't know.
from?
The
Okay.
answer is I don't know.
Okay, can I
And
just I just investigate that?
Hang on,
just
can't you just finish?
Of course, sorry. Go on.
Once, if I have that, and I can answer the question, but at the moment,
Have what, sorry?
if I can find the source of that quote with internal, external advice,
Yeah.
I'm really happy to answer the question and give my opinion on it. But I don't.
No,
know
that's fine.
where
I
that's from.
can't give it you. I didn't write the report. It comes from the council, not from
I think,
us. So
And I think the issue is, as I said at the beginning, is the fact that we produced a specific report to Swale, and we don't know how that was taken and used by Swale and by Peter Brett. Our point, we ended when we gave in that report.
Yeah.
So I wasn't involved in this report, and I have had no reason to read that since we finished.
to read what?
I've had reason to read this when we started this appeal, but when Peter Brett took our work and used it, I wasn't aware of that at the time
So
in 2019.
This 5.10 that I've just read out to you, you've read this before the appeal started. This is not fresh material.
Yes,
to
I've
you.
read the
And
Peter Brett.
Did you not think, I wonder where that came
I
from?
did.
'Cause it's certainly on the face of it looks as if they're attributing this quotation
I
to
did.
my firm. And when you had that thought to yourself, did you not think, well, luckily I'm being instructed by the council. I'll ask them.
I did
Where's
ask.
that come from?
I did ask the
Did
council.
you? And what did they tell you?
Well, we haven't resolved that.
Right. Okay.
Surely, wouldn't it be easy just to look at the LUC report and see whether the quotes are in it?
Well,
There is no LUC report that we've found that says we've not, but as best we can do from Google and from the core documents and all the rest of it, because there's a litany of reports. We can't find the source.
That's not in the public arena, you mean?
If
the
there is
LUC
anything,
report?
it's not available to us. I didn't realise that until just the very moment. So if that's helpful to know. It is completely factual. If I didn't know that the council was hunting for it in the background. Obviously, if and when an answer could be produced, we'd very much that would be helpful. Obviously, because if it's not an LUC conclusion, then so be it. You know.
I read it as taking
Yes.
part of LUC conclusion, which is in 5.9, and something else.
Yeah.
But once we find it, I will answer that question.
Yeah. No, that you've answered the question, which was that do you know where it comes from? And your answer is I don't, which is fair enough, which explains why you didn't deal with it in your evidence. But anyway, someone at some point back in 2019 took the view that neither topography, national or local landscape designations nor sensitivity to residential development preclude some development from appropriate parts of the site with appropriate mitigation. Now, at 5.11, it's noted that the capacity of the site has been reduced from that originally proposed.
Yes.
That was partly in response to landscape concerns and the need for the development to avoid landscape constraints, such as those identified in the assessment, there it is again, by LUC. Had this change not been made, and by that I think they're talking about the reduction in capacity, which is in the first sentence. Had this change not been made, it's possible that we would, on the previous advice of LUC, have considered landscape impacts a show-stopping issue for the site. Do you see?
I see that, and that's another example where our work has been taken by someone and drawn a conclusion.
Of course.
From
Well, it's very clear what's happening there, because they're talking about we would have, relying on LUC, we would have thought that was a showstopper. But the changes made to the proposal, in light of this previous advice, has mitigated this through reduced housing capacity and changes to layout. Do you see?
I see that.
And then finally, I mean, there's loads more. I'm not going to read it all out. 5.18 in summary on the next page. This was Peter Brett now talking, I think, not you. I think they thought they were relying on you, but maybe we'll find out the answer to that later on in the inquiry. In summary, the red line assessment concludes that on landscape policy and broader landscape considerations, there is no, in principle, reason why the site is proposed can't be considered suitable for development. The site's not absolutely free of constraints, but the advice we have suggests the proposal can be delivered in such a way that manages these constraints with appropriate mitigation. See?
I can see that.
So, where we're at, so far as obviously this is Peter. Oh, go on.
Can I just take you to one point? Because I think we're going to move away from this document, and I just don't want to lose the point under.
No, please, go on.
520, which talks about design issues.
Sure.
Which talks about the weaknesses are the alignment of the bypass on the landscape and the fact it bisects the two villages, compromising their integration and relationships.
Mm-hmm.
The use of loop roads and roundabouts inhibit orientation and give a suburban feeling, and there is a lack of clarity about the integration of adjacent villages and connectivity with South Sittingbourne.
And what do they suggest?
It suggested that more detail is required to understand the unique character of the place, how landscape gaps will be used, and the organisation of the community infrastructure.
Yeah, great. And so this report was in October 2019, and Mr. Murdoch has been working on providing that further detail for the last 6 years, it would seem. Anyhow, I'll ask you more about GI later. What we've got this is obviously not from us, this is from the council's own consultant team, Peter Brett Associates, who are instructed over a course of years, also relying on your advice. I appreciate, with all the caveats you've given about you didn't write it, which is obviously true.
We did write advice. We did write that.
No, I meant, sorry. I know you wrote the advice.
And that was taken on board, and it's quoted correctly in this document.
Well, that's what I'd thought, but then it looks as if there's been a quote that you're saying is completely incorrect. But
well, we need to get to the bottom of that. I'm not saying. I'm saying I don't know. I'm not saying completely correct.
Okay, fair enough. Well, obviously, as my learned friend said, if that can be tracked down, that would be great. But anyway, the conclusion at this stage in the game, in October of 2019, from the council's consultant team, is that there might be problems, there might be challenges or whatever to delivering this scheme, but no in principle landscape problem. Nothing that can't be subject to appropriate mitigation. Yep. That's what we're reading, isn't it?
That's a question.
It was a question. Do you agree that that is what the council's consultant team were concluding?
The council's consultant team have concluded that here.
Right. Thank you.
The Peter Brett team having concluded that.
What we therefore...
It isn't,
I'm sorry, I thought
it isn't. Sorry.
No, go on.
it isn't a detailed assessment that comes next in the process. It isn't a green light to saying this site can be developed. It goes through an extra, another hoop.
No. Yes, you're right. It's certainly not a green light because the council, as we'll find out later in the inquiry, decides at this stage to ditch all this work and start again. But we'll come back to that. Come back to that later.
Given that we're going to finish
Yes.
at 4:45, should we have a perhaps slightly shorter break now?
Yes, I was going to suggest that. I mean, it'd be a good moment because we're changing
Shall
documents.
we do that? Yes. Okay. So just have 15 minutes then till 10 to 4.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is it worth telling us what documents we're changing to?
Sure, we can, certainly, yeah. The documents that we're changing to, we're going to have a look at the LUC sensitivity assessment, which is core document 18.29. And once we've done that, that's the main one really, because after we've done that, we're going to turn, hopefully today would be good, we're going to turn to your assessment of the green infrastructure proposals, and that really is all in your chapter 7 of your proof of evidence, your table there that sets out your sort of critique of the GI.
Thank you.
So that's where we're headed. Thank you very much.
We'll adjourn then till 10 to.
Oh, I'd love a cup of tea. Thanks, Claire. Just with a little bit of milk, please.
afternoon again, Mr. Hearn. Right then, so we've had a look at the evolution of the analysis by Peter Brett. I said that we'd also have a look at the a sensitivity assessment that you did, that the LUC prepared, and that is core document 18.29, dated October 2019.
Yes, I have that up.
Thank you. It was broadly, I think it might have been in the same month as the Peter Brett document that we've just looked at. So it was part of the ongoing sort of evidence gathering exercise that Swale was engaged in, at least at this point, in trying to bring forward, at this point anyway, a replacement local plan.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We can see that from the page just beyond the cover page, as you've explained already, you were involved in both the writing and the checking and the approving processes as KA.
Yes.
Just a few then key things. Obviously, it's a long document. But just a few key things to draw out of it, so that we can understand the approach that was being taken. On page 18. Hang on, have I got the right page? Let me just make sure. I think I've got the wrong page. Sorry, it's not. It's PDF page 18, which is no good. Sorry, it's PDF page 18. It's 2 pages after paginated page 11. It's a different map, but it's the same sort of thing. Yeah. Yes, sorry, you mean in the chief. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it is that map. Mm-hmm. That's right. It's figure 2.2.
Yes.
This is a figure. Have you got that, madam? Figure 2.2. It's called borough-wide key constraints for determining the assessment area. Have you got that?
Yes.
And just so the inspector, I mean, it's straightforward, just so the inspector understands what's happening here, any land that falls within those different designations or whatever they, washes or whatever on the right-hand side in the key, any of them are excluded completely, full stop, end of story, from further consideration in your landscape sensitivity assessment. Correct?
So it is 6 years ago, but I think we excluded, yes, these designations from the assessment.
Yes. I mean, 6 years ago, that is a while ago, that's fair, but have you read this in the preparation for this inquiry?
Yes.
So you'll see as we move through,
yes,
that's what's happened, isn't it? The LUC approach is to assume that everything, north of Sittingbourne, basically all the way up to the Isle of Sheppey, up to Sheerness, obviously outside Minster and it surrounds an East Church, all the stuff that's washed over with the various washes, that stuff's out at an absolute level. So it's not even worth considering how sensitive or not that stuff is in landscape terms because of those constraints mean it's just not going to happen.
Yes, I think the explanation is in 2.9. Land was scoped out based on key constraints agreed with SBC, which are the flood zones.
Yes.
Ecological zones.
Precise, sorry, yeah, absolutely. So that's what, I think we're saying the same thing. That's what was done. Okay. Then you adduced and considered and assessed a series of parcels, and we get those parcels or landscape sensitivity areas. They're set out on PDF page 21.
Yes.
And we can see so you've excluded all the scoped out areas that we've seen with those washes of the flood areas, etc. You've done that. And you've also done something else, and you mentioned it in your evidence in chief. You've only looked at areas which are around settlements, like Sittingbourne and Faversham and indeed Minster.
The purpose of this study was to look at the areas around settlements with the separate studies done of areas within the White Land,
Yes.
which are not part of this study.
Not part of this study.
Yeah.
This one was looking at areas around settlements.
Yes, I think it was up to 2 kilometres from the main towns and a
Yeah.
smaller radius from the smaller
Got
villages.
it. So, and why was that then?
It was to inform growth of the from and urban extensions to the existing settlements.
Got it. So it was on the assumption that if growth's going to happen, we need to be particularly careful to be looking around settlements, not just in places that aren't near the main settlements.
It was, yes, because there were separate studies done for the
Okay.
garden communities, so-called garden.
All righty. So that was why you were looking at land around settlements and outside of the sort of the scoped out areas. Now, this is that we can see the map of all the different parcels you assessed.
Yes.
We get on PDF page 36. We get the sort of zoomed in version of that map around Sittingbourne. Do you have that?
Yes, is it page 34?
Oh, I hope so.
Oh, no, sorry.
I'm using PDF pages at the moment. Oh, bless you.
Yes, I've got that. Yes.
Yeah, and you're quite right to say if we... So page 36 is Sittingbourne with a sort of overhead image.
Yes. Yes.
And page 34, which is the one that you started on, is the one that sets out, I mean, to cut sort of a long story short, sets out the overall
Yes.
assessment of these parcels
Yes.
with reference to different colour codings for
Yes.
each, not just around Sittingbourne, but
Yes.
everywhere. Okay. And those overall scores on page 34 are a mixture of, they go from sort of light yellows up to dark reds.
Yes.
There are, and we have them listed at... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, housing is 33.
Sorry, you're quite right. Sorry, it is 33. And that's a point worth making, isn't it? That you assessed on 33 sensitivity to residential development,
Yes.
and you assessed on 34 sensitivity to employment development.
Yes.
There was no assessment of sensitivity to infrastructure development.
No.
So this may well be very, very useful for us, but it doesn't tell us anything about the sensitivity of these parcels to, say, new roads.
No.
Okay. The overall scores are a mixture of, as I was saying, sort of light yellows for lowish or low to moderate, and then up to orangey colour for moderate, up to high, moderate highs red, and dark red for high. There are, I think I counted correctly, 46 parcels. They're listed from pages, PDF page 30 through to 32. There are 46 parcels.
Yes.
And most of them are red, aren't they? I mean, most of them are either H for high or MH for that is to say medium high.
How many parcels?
I counted 46. I'll be corrected, but I counted 40. Good. Oh, good. All right. Then I've no fear of correction. I could say whatever number I want, but no, I counted 46. I haven't actually done a proportion of. I haven't counted how many of them are medium high or whatever. But I mean, I think it's pretty obvious from just looking. Most of them are either dark red, which is to say high, both for employment and for resi, or the normal red, which is moderate, or the less dark red, moderate high.
Yes, I say there's more than 25% which are in the orange and yellow.
Yes. Okay. And just to be clear, I know this might be obvious, but I'll ask it anyway. Unlike Peterborough, who are actually considering things like how you accommodate different, needs to grow and viability and infrastructure and all that stuff that they were doing, you were not doing this with an eye on how you actually accommodate anything in particular. You weren't being set, you know, growth targets or development objectives. You're just looking at the landscape as it is and considering relative sensitivities.
Yes, it was relative sensitivities, a strategic scale study to give you some broad patterns.
Got it. I think I counted, and this might be consistent with what you've just said, but no, it's just a question of fact, 33 of 46 being either red or dark red, but whatever it is.
Yeah, that's about right. I think it's 13, I think.
So we're in the broad, it's that sort of broad area. And so, to state again what is at risk of being totally blindingly obvious, but if the reds and the dark reds were to be interpreted as red flags, which is to say, you know, no goes, no way, no how, Swale's in pretty serious trouble because they can't go anywhere. They can't go anywhere around Minster other than right on the northeastern fringe of the Isle of Sheppey. There's only one parcel around Faversham, or maybe there's only one, FM1, which is available. All the rest of Faversham is dark red. And if we have a look at Sittingbourne, which is obviously the historical focus of the growth in the area, you've got the A249 to the west, beyond which you've got parcels like SE6 and NN2 on the other side of the motorway. Not motorway, the A249 road. You've got all the triple SIs to the north. You've got SE1 to the east, which obviously we're proposing to build in because that's the area where the Northern Relief Road is safeguarded. But then all the way around to the south, SE2, 3, SE4, SE5, all the way round to the back to the A249 again. That's all moderate to high.
Yes, I think the map shows it spatially very clearly, doesn't it? The map 3.1.
Yes, it does.
Shows that clearly.
It certainly does, and obviously it's not your job, obviously, as it was Peter Brett's job, but it's not your job to work out how to balance all of this. It's not your job to work out, okay, well this might be the position, but how on earth is Swale ever going to grow if we can only go in the zones that are sort of yellow or whatever. And we know what Peter Brett thought. But here's a couple of points of detail, however, on this. If we just zoom in a little, BR1 is a parcel that seems to run just to the north of the M2.
Yes.
BR1 is an interesting one because it is red for employment, but it's sort of I don't know what colour it is, but moderate colour, orangey, yellowy orange colour for residential.
Yes.
So it's worth the inspector noting, therefore, that what's going into BR1 in this on the master plan is residential, not employment.
I think it's really important when you look at these maps, and there will be a point in this assessment which says, don't just look at the judgments, you must look at the information that goes with them. Sure. And so I would like to take the inspector to that page of the PDF that deals with BR1, which is
of course
227.
What was that, sorry?
It's page 227.
227. Yeah. Is that? Yeah, it must be PDF page, presumably. Is it two?
PDF page 227.
Thank you.
Is that right? So this is the Bredgar BR1 area.
Yes. Oh, sorry. PDF 227, is it?
Oh yes, it starts on. Actually, it does start on 225, but the page that
Starts on 225.
The page I was going to draw your attention to, but we'll start at the beginning. We'll start at 225. I'll just take you through the process. So we have the
Yeah, go on then.
map at the beginning. We go through the second page, which is 226, takes us through the process, and we look at landscape value. We note the Kent Downs to the south, the M2. We look at all the criteria, topography and scale, natural character, historic character, visual character, perceptual, experiential. And you're right, we have two designations, they're moderate and moderate high for residential development. But I think, and we do say earlier in the report, it's really important not just to look at the maps, not just to look at the overall conclusions, but to read this, why we've drawn these conclusions here. So I would like to read this out.
Okay.
So I'm on page 227, and I'm on the, it doesn't have a paragraph number, but it's under the box, which is shaded red and orange.
That starts the landscape hazard. Is
landscape hazard.
Yeah.
The landscape has a gently undulating landform on the dip slope of the Kent Downs, forming part of the setting of the A1B, although separated from it by the M2. There is a sense of rural character with some modern human influences, M2, limited visual prominence and enclosure, limited time depth with few heritage assets and limited valued natural features and semi-natural habitats. These attributes, looking at them on their own right, indicate a moderate overall sensitivity to future change from residential development. So we're looking at that parcel, not the whole character area. Mm-hmm. However, it should be borne in mind that any development in this area would have no relationship with Redcar, which is well contained on the south side of the M2, because we were looking, we were asked to look at around settlements. So this area was chosen because it's around Redcar, but it's very separate from it, from that village. Any development would effectively be a new settlement in the countryside. The area is similarly detached from the edge of Sittingbourne and has no relationship with this settlement. Although an overall moderate sensitivity rating is given, this would only relate to a very small scale extent of residential development.
I see.
For these reasons listed above, the landscape is considered to have a moderate high overall sensitivity to future change from employment development. The skyline is undeveloped and the foreground to the A1B, and any tall development would interrupt this.
Right.
So it gives a much more detail in the text to support those judgments.
Yes. And so on the basis of those judgments, it was thought that BR1 would be less sensitive to residential development than it is to employment development. Is that right?
No, that's not correct. No. It's saying that a very small amount of residential development, just because of its sort of function and its relationship to Redcar, its relationship to Sittingbourne, although some of the individual landscape elements in the criteria table had a lower sensitivity, actually looking at that, where it sits in the landscape, it would only have a moderate sensitivity, as it says here, with the exact words. This would only relate to a very small scale extent of residential development.
So actually, so although BR1 is recorded as being orange, with those caveats, really we should be thinking, for residential I mean, or orange rather than red. We should be thinking of it more as a red. For this scheme.
If you were thinking for this scheme, you were thinking about this large extent of development within that whole area, because that wouldn't be small scale. Yeah.
So it really then it's red everywhere. It's red all the way round Sittingbourne, wherever you look, to the south of Sittingbourne. Other than when you get, to be fair, to SE1 and TM2 round to Batchard basically. Oh, sorry, I'm on page PDF page 33.
Yes, that is correct.
Hang on, just one mo. Sorry, I was saying if you then start where the A249 hits Sittingbourne, which is at basically around SE5 and thereabouts, you wash all the way around. Now we know BR1 although I'd suggested it was an orange, which it is obviously, but you've said orange for smaller scale, so we should be thinking about it more as a red. We're red all the way round. Obviously, there's a dark red at SE3 that I'll ask you about in a minute, until we get to TM2 and SE1, you see?
Yes.
And it's obviously those are where parts of the northern scheme are in this application, aren't they?
Yes.
And it's just worth the inspector remembering, isn't it, that once we get into SE1 territory, we're in territory that's actually been safeguarded, hasn't it, by policy as an area of search for the Northern Relief Road.
We have, though, as we looked at in 18.3, 3.2, we're not taking into account policy in our assessment.
No, sorry, of course you're not. So you're not, but if the inspector... Sorry, go on, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it is safeguarded.
It is, and just to give the inspector the reference, we don't need to turn it up right this moment. It's policy AS1 in the plan, which is page 214 of core document 13.1.
Could you just tell me, while you're just on that,
Yeah.
Which is the policy relating to the Southern Relief Road?
There isn't a policy
I
relating to
don't
the
think there
Southern
was.
Relief Road.
So that's just in the transport plan, isn't
That's
it?
in the transport plan. That's right. More of that anon. I'm going to go through that with the highways witness.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just wanted to get it clear.
So the local plan makes policy to safeguard for the Northern Relief Road only, and that's at policy AS1, which is page 214 of core document 13.1. And if it assists the area that policy relates to is mapped at core document 13.13. Right.
Just on
Sorry,
the,
yeah,
on
you
the
go.
map, there are also areas of moderate and lower sensitivity to the west of Sittingbourne.
Yeah, but they're all on the far side of the road, aren't they? They're all on the far side of the A249, so that they're not part of Sittingbourne. Anyway, the SE3 is the only area around Sittingbourne to the south which is given the top rating, as it were, the high.
Yes.
Have you done or not an overlay of our master plan onto SE3? Do you know what goes into SE3?
Yes.
So you know that there aren't any buildings proposed in the SE3 area?
There, actually, when you asked me that question, I was thinking about the overlay with the area of high landscape value, which is slightly different to the SE3. But
Yeah.
Yes, I can understand that with SE3.
Thank you.
I haven't done that specific overlay with that character area.
Okay, well, it is what it is. But obviously, if I mean, we have. But if I mean, do you well, it is a question of fact, really. Do you contest it? Is it? Do you accept that the master plan doesn't put any buildings into SE3?
Doesn't put buildings, but a lot of what we looked at this morning with the transport assessment and the junctions are within SE3.
Well, that's not quite right. But anyway, we will look at the road. It might end up being tomorrow, but we are going to look at the road.
Yes.
Okay. Righto.
SE3 hasn't got the same boundaries as the area of great landscape value.
It doesn't have the same boundaries as the area of high landscape value. No, it doesn't. No, it's got different boundaries. So. What we have then is a situation that if Sittingbourne is going to grow, I mean, the same I suppose you could say for Minster, and the same you could say for Faversham, that it looks like, I mean, I don't know Faversham as well as Sittingbourne, looks like Faversham's in some quite serious trouble with all of those dark reds around Faversham. But anyway, if these places are going to grow, then development of land that falls into areas that you've assessed as being moderate to high sensitivity is going to happen. I mean, it's inevitable, isn't it? Obviously. I mean, it's on the Isle of Sheppey at the top. It's all it's the MRs, isn't it? Is that MR must stand for Minster, I imagine.
Minster.
So the group of reds at the top of the plan, and then the LN, Is that Lansdowne on sea, possibly?
It's Laysdown.
Sorry, I pronounced it wrong. Sorry. Yeah. So there we are. So yeah, Minster's, all those MR ones at the top, they're all red and dark red as well. Faversham's all dark red, other than that FM1, and then I suppose there's that small FM7. Anyway, the point is, I appreciate that you're not setting a development strategy in this document. That's not the point of it. But it shows, doesn't it, that if you exclude and scope out the absolute constraints, and if you focus on the settlements where development's going to be sustainable, you're going to be using land that is of at least moderate to moderate high sensitivity. It's just obvious, isn't it? I mean, that's what your exercise proves. That there's no easy options. We can't just go to Minster because that's all covered. We can't go to Faversham because other than FM1, that's all dark red. Sittingbourne, which is the centre of the area, the historic core, as it were, in the local plan, that is washed over with reds to the south and to the north. Obviously, we can't go there either.
Yes.
To the west, there's the A249 that takes us off into different areas beyond that. NN and UH and IE and all the rest of it. It's inevitable, isn't it, that we're going to be bringing forward development in the reds.
Yes, this wasn't saying you must develop here and you mustn't develop here.
No.
This is a baseline assessment of landscape sensitivity.
Yeah, and to be fair to you and also to Peter Brett, who took this work on, that was exactly how everyone was understanding it. Not as some kind of red flag document, as it were, saying thou shalt not put anything in the red areas. It was a baseline assessment, and Peter Brett said, yeah, well, no in principle landscape concern incapable of mitigation on our site.
They said that. They wouldn't have drawn it from this study, but they said that.
Okay. The question, time after time, and one that you've raised quite rightly as I've been asking you questions all afternoon, is, all right, in theory, mitigation, or Peter Brett thought it could be mitigated in theory. In theory, the MPPF might talk about good development with appropriate landscaping being a positive and all that stuff. But what about this scheme? Is this scheme actually going to mitigate its impacts appropriately? Is this scheme actually an example of the sort of good design positive approach that the MPPF, the National Design Guide, talk about, that Glivia talks about as well? And that depends on the assessment that you make of the scheme's approach to landscaping, its strategy and its mitigation. And that's what you describe at chapter 7
Yes.
of your proof, and that's what I want to ask you about.
Yes.
And I'll start asking you about it now, and I don't think I'm going to finish asking you about it before 2:45, but we'll do what we can now and then have to resume in the morning. So, mitigation, landscape strategy. You deal with it from page 92.
Yes, I have that, page 92.
Another way of sort of posing this question to set the scene for us is this a landscape-led scheme or not? A phrase that we've already had a few times in the inquiry, in the first sort of 24 hours of it. You say repeatedly in this section and indeed throughout, but in this section in particular, that this is not a landscape-led scheme, don't you?
Yes.
For instance, if we have a look at paragraph 7.8 in the second page of this section, on page 93.
Yes.
You're summarising here high-level points of your critique. Before then, you go through the critique in more detail in your table that we're about to get to in a minute. But the first bullet point is that there's a missed opportunity to design the scheme with, and there it is, a landscape-led approach. parkland and green infrastructure. Both schemes are centred on the relief roads. You see?
Yes.
Or indeed, cutting ahead a little bit, cutting actually right to the end, when you summarise this chapter that we'll go through in a minute, on page 100,
Yes.
you say at 7.11 in your summary that the landscape scheme's not accessible, it's not coherent, it's linear. Lots of questions for you on linear in a minute, which severs coherence and accessibility. It doesn't put landscape and environmental improvement as the first step. The scheme shown on the illustrated master plan does not create multifunctional landscape or represent well-planned, maintained GI as part of a landscape-led approach as promoted by Natural England. Yeah?
Yes.
Landscape-led. It's one of those slippery phrases, isn't it? Because it's not a phrase that we get guidance on in Glivia.
No.
It's not a phrase that we get any guidance on in the MPPF.
Nope.
It's not a phrase that we get any guidance on in the PPG, the planning practice guidance, I mean.
No, I'm not aware it is.
It's not a phrase that we get any guidance on in the National Design Guide either.
No.
And yet, it's something we hear, isn't it? Something we hear a lot. And sometimes I think people use it procedurally, don't they? Which is to say that this is a master plan, whatever it might be, that has been guided by landscape considerations in the following way. You can go through whatever the process has been, if you follow me. And sometimes, but in a different way, people might use it substantively, which is to say, yeah, there might be a landscaping scheme. I don't like it for whatever reasons. I think it's a bad landscaping scheme for the following reasons. Do you see it has those different shades? There are probably more meanings as well to it, but do you see those?
Well, I think the meaning is clear in the two words, landscape-led. It's a led by landscape.
Yeah.
I don't see
Okay.
there's an issue with that. It's led by landscape first.
Okay. All right. Well, it may be just me that's confused by it then. You think it's perfectly clear. Would you expect proposals for development to be led then exclusively in the first instance by landscape?
If they purport to be landscape-led, yes, I would expect them to be led by landscape. And
So if there's a proposal like this one is, which has at its core the delivery of roads, which obviously we do, which, as we heard yesterday morning, the delivery of roads for which it is accepted that there is a necessity and a commitment to delivering from the Highways Authority, if that's a key sort of locational guide to where the scheme goes, is it then, on your view, is it possible for a scheme like that ever to be landscape-led?
I think I would accept that this scheme is road-led. And
No, that wasn't the question. Do answer the question. I'm not asking about this scheme. I'm saying, is it possible for any scheme for infrastructure that tries to meet needs, whatever it might be, to be landscape-led? Are you saying that landscape has to be, in order to be landscape-led, your understanding of that term is landscape literally has to be the generating locational and strategic criterion to take a scheme forward? That's what you understand it means. Is that correct?
Yes, I think, yes, for a road scheme, I'd want a clear understanding of how the road has related to its landscape, to its character, to its topography. I would want all of that in a landscape.
Yeah, take a step back. That's not what I asked you. I'm sure we'd all want that, and I'm sure that's what we think we've done. But that's not the question. No, this is the question. If there is a need for a particular piece of infrastructure, whatever it might be, and that need dictates a broad location for a scheme to come forward, right? Can such a scheme, on your approach, ever be landscape-led? Because if you're starting with the idea that you need to meet some kind of need, whatever it is, you're not starting with the fact that, okay, let's look at the landscape and work out what we think it has in it. You're starting with the fact that there's a need that we're trying to meet. Can such a scheme, in your view, ever, as a matter of principle, be landscape-led, or have we already missed the boat by the time that you've identified a strategic infrastructure need? and been guided locationally as to where you meet it?
No, I think there is opportunities for all types of linear infrastructures, roads, rails,
Great.
grid lines, to take an account of landscape in their detailed design.
Good. And if they did that, if they do exactly what you've just said, would they, could they, in your understanding of this term, they'd be landscape led, would they?
They could be.
They could be if they do it well, if they do it properly. Is that right?
Yes.
So it's not about where you start on your understanding of the term. It's not that you've just got to sort of take landscape as the sort of blank blank piece of paper. Let's look at landscape first. You can look at other things first, like where's the need arising? What's the need for? How are we going to try and do that? Once you've got your basic scheme in place, it's possible for it to be landscape led in the way that it is developed over time. Is that correct?
Do you mean developed in terms of over time after it's been put in place, or developed the design?
I'm so sorry. I meant once the design is developed over time by the provision of further detail, landscaping strategy, all of that stuff, that can lead to a scheme which you would describe as landscape-led.
Yes, it could be. I think you'd need to take landscape into account. You can't say, well, there's a road here and it's going to go A, B, C, and then we'll landscape around it. You'd need to take landscape to think that we might have to go A, B, D, C, it might have to take a different route.
So you'd have to take account of landscaping considerations as you bring forward the scheme?
Yes, and that's in the routing of the road as well as what you do around the road.
Okay. So I think we're in agreement then on the way in which schemes can be landscape-led. You can start with the principle of, we've got a need that, whatever it might be, a need for some infrastructure, a need that something needs to be provided. And the way in which we bring forward a scheme to address that need can be landscape-led in the way it responds to landscape constraints. The route of it might tweak or change. The detailed design could be informed by landscape, whatever it might be, obviously. Then, if you do that appropriately, you have, in your definition of the term, a landscape-led scheme, right?
You could have, yes.
Well, you would have if it was done I'm assuming it's not done, to a poor quality. If you're doing it appropriately, you would end up with a scheme that's landscape-led.
Yes.
Okay, good. Right then. Before we finally get to, and I think this will be in the morning, the question of whether this scheme meets that definition of being landscape led or not, you talk about, I think, a linked concept in your evidence. Landscape first. On your page 99, it sounds a bit like landscape-led, and I don't know whether it is or not, but it's the same sort of broad idea, I guess. At page 99 of your evidence, you have a section called Thames Gateway Vision.
Yes.
And you go over some of the... you start off, I think, by referring to our statement of case. And then you go on at 7.10 to say that there's an emphasis in the Thames Gateway. Just to pause there, you accept this is a site which is in the Thames Gateway, don't you?
Yes.
You say at 7.10 that since its inception, there's been an emphasis on a landscape-first approach to the Thames Gateway. You with me?
Yes.
And you give a few references to support the idea that the Thames Gateway is about an emphasis on landscape-first approach. The first one you give is called Thames Gateway Core Vision 2009, and you give a reference to saying that the core vision is to build, quote, a high-quality, high-value parklands landscape.
Yes.
If we could just take that one out, it's core document 16.8.
Yes.
Have you got that as
I
well,
have
Mrs.
that,
Henry?
yeah.
If you just turn in it, if you could, to it's PDF pages, to PDF page 14 of 34. This is the page that you, I think, refer to.
Yes.
And it's a page that obviously this is all setting out what the different core visions are for, as we can see just from flicking through lots of images and plans and vision for the Thames Gateway. And more of this later in the inquiry, but just because you raise it, page 14 has it says the core vision.
Yes.
Core vision builds on the estuary's unique assets.
Yes.
And it sets them all out, and then it says at the end to create a strong and vibrant economy for the 21st century.
Yes.
And the first of the assets is sustainable economic growth, you see?
Yes.
And the second is the low carbon economy, environmental innovation. Third's connected communities. The fourth is education and skills. The fifth is remaking East London. The sixth is the renaissance of the estuary towns, square brackets, like Sittingbourne, right? That's an estuary town.
Yes, I presume it refers to the Medway towns. But
And seven, a high quality, high value parklands landscape.
yes.
So, that seven's the only bit you put in your proof. And obviously that's not a criticism, because obviously you can't just put the whole thing into your proof. And it's not to say that obviously creating these high value parklands landscapes unimportant. We're doing quite a bit of that, as we'll get into tomorrow. But objectives 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 don't get met just by producing lots of parkland, do they? You need all 7.
You need all 7.
You need all 7 in order to do the last thing it says, which is to create a strong and vibrant economy. That's what all of this is about. Isn't it? I mean, that's what it says, obviously. Right?
Yes.
So, I mean, not to be, glib about it, because landscape's obviously incredibly important. But it's not first on this list. It's not even second. It's 7th.
Yeah, I don't think these are in order of priority necessarily, but
One of 7.
They all need to happen together.
All right. And similarly, back in your proof, you can put that one away. Back in your proof, back in the same paragraph, the third thing that you refer to, and your case that there's a landscape first approach mandated in the Thames Gateway, is a document called Thames Gateway Where Next, where you note that the gateway should be based on, as it says, page 7, landscape and environmental improvement as the first step in attracting investment and improving the quality of life.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
Well, again, not a criticism for not referring to the, everything that the blessed thing says, because there's all sorts of things, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. If you could take out the document itself, it's core document 16.10.
Yes, I've got that up.
Thank you, of course. This is the one you refer to. You refer, I think, to page 7 of it, which is a part of an essay from, again, the same person. It's Sir Terry Farrell each time. But this report is then broken into views from different parts of the gateway. The first one's the view from South Essex, which starts on page 13. But we're more interested, aren't we, in the view from North Kent that starts on page 19?
Yes.
This is the view from North Kent, which is obviously of particular importance for us. We see on page 21 in the view from North Kent on page 21, there's a heading about halfway down that says sustainable economic growth is key, and we're told that in North Kent, we see, this is halfway down under that heading, we see the Thames Gateway Initiative at its core as being about sustainable economic growth and regeneration. You see?
Yes, I can see that.
I'm sorry, it's page 21, halfway down. Sustainable economic growth is key. It's PDF 22. I'm sorry. Yeah. There's a heading: sustainable economic growth is key, and it's that first sentence that says that at its core, what North Kent sees this initiative, the Thames Gateway, as being about. It's about growth, economic growth and regeneration. It talks about targets for things like jobs, 58,000 jobs, and achieving over the 20-year period, and achieving other growth targets like housing numbers. It's clearly important, but if we were simply to focus on housing and not give sufficient emphasis to jobs, we'd not achieve the kind of sustainable communities we want to see. You see? Do you see where I'm at?
So yes, I have got that.
Thank you.
Yes.
And on the following page, which is PDF page 23, we're told that this transformation in the heading halfway down, the transformation is already underway. Thames Gateway is an initiative. It's been underway for some time. The transformation's already happening. Substantial progress has been made in North Kent in recent years, and with that I won't read all of it out, but we then get towards the bottom of the page. Take a look at just some of the highlights for North Kent. Do you see? And there's a list of things in bullet points. Are you with me?
Yes. Yes, I just saw we just went over a paragraph.
Oh yeah, go on.
Which was the paragraph before we get to the bullet points, where it starts with the long-term outlook.
Yes.
And it talks about it has great assets, its countryside, its heritage, its riverside, its strong communities, and its leadership.
And its huge potential, thanks to its strategic location with good connections to London and Europe, many large brownfield sites that are ready for development, and new high-speed transport links.
Yes, agree.
Got some of them in Sittingbourne, haven't we? But anyway, we'll come back to that later in the inquiry. Low-carbon sustainable growth in a gateway eco-region. Sounds good. The bullet points then set out some of the progress that's been made to date, and over the page.
Yes.
The third bullet down on the next page talks about major new road transport infrastructure, including the new Sheppey Bridge linking the M2 to Sheerness Port, improvements to Junction 2 of the M25, the widening of the A2 M2, new relief roads being built at Sittingbourne and at Rushendon, and other things too.
Yes.
And finally on there, the last bullet points, new and expanding science parks include the Kent Science Park at Sittingbourne. Goes on to explain what's there.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, at the final bullet, yeah. And in conclusion, which is on, I think it's 2 pages on, there's a section that begins in conclusion.
Yes.
In conclusion, what you see on its PDF page 26, in conclusion, the view from North Kent is a positive one, the coming together of a number of factors, new high-speed rail, brownfield sites and investment in new infrastructure, and we've seen what sort of infrastructure that includes a couple of pages before, has given us a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to transform the economy of North Kent. You see?
Yes, and it doesn't say about the countryside assets, it says the availability of brownfield sites in North Kent.
Yes.
In that paragraph.
Yes, but when you summarise this report in your proof, what you say, all you say, and again it's not really a criticism, but it's just worth putting into context, you say landscape and environmental improvements the first step to attracting investment and improving quality of life, but there's an awful lot more that this initiative is about, and in particular in North Kent, we know what it's about in North Kent. It is about transforming the economy through a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for major growth and regeneration.
Yes.
That's what it's about.
Particularly via the availability of brownfield sites.
Yeah. Do you think there's enough brownfield land in Swale to support transformative
I haven't
growth?
done an assessment of brownfield. I'm just quoting from this document.
Thank you. So
it does, yes, that this document says more than I've quoted here. I've just quoted the landscape parts.
yeah, sure. But when then we take a step back and ask ourselves, what does landscape first mean in your 7.10? It'd be fair to say, of course, that all these documents, as you'd expect, emphasise the importance of landscape. But the Thames Gateway Initiative is about an awful lot more, isn't it? In fact, if it was only landscape, I mean, you're not saying landscape only, obviously, you're saying landscape first, but without all of the other things, like the massive transformational regenerative growth, then the transformation of the economy at the heart of this initiative, it doesn't happen, does it? Anyhow, we know change is coming. The documents that you rely on here tell us that change is coming. We all want that change to be landscape-led. Whether or not these changes are landscape-led depends, as I think we've agreed now, on the approach that the schemes take in their detailed design to matters like green infrastructure and responding to landscape constraints. Right?
Yes.
Okay, that's a nice place to stop on a happy agreement, and we'll then get to our scheme in the morning and work out whether or not it meets the bill of being landscape-led.
Right, it's all changed for us too, so everyone's got to pack up and get out of here before, well, as soon as possible, really. Put everything in your room and leave. Yes.
Which is, there was cross-examination of Ms Ahern about what LUC had said in their report.
Yes, you found it.
We have found it. It is that there is a report of January 2019, which
Right.
my learned friend says is in the core documents, although I can't see it in the core documents. But we've checked, and that is the last report that LUC wrote on this matter. So to the extent that they reported, their view is set out in that report. I don't know if my learned friend's got the core document number.
We'll find it. We haven't got it off the top of our heads. That, just to be clear, that was a review done in the chronology
In January 20.
Jan 19, at a time when the scheme was 11,500, before it was reduced in the way that's described in the October 2019 Peter Brett report, which is why I had assumed, and I might be completely wrong, I'd assumed that when Peter Brett talked about updated landscape advice, that they'd got some updated landscape advice. Of course, they might not have done, whatever, you know, I have no idea. But obviously, if LUC literally didn't do anything else after Jan 19, then that's it. But then it still gives rise to the question that I don't know the answer to yet, which is where's that advice come from? And if the council could find the answer to that, it would be really useful. If it's not LUC, is what I'm trying to say. Well, who said it then? But that would be really helpful to know if at all possible. And certainly we can't find out.
Do we have a core document reference? We're not sure it is in the core document.
Oh, I see.
That's why I'm asking.
Fair enough. We might have to come.
If it's
given the
not, do we
constraint-
mind? Does anyone mind if we
There's
put it in
no
the core
objection
document?
to it being put in if it's not. I don't mind it being put in even if it is. We can. Do you want? We can check in the morning and come back to you overnight whether we can find it in the core
And
docs.
does anyone mind if Miss Ahern looks at it overnight?
No, not at all. I won't be asking any more about it anyway. But I'm happy for her to look at it.
Is it the landscape?
It's a January
There's a
19.
January 2019 LUC report that looks at 4 different sites.
That's the last report that I found.
Yeah. As I say, if the council could continue their hunt to try and find the source of Peter Brett's analysis, that would be the stuff in italics that I read out. That would be really helpful. As I say, if it's not LUC, it's not LUC, but then I would very much like to know who it was.
Understood.
Right then, inquiry adjourned till 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Can we just look at that